Armstrong, Patricia Hagan, Elaine Marie and Paul Stillwell, Jean Latham in memory of firefighter Wade Garter, Faith Portman, Bonnie Wick, Raymond and Mary Smith, Linda and Michael Strom in memory of Helen Robinson, Cindy Adams, Cynthia Jordan, B&B Consignments in memory of Christine Gabehart, Larry Dennison. B Consignments, $150 donation from Alan Adams. Larry Dennison. A $162 donation that came from Bullitt County Board of Education employees. $200 donations are Karen and James Adams, Bonnie Elise Miller, Jace Capso, Trey Simpson, David Thomason in memory of Ruth Oswald Smoke Over Fire Barbecue. $250 donations, Janie Cunningham. $300 donations, Christine Winders. $400 donation from the Veteran of Foreign Wars Post 5710 Auxiliary. $450 donation from Donna Pickett. $500 donations, 44 Auto Mart in memory of Ron and Russ Mulvaney. Kimberly Johnson in memory of Chris Johnson. Bullet number 155 Cattle Club. $5,000 donation.
Okay, we got to change the audio.
Wanda Eschman in memory of Beth and Rick. And a $10,000 donation that came from our Bullitt County VFW Post 5710. That's our check donations for Shepherdsville Fire. We're grateful to our community for the outpouring of support that they gave us over last week to make this number what it is.
Okay, you ready for the total?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. The total. Shepherdsville Fire Department in Bullitt County.
$31,453.45.
All right, very nice. $31,453.45 to the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. Thank you so much. And we want to say happy Crusade on this Sunday. Thank you all for spending time coming on down. Okay, there we have it. Our total, $2,900,047.33. The numbers to call, 582-7511. 1-888-382-7511. There's our group. They want to answer your phone, and we're going to talk to them right now. We're going to talk to some of the. Thank you all from Shepherdsville. We appreciate it. We're going to talk to some of the AT&T folks. I love your story. Now, you all still active AT&T members? Is that true?
I'm old enough to be retired. Thank you.
Settings audio.
I worked at the phone company for 12, 15 years. There's a lot of people that worked there a lot longer than I did.
So when you answer the phone today so far, what have people been telling you? What have they been saying about the Crusade?
Cheers when they have someone in memory that they want to share that name and remember. And I try to take a moment just to say, tell me about that person, so that they can share their story and feel better about giving to the children. And it's so important that they give to the children. I have had one that she always gives locally. She prefers that her donations, her big dollars that she gives, comes locally to help the children. So it's important what we're doing. It's a lot of fun.
You've been here today for how long so far? So you've heard a lot of stories.
We came in at noon. We're doing the noon to 4 session. My name is Sheila Kurz.
Okay, let me talk to you. How long have you been doing this for?
Oh my gosh, so many years. I remember Memorial Auditorium, and that was 1975. I just found out. I couldn't remember the date. So a very long time. And I worked for the telephone company for 35 and a half years. So I also took pledges from my home in 2020 and 2021. So yeah, it's great. And there are a lot of stories. People are very, very glad. They're glad that we're here taking the pledges and so on. And one lady, she kept, I guess, waiting for the fire trucks. And she said she turned on her TV. And she said, oh my gosh, Crusade's on. And she hurried up and called me and gave me a nice pledge.
What other stories have you been hearing?
Well, I've only been here since 12, and of course, we share when the calls come in. We share with everybody else. So I've only had maybe 6 or 7 myself.
Here we go.
Try not to be a hog.
of the pledges are amazing.
Yes, they are. They are. Some of them are, very, very nice, and it's just good.
I bet you find that it's a tradition. They wait to this day to give the Crusade a call, as they maybe have every year. They don't have maybe at the same time.
Right. You're right. And yeah, it's just wonderful. I'm just glad that we're here and able to do this.
Give me your name.
Pam Brown.
Okay, Pam Brown. Well, we thank you all so much for calling the Crusade, and we also thank you all for taking it. Pam is saying, "Call me." That's what the sign says. Give her a call. Well, the number to call is 582-7511. Also, 888-382-7511. And there's so many ways that you can donate to the Crusade. But why don't you give us a call and actually talk to a person? That's what the Crusade is all about. It's I always call it's a big family reunion. We've had people calling since 8:17 this morning. Joel Felker called the Crusade for just a simple $25 donation. Of course, 100% of your money goes to the WHAS Crusade for Children, because as we always said, and it's good to remind you, we don't pay any of the Crusade's expenses with a penny of your money. That's because the Crusade's expenses are covered by other ways. So when you give 100%, it goes right back to the organizations and the kids here in Kentuckiana. You can also donate by mail, 520 West Chestnut Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. Donate using Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Apple Pay, and scan the QR code on your screen. And if you want to give $100 or more, and you just like to do it the old-fashioned way, hand somebody cash or a check, we have a Jefferson County Sheriff's Deputy here who will come out to your house, pick it up, and bring it down here to WHAS 11. All you need to do is give us a call. More of the great pledges coming in. We're going down to Boston, Kentucky, and Travis Slaughter. $50 to the Crusade. Thank you so much, Travis. I hope you're watching, seeing your donations count on that big tote board total above me. Also, Brenda Bishop Taylor giving $100. Louisville, Kentucky, 40205. In memory of Roy and Dottie Bishop. We've got Dorothy Wedding. Oh, and Brenda gave twice here. Don't skip over that. Brenda gave $100 as well in honor of Raymond Taylor, too, as well. We've got Dorothy Wedding, Louisville 40223, in honor of the Crusade for $50. And Dorothy called in this morning, and she wants to credit her fire department, Anchorage, the Middletown Fire Department there in eastern Jefferson County. And we have Sharon Ray giving $100 on Walnut Street in Corydon, Indiana, in memory of Larry Ray. You want to come on up? All right, we've got more guests just coming into the studio. Hello. Welcome to 72nd Crusade for Children from LG&E.
Yes.
All right, you all just said goodbye to one of my favorites, Chris Whalen.
I know, she was my boss, and we already miss her so much, but I know she's already enjoying retirement.
That's
so,
right.
Hello, Chris. I hope you're having a very relaxing day.
We should emphasize that she left. She retired at the end of May.
Very happily retired with her husband, so I think they're going to be living the dream.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, give me your name, by the way.
Mary Kate Gray.
Okay, Mary Kay, thank you for coming in. I know LG&E has for years supported the Crusade. Tell me about how you all do that.
Yeah, so our company for many, many years has supported the Crusade through what we call Power of One, which is our employee giving campaign. Our employees are historically very generous, and our foundation matches every employee raised dollar 100%. So we are excited to support Crusade again.
Okay, and you've been doing this how long?
So our company has been supporting Crusade since 2005. Our campaign has existed for that long, and we've supported the Crusade to, I'd say about $5 million at this point.
That's
over the
amazing.
course of about almost 20 years.
And how many employees does LG&E generally have in Louisville?
In Louisville, oh, that's a great question. You're going to put me on the spot here. I know company-wide we have a little less than 3,000.
Gotcha.
A big bulk is here in Louisville, but we are all over the state and a little portion of Virginia as well.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. For the Crusade for Children, we've got a big reveal here from the folks at LG&E.
So we are at LG&E and KU proud to support Crusade with a check for $373,116.98.
Very nice. Congratulations. Look at that check number.
$373,116.98 from the employees of LG&E and KU.
Yes, we are so excited to support you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Mary Kay. As you know, that's going to do an amazing thing for the total here. Is we're now at $2,931,500.78 on the 72nd Crusade for Children. There's Terry Miners. Come on in here, Terry Miners. Are you just roaming around?
Yeah, most of the time. It's good to see you again.
Good to see
by
you.
the way, I visited out there, and they're, all the employees are so happy to join in and just make some faces while we're out there shooting video. But thanks for the hard work.
Thank you.
I also bragged on you to your boss.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I saw John Crockett not long ago and told him how great you are, and just and he's excited about being part of the Crusade team. So thanks.
Don't you have your raise and your paycheck by now? Terry works awfully fast.
I don't know if I have that kind of input. It's all good. That means you can use this parking space tomorrow.
Very good.
All right, thank you so much. That's a fantastic total, Terry. And at 1 o'clock, the topo total really is a great trend.
It feels pretty good, Doug, but as always, there's a long way to go, and we need help from folks all around the area. And people I know drop checks off at church today, or maybe a business in the neighborhood, or some civic group, some organization. Maybe there's a lemonade stand. There's people still doing things for us now at this hour.
I know. I've seen the Pee Wee Valley Fire Department out. I've seen other fire departments out yesterday. They were at the roadblocks.
Yeah, and I love to see the families bring the various generations of people so they keep passing on the message and mission of the Crusade, over and over and over again. So the old folks are there, and they bring the middle-aged folks, and then they bring the kids, and so hopefully those kids will grow and bring in the next generation.
I know, it's like a big family reunion. We always turn the corner here, and then all of a sudden we see some people we know. So the Monroe Township Fire Department, you want to
bring them in?
Bring them on in.
Hey. Good to see you, Bill. Step right over here with
Bill.
Doug Prophet.
Thanks a lot, Bill. Thanks for coming in. Talk to you great folks from Monroe Township.
Yep. Appreciate it coming, and we look forward to it every year.
So many Crusades.
We started in 1959.
All right.
And
7 years after the first one.
Yeah, is that what it is? So we missed 1 year because we were on our fire runs. We didn't have that recorded, but we've been here ever since. But other than that, we're doing good. So I want to thank everybody in the Monroe Township, which covers Henryville and the Underwood area of Indiana. Our population is somewhere around 5,000 people, but
5,000 really high quality.
That's correct.
That's to remember.
So they're very generous and giving, and in a super friendly committee, and we just can't thank them so much for reaching deep in their pockets and donating each year. We did set a goal for 110,000. Last year we turned in 108. So we thought we'd just boop it up a little bit, but we did all right, but we didn't hit the goal, but that's okay. This year, the Crusade for Children, we are putting it in memory of our town trustee. He was a friend to many people in town. It's Alan Butoff. He'd definitely be missed. We want to thank John Collins. He donates the walking stick every year, and he made that in honor of, or in memory of Alan this year.
There it is over there. I know someone came up.
Yeah. Steve Howe and his crew, they do the auction every year for us. We have a lot of things that are donated, and we do that on the Saturday night. So we did that last night. So we raised $24,632.50. We also have a dinner at the same time that raised $1,499.74. We did our second car show. We had 100 cars of entry, and we raised $4,184.76. We want to thank Java Station for doing a sponsorship. They raised $564.80. Tequila and Miss Kyle Mexican Restaurant, they raised $1,430.28. Addie Willington, every year from the time I've known her. Instead of getting birthday gifts and things like that, she always asks for the money to be donated to Crusade. So this year she raised $832.72. White Castle, we set out boxes throughout town. They raised $745.
The sliders always work.
They always
The
work.
crave never dies.
Christmas Hill at Castetter Farm, they have an event every year during November, December. They light up their fields and you can go out and visit. They raised $2,100 this year. So I just want to thank the key people to make sure this event comes together. New York Cleaners for donating the food and selling the Crusade pins.
Bill, who'd you bring with you today?
This is Bev and Kevin and Derek.
Awesome. Great contributors. Thank you.
They're going to read too here in just a minute.
Yeah.
The dinner committee consisted of Linda, Beth, and John. They did an awesome job of planning it and pulling it off last night.
I think I'd like the dinner committee.
Yes.
Right.
Sounds like fun.
Last night at the dinner we had Casey Taylor and Robert Embry playing the singing and playing their instruments. Want to thank Kevin and Ben and Charlie, Richard and Sunny for what you do, going out and picking up donations and organizing it. It has paid off. We had a great turnout for the firefighters and cadets that helped us collect this year. Safe Harbor for allowing us to host the event again at their church. And then at this time, I'm going to let Bev read the names of some donations.
Yeah, we want Bev. Bev, come over this way with us. You're the only person who's shown up today whose shoes match her shirt. I think that's pretty nice. We'll make sure that somebody can see those here in a minute. There you go. We can see them in the bottom of that shot right there. It's very nice. Those are papal shoes. That's a big step, sister.
I wanted to make sure I matched somehow.
We got a new pope. That's good.
Let's let the white smoke out today when we finish the crusade.
Okay, for the $25 to $50 donations, Brandy Conlon, Charles and Melody Sizemore, Cynthia Murphy in memory of Alan Butoff, Donald and Janet Clark, John and T.J. Murphy, Linda Dixon, in memory of Lillian Dixon, Robert and Richard Ingelking, Sandra Ham in memory of Glass and families, Mary and Sophia Jarbo, Bootleggers, Denise Schott, Ferris Mull, James and Lois Lewis, James Waterfield, Jean Waterfield, Kathy Green, Kimberly King, Lucy Lane, Moonglow Liquors, Paula Cole in memory of Chad Monk, Richard and Vicki Horine in memory of J.T. Higdon, Troy and Charlotte Coons. The $50 to $100 range, Lisa Glickfield, Crystal Stoff Reagan, Claudia Quinton, Dale and Rosemary Hobbs, Darren and Daniel Smith, Deanna Long in memory of Furnish, Charles and Marie Naval, Francis and Marion Wethington, Gail and John Collins, McAfee Trucking Company, Memphis Community Church, Michael and Janice Bednarzik, Mount Lebanon Presbyterian Church, Ned and Donna Horton, Noel's Nest, Pam Hall in memory of Wayne Hall, Roberta Bastian, Robin and Don Embry in memory of Ryan Embry, Ronald and Teresa Grubbs in memory of Terry Rogers, Sarah Becker in memory of Mike Becker, Sheila Glass in memory of Wayne and Shirley Glass, Stephen and Charlene Morgan, Weddington Custom Homes, Colton and Heather Reed in memory of Chad Monk, Greg Rieger in memory of Paul Rieger, Kyle Newby, Mary and Gary Cooper, Anthony Clayton in memory of Joseph Clayton, Darren and Diane Poteet, Zach Wilmot, St. Luke's United Church of Christ, Dennis Britchbar, Norman and Susan Estes, Bill and Beth Maloney in memory of Darce Maloney, Charlotte Higdon in memory of J.T. Higdon, Cheryl and Clark Henson in memory of Alan Butoff, Edmund Barnett in memory of Sandy Furnish Bannett, Henryville First Church of God, Janet and David Hall in memory of Robert and Wayne Hall, John Dietrich, Rob Popperwall in memory of Eddie Cecil, Kevin and Lily Glass, Henryville Community Presbyterian Church in memory of Marcella Jordan, and Janice Furnish in memory of Butch Furnish.
Thanks, Beth.
Very nice. Did a great job.
Sergeant Kevin Glass stepping in here, too.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Those are comfortable shoes, but they don't match the way Bev's do.
I know.
Is she the fashion plate at Monroe Town?
That's what the college students are wearing right there.
I don't know about college, but okay. For the $250 to $500 donations, Derek and Carla Meeks in memory of Eddie Sissel, Doug and Jennifer Dunlevy, Hiles Auction Service, Ronald and Marshall Roth, Janice Furnish, Adams IGA, Brad and Robin Jones in memory of Alan Butoff, Libby Fable, Safe Harbor Christian Church, Paul and Leanne Lindley, Thomas Plastics Machinery Incorporated and member of Chad Monk, Philip and Jessica Sumner, an anonymous donation in memory of Margie Guthrie, Kevin and Debbie Guernsey in memory of George and Dina Guernsey, New Washington State Bank. Now for the $500 to $1,000, we have Bagshaw Trucking in memory of Chuck and Ann Abbott, Carl and Joyce Bagshaw, Roberta Grants, and Rita Bowman. Datum Inc. in memory of Mike Graff, Furnish Automotive, Furnish Properties, Furnish Towing and Recovery, Mariana Dietrich, Memphis Christian Church, Robertson Electric and Construction, Upright Builders, James and Jean Young, Gary Newby, Nick Brown, Sheriff Scotty Maples, Benjamin Schott in memory of Doug Schott, Philip and Janine Smallwood, Beverly Herbert in memory of Phil Herbert, Addie Weddington, New Yale Cleaners, Henryville United Methodist Church, Cynthia Guthrie. And then for the 1,000 and above, we have Abigail Bile in memory of Chuck Noper, Ann and Terry Brishaber, Goodfellas Family Restaurant, Lindley Plumbing, Mike and Denise Bridges in memory of Paul and Ron Anderson, Mark Furnish, Broadus and Pruitt Bookkeeping and Tax Service in memory of Wayne Hall, Kenneth and Delma Erringer, Joshua and Tammy Wilmoth, Barbara Gilley, Blaze Restoration in memory of Doris Maloney, Grace Dunlevy, Talem's Custom Concrete in memory of Chad Monk, Benjamin and Margaret Stevens, Blue Lick Christian Church, and the Community Presbyterian Church. And that is the end of those, so
Okay.
I've got an important thing that I have to do.
Is that read the total?
Well, that comes second.
Okay.
First thing I have to do is wish my wife happy anniversary.
Atta boy.
My wife, Lily.
What's her name?
Lily.
Happy anniversary.
That was smart of you to hold that to the end because Lily's watching. She said, is he going to remember that or not?
Give us a happy anniversary. We'll take some
That's
donations
pretty
in
sweet.
for the. How many years?
29 years.
29. All right, we want
29.
$29 out of folks right away.
Alrighty. So we ready for the grand total?
We are. For the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children from Monroe Township, your grand total is
$101,673.
Woo! Let's go!
Very good.
101,000. Thank you. $673.07.
7 cents. And we were over $3 million.
How about that?
$3,033,170.85. You guys were the good luck fire department bringing us over the top.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Phil. Appreciate
Good
it. Thank you,
folks
Bev.
Good folks
Alrighty.
in Clark County.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. Greatly appreciated. We're having a great time at the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. We can remind people they can still call, they can still donate.
Because the folks from AT&T want to hear from you now at 582-7511, 888-382-7511. And also, Terry, we've got the sheriff's deputies who will go out. If you want to give $100 more, they'll come to your house and bring it to the station.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
That's
they
very
are.
nice, too.
They've already been out a couple
And
times. They told
occasionally,
me.
you know, there are a lot of big, tall people. If you have somebody, you know, you go to the house and you pick up the check and you can also say, would you mind coming in here? Could you get me that bowl down off of that shelf? I can't reach that. That works too.
Let's go over to Travis.
Travis is in the lobby.
Okay.
We got new batteries.
Okay.
My name's Travis Breeze. I'm with photojournalist Aspen Hester. For the next 3 hours, we're going to be going around the building and introducing you to just some people behind the scenes.
My daughter, she's been here since she was little bitty as well, and these are my grandchildren. These are my two granddaughters, Maddie, Kenzie, and this is Jordan. This family over here is family of ours too. This is Nick and Caitlin Nyman. Their dad has been here since their grandpa was here, so we've all been around for multiple years.
Does any one memory come to the top for you when you think of the ways that Crusade impacts the community and the ways you've seen it?
Well, I mean, it's impacted me for one. My master's was paid through it. I got my master's in special ed and they paid for it. My oldest granddaughter had to have a helmet when she was a baby, so it paid for that. And when, my youngest granddaughter had 2 holes in her heart when she was born, so the hospital equipment was there. That was all paid from the Crusade.
Wow. And so all the competition from the fire department starts with Debbie Beekler's dad. What was his name one more time?
Lee Allen.
Lee Allen. Well, we just got over 3 million now. Make sure to call those numbers on your screen, scan the QR code. Crusade Sunday, we are keeping it rolling. Back to you guys.
Travis, thank you so much. My name is Kent Spencer. Welcome back to the 72nd Crusade for Children. I am always joined by my kids, even though I have 3. I'm
Thanks,
minus
guys.
1.
I appreciate it.
This young lady right here is Anna Mae, my 14-year-old. This little guy right here is Colton, my 7-year-old.
All right.
And Colton is really into professional wrestling. If you watched the show last night, you knew a little bit about it. And he has got a little message out there when it comes to donating to the Crusade. Who are you right now, buddy?
The Macho Man.
All right. What message do you have for people out there to donate to the Crusade?
Oh, yeah. Donate to the Crusade, brother.
Is that Kent's kid?
That's from the Macho Man, Randy Savage, right there. So make sure you donate to the Crusade. And, Anime, we are missing a member of our family. We're missing Aniston, who is currently at rehearsals for a major dance competition next weekend. That's why she had to miss. You missed last night because you were at a friend's birthday party at Holiday World. Usually you have to share the microphone with your sister for this hour.
Probably, right?
This year you did not. How does that feel?
Amazing, because Annie's usually a mic dog.
All right, so make sure that you donate to the Crusade. You could call in toll free 1-888-382-7511, locally 582-7511. Right now, we're going to kick it out to the Cordon Remote, Harrison Township.
Hi guys, Connie Leonard here. Welcome back to Cordon, Indiana. We are at the John Jones Auto Group today and the Harrison County Township, Indiana Township, is that right?
Harrison Township Fire Department, yes ma'am,
All right.
Indiana.
I got to get it right. All
You're
right.
all right.
Now, wait a minute. You look familiar. Do y'all remember him? He was just on. Tell me what's going on, Joshua Salmon.
So I live here in this community and I volunteer and work part-time for Harrison Township Fire Department. My full-time employment is at Clarksville Fire Department, so I kind of get a double dose of the Crusade, which is even better.
They like you as a spokesperson, so they're like, we can use him for both.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so tell us who we've got here. Tell us some of the folks we've got here.
So my wife, my children are on the end.
Okay, hi there.
Awesome, very supportive of me being gone during the collection times. And
you want me to go down and get everybody's name? Would that be easier for you? All right. Sorry, Alyssa. All right. Let me get your name, sir.
Chris Mason.
Chris Mason. Thanks for being here, Chris.
Dakota Norman.
Am I blocking their view? Sorry.
Brad Alpin.
Okay.
Caleb Kurz.
Okay.
Chris Cherry.
Karen Lopp.
All right. And Joshua, I don't think anybody had any problem seeing their heads because I'm so short, but that's okay. So how has this been? I mean, you know, working for Clarksville, and then helping with Harrison Township as well. What does it mean doing that for the Crusade?
It means a lot, and I've done it so long that it's kind of instilled in me, and giving a double dose to me is kind of a heartwarming feeling. It makes it even warmer. So just because I know, you know, obviously 100% of it goes to the kids, and you know, the kids that are in need of it benefit from it greatly, and that puts a smile on my face at the end of the day.
I love it. I love it. All right. So do you want to talk a little bit about some of the fundraising efforts, or is Karen going to do that?
Yeah. So just like typically, you know, we hit the roadblocks pretty hard this year as well. The crews did amazing. They went out every day. Families and friends and firefighters come in, you know, in the evenings, and we would go to neighborhoods and collect. So it all really worked out well. We did good this year, and thanks to this community, our citizens, the restaurants here, we'll list them off here shortly. They've helped us tremendously, and we can't do it without them. So and it's heartwarming to know that the community is so supportive of a great, you know, cause like this as well.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to move in the middle, y'all,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
get Karen, because she's going to read off. You got some folks you want to thank, don't you,
Yes,
Karen?
I do. Okay, Valley City Presbyterian Church, $100. Kristen Heil, $10. Floyd and Shirley Bean Blossom, $100. Dolores Timberlake, $25. Juanita Wright, $50. Tom Wallace Insurance, $25. Claude and Georgianne Watson, $300. Larry and Sandra Martin, $200. Forrest and Nancy Timberlake, $150. Sharon and Gary Hinkle, $200. Roger and Kim Stewart, $60. Best Built Door Service, $50. Raymond Johns, $200. Ralph and Catherine Shane, $30. Donna Thomas, $50. Andrea and David Hughes, $50. Thomas and Phyllis Tucker, $200. Linda Wiseman, $50. Jennifer Shireman, $100. David Roca, $60. Farmhouse Kitchen, $50. Tim and Rita Shoemaker, $100. Clyde and Harriet Eckert, $100. And Melvin and Sharon Shoemaker, $50. Then I have some in memories of.
Okay.
John and June Purcell, $250 in memory of Jason Purcell. Deborah Mathis, $100 in memory of Jesse and Barbara Mathis. Bruce Wendell, $50 in memory of Gerald Zalman. Kenneth and Brenda Bliss, $100 in memory of Kenneth Bliss. Marty and Debbie McClanahan, $100 in memory of Jacob McClanahan, who was a former firefighter who was killed. And also $50 in memory of Donald Bruner and Kay. Peggy O'Brien in memory of Paul and Virginia O'Brien. Susan and Christopher Fessel, $50 in memory of Gerald Salmon. Owen and Patricia Toller, $100 in memory of Gerald Salmon. Joseph and Kathy Merck, $75, memory of Olivia and Clarence Merck. Donna and Jake Rose, $50 in memory of Donald and Bonnie Salmon. Donald was a fire chief for 35 years. Karen and Dale Lopp, $50 in memory of George Hannell. He was a former fire chief of the Old Town Department. Patty Toller, memory of Donald and Bonnie Salmon. Donald was fire chief for 35 plus years. Alvin and Joy Smith, $100 in memory of Donald Salmon. Okay, I'd like to thank a few people. Okay. Thanks to all the businesses that helped our firefighters keep running. Cluckers, Jimmy John's, Taco Bell, Domino's, Papa John's, Beef O'Brady's, Lee's Chicken, Burger King, El Napolito, McAllister's, and White Castle. And I want to thanks to everyone that donated, because every single penny goes to these wonderful kids.
Absolutely true.
All right.
Do you have a total?
I do.
Okay, now before you give the total, I know you want to say something to Karen.
Yeah, so Mrs. Karen Lopp, she's a very special lady to us. She's not a volunteer firefighter, but you don't have to be a volunteer firefighter to help in the capacity that she has. Out of the goodness of her heart, for the past 53 years, she's helped us with our crusade efforts, whether it be counting money, going to pick up food, going to get this, going to do that, making our lives so much easier. And we wanted to recognize her because that's something that's huge. It's a huge accomplishment. We love her to death. We appreciate it. And we've really enjoyed all the years that she's, like I said, part of my childhood memories in the Crusade for Children. She's been there ever since.
Wow.
And we really appreciate her. So.
What's that mean, Karen?
Oh, that's so special. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
He was a little bitty thing. In fact, I remember when he was born.
Why is the Crusade so special to you? Tell us.
Because I've worked in the medical profession for 48 years, and I've just seen how much the Crusade has helped all the kiddos. And I know our Harrison County Hospital had gotten money, you know, to help out, and it's just very, very special to my heart.
You can tell people at home that are thinking about donating right now, it really goes to the kids.
It does. 100% goes to the kiddos. And that's so important, especially when you got, you know, a newborn that's in distress. And like I said, I get emotional.
That's why you keep coming back every year, Karen.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And we really appreciate it. And thank you guys for everything that you've done. All right. Well, because you're the special lady of the day, you're going to give us the total.
Okay. $17,974.77.
Woo! All right. Are the kiddos going to help us with some of the change that you guys got?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
You want to come? Come on. You going to help Dad? It's lunchtime, Dad. Okay, the big helper. Here we go. Starting them young. You're starting them young, Joshua. Yay! Awesome.
All right. We'll do one more.
Good job.
You ready?
It's a big one.
Push on it. Push it.
All right, Karen, I'm going to ask you for that total one more time from Harrison Township.
$17,974.77.
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you all for what you've done. We appreciate it. And if you would like to donate, call this number, 582-7511. Of course, you can donate by old-fashioned mail if you want to 520 West Chestnut Street. That's WHAS, of course, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. You can also donate using Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, or the QR code that is on your screen. 100% of these donations go directly to the kids, as you just heard Karen say. Thank you so much. That's it for now from Corden. We're going to throw it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Connie, and welcome back to the studio. And Anime, I know we got some pledges we want to read. Remember, you can donate 582-7511, toll-free 1-888-382-7511. Donate to the WHAS Crusade for Children. And Anime, let's read a few pledges.
Okay. Travis Breeze has pledged $10.
Hey, how about that? That's an in-house pledge.
Amanda Jones has pledged $46.
And thank you to Sharon Ray for pledging $100.
And thank you to Barbara Goen, who's pledged $200.
Dorothy Wettig pledged $50. And then Brenda Taylor also pledged $100. Thank you, everybody, for donating to the WHAS Crusade for Children. Right now, let's toss it out to the Heath Township.
We're back in Corden, Indiana at the John Jones Auto Group. They're donating their parking lot to us today. We've got another volunteer fire department with us today. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to us, Chief, and tell us how long you've been doing the Crusade for Children.
Danny Stoltz, Chief of Heath Township Volunteer Fire Department, southern part of Harrison County is where we're at. And with us today on site, we got two with us that's had 49 years in, is Andy Aschenbacher and Buddy Lawrence. Greg Linker, he's got 46 in, that's been doing Crusade for that many years. And then we have one that's not here, Steve Hockman, he's got 54 in or whatever. And the Aschenbachers, there's 3 generations of them here or whatever. So
yeah, it's a big family affair for a lot of different fire departments. I understand if we add it all up here, I mean, we've got over 400 years of Crusade experience under their belts.
Yep. So a lot of years of doing good for the kids.
Yeah. And not everybody, when they raise money, gets to show off something like this off one of their trucks. I understand your wife made the quilt that's hanging up over there?
Yeah. We drawed for it here earlier, and then there's a s'mores basket that you see the pictures he got over there. There was a drawing for it, and then for the quilt, and then I'll give the names here in a little bit.
So this quilt, I'm looking at it right now. It's a handmade quilt, very bespoke. It took about 4 months to make, as I understand. Did you see this thing during the construction process?
Oh yeah, I had to put my input in, how it was looking and stuff like that.
I'm sure that was very welcomed feedback, right?
Well, sometimes it was welcome, and other times I get to look like, really, Stoltz, what are you doing?
Well, what are you doing here today? You have some names to read off and things like that. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what was going on in the communities and what you got going on with this list.
We started Friday evening, or Friday dinner time at Central, and we went till about 6:30. Rained us out about 2 hours early. Yesterday we collected all day. Rain got us a little bit later yesterday evening. This morning we was out for a couple hours, and then we come in here. So.
Gotcha. And we have some donations that were made in memory of some very special people in our lives. So let's start to get through that.
All right. Got Julie Fisher, $100 in memory of Virginia Fisher. Joyce Chisholm, $150 in memory of family and friends. Alice Fisher, $100 in memory of Carl and Ben Fisher. Virginia King, $100 in memory of husband Wilbur. Harold and Fern Lawrence, $100 in memory of family and friends that they have lost. Mary Lawrence, $100 in memory of Leonard and Marcella Lawrence. Richard, Jill, and Kent, $100 in memory of June and Cecil Garman. Tom and Linda Faree, $300 in memory of Earl, Thelma, and Stevie. Terry Carver, $100 in memory of Stella Carver. Gerald and Kay Jacobs, $100 in memory of Keisha, Krista Jacobs, and Jonathan Dickerson. John and Jessica Bliss, $200 in memory of Pops, Joe Bliss. Abby and Ralph Linder III, $20 in memory of Ronnie Coleman, Ralph Linder Jr., and Richard Best. Sue, Gemma, Jana, Danny, Cody, and Connor, $300 in memory of Gary Gibson. Yeager family, $1,250 in memory of James Yeager. Rose Chisholm, $100 in memory of family and friends lost. James Chisholm, $100 in memory of family and friends lost. Stoltz family, $300 in memory of Barbara Stoltz. Edwards family, $100 in memory of Randall Edwards. $100 in memory of Gary and Dorothy Gibson. $100 in memory of Gary, Dorothy, and Gordon. Randy, Sarah, Tucker, and Hayes, $50 in memory of Jacob T. McClanahan. Bobby Linker, $100 in memory of Don and Ethel Batman. Greg and Bobby Linker, $100 in memory of the grandkids.
And this just keeps rolling. It just goes to show how special all these people are and what their legacy is really going on to support.
Yes. 135 Auto, he does a change bucket down there that he has the guys, all the change in the junk cars before they scrap them and stuff, he puts it in there. That was $155.66. And then 135 Auto, $1,000. Ken and Sandy Rudolph, $100. Mockport Community Church, $400. Marty and Sue White, $25. Nancy Caseta, $25. Gary Gilly, $175. Millennial Fireworks, $75. J&J Home Improvements, $300. Snyder Construction, $750. Marty Wiseman, $100. Ronald and Marsha Lopp, $100. Ralph and Barbara Sherman, $50. Best Built Door Service, $50. Perseverance Chapel Church, $390. Tammy Crawford, $25. Steve Salins, $50. Long Bottom and Hardsaw, $250. So you see some of the shirts that them are wearing for the bucket ride. That's where Ronnie threw together. It was a motorcycle Jeep ride. They sold cups, shirts, and stickers. We got $1,295 was raised on that. We got another firefighter that done pulled pork sandwich sales down there yesterday at the Dollar General right beside where we was collecting. And the total profits for that or whatever went to Crusade was $1,347. Now, with that being said, the s'mores and the quilt basket sales or whatever, they brought in for the drawing of $2,215. And with that being said, the winner of the quilt is Lori Stewart, and the winner of the s'mores basket is Andrea Orm. we will be getting with you to get that to you. So I guess you're ready for a total?
Well, before we get to the total, I see that we talked a little bit about the quilt, but we also have in honor of Gary Gibson here, the s'mores drawing. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Gary and what happened with him?
How long was he on, buddy? 37 years. Gary was a 37-year member of the fire department. Ended up that he had some health issues, had to step down, but was still a firm supporter of the fire department, his whole family. And his family put that s'mores basket together to be gone for a drawing.
Yeah, and it's helping raise some money to do a great thing for people. His 37 years with the department on top of all the other experience that you bring here today. Any reflections you want to make on Crusade before you give us this total?
I mean, it's all for the kids. It's what we tell everybody, you know, so that's the main thing. And you can't think enough of the 2 days, just say 2 full days that we're out there that you consider this morning, that what the total is and what the community gives, and the businesses down there that support us, even not even in the Crusade, but if we need something to do something with, you know, they're there to support us.
Yeah, absolutely. Crusade is really just a reflection of the way our communities come together all year round. So let's give out that total. This is pretty exciting for y'all.
We're down a little bit, not a whole lot, but it all goes to the same cause, and it's there for what's needed. So our total for this year is $16,069.01. We're
$16,000. 16. We don't even need to talk about being down. The total Crusade number is going to be up this year. Let's give it a round for y'all. $16,000 for sure. That's fantastic. $16,000 raised here today. We've given out the quilt, the s'mores basket. Let's go ahead and tip some of these change buckets here. Let's share out the responsibility just a little bit here. Very nice. Here we go. Some extra change spilling out of the side there. Your pennies, your nickels, your dimes, your quarters. They all add up and they make everybody cheer, and it goes to an absolutely fantastic cause. Again, this is the Heath Township Volunteer Fire Department. We got people here with decades of firefighting experience, decades of Crusade experience. If you want to pitch in to their contributions, you can call right now 582-7511 or call toll-free 1-888-382-7511. You can always type in the website too on your computer. You could send us some mail, 520 West Chestnut Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202, or yes, that QR code in the bottom of your screen, it's burned into my TV by now. We've had Crusade on all weekend. You can pay with Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, and the Crusade's going to keep going online, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. You can find us there, and you can make a difference in a child's life by donating. We'll see you in Cordon in just a little bit.
All right, Ian, thank you so much. And we have a pledge to leave. Colton would like to read our next pledge. Colton, go ahead, my man.
Travis Slaughter, thank you so much for pledging $50.
Anime, I know you have a pledge that you'd like to read real quick.
Yes, we all want to give a big thank you to John Payne for his donation of $50.
And then we have a special pledge that I have to acknowledge right now. Stephen T. Pace pledged $100 in honor of Doug Profit and Bella Via. Now, how about this? If you ever watch Doug on the news and you see him read stories, there are 4 things that he is massively passionate about. We call it the 4 Bs. Bourbon, bridges, bears, and Bella Via. So, Stephen, you have no idea how much that touched Doug Profit's soul by you saying that. Really quick, Colton, who's gonna ask us to donate to the Crusade right now?
The $1 Million Man.
All right, and what would the $1 Million Man say in a time like this?
Well, I have a lot of money, and you know what I do with it? I donate to the Crusade.
Because everybody's got a price. Let's now check in with Travis Breeze and see who he's visiting with right now. Hey, Travis.
Hey, Kent. We're on Chestnut Street right now, and we're speaking with one of the sheriff's deputies who is providing the security today for us as we get up all the money here to ring us out here on Crusade Sunday. And we're here with Deputy Tony Fisher. And Tony, this is your first time ever doing Crusade, right?
Yes, it is.
What do you think so far today? How fun is this to be out here?
I think it's absolutely amazing to be out here right now. Everybody's so sweet, so nice. It has been a wonderful day so far.
Have you seen just a lot of smiles on people's faces today?
Yes, I absolutely has, and it's brought a smile to my face as well, so that's really awesome.
And you said a lot of people in the sheriff's office, they really want to and they have to volunteer and sign up to work today?
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's always so excited and talking about Crusade, so I'm so excited that this is my first year getting to do this.
Are you catching the fever a little bit?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely catching the fever.
Have you had any of the food yet? Any nourishment?
Oh my goodness, the food has been so amazing. The staff inside has been wonderful. It's been a great experience.
So yes, if you continue to do this, this is my third Crusade, and this was my second year getting to be at the station, kind of at the hub of everything. And you think it's going to make you want to come back for years to come?
Oh, absolutely. I will definitely be back next year and as many years as y'all will have us.
And you said that when we were getting ready to come on air, you said it was inspiring to you to see how everyone comes together to donate for the kids?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely so beautiful seeing all the fire trucks, all the volunteers coming in, counting the money, donating money. It's amazing to see the community come together like that.
All right, well, we thank the Sheriff's Office, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, for providing the security for today. Keep those donations coming in, everybody. 100% of the profits to the kids. Call the numbers on your screen or scan that QR code. You could say, well, back to you guys inside.
Back to you guys inside.
Thank you so much, Travis. And right now, we would like to welcome
Thank you,
in
Deputy
the
Fisher.
Jefferson
Appreciate
Town
it.
Fire
Thank you so much.
Department,
Thank you
joined
for
by
doing that,
Roy
Sergeant.
Hubert. Roy, who do you have with you this afternoon?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Well, and thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
And let me tell you something. When you guys come in every year to the studio and present what you guys have collected and brought in, how much does it mean, the work that you guys do in the past year?
Oh, it means a lot. I'm actually going to read a little something here towards the end that makes this week kind of special for me.
Okay.
So I've been doing this probably 22, 23 years. Just enjoy it. Being able to raise money, give to the kids, and good time hanging out with all these guys too.
What did you guys do in the past year in order to be able to raise the money that you did?
The biggest thing we did was probably a golf scramble back in the fall. I don't really have the total here in front of me. We do that every year. We actually have another one coming up June 30th. We do roadblocks. We did a lot of collections at Kroger's, and then a whole lot of checks get mailed in.
So when it comes to the golf scramble, how do you get the information out there? And did you have a pretty good turnout?
Oh, excellent turnout. I believe this will be the 6th or 7th one that we're doing this year.
You're probably turning people away at this point.
Yeah. Like I said, we do a silent auction. We get all kinds of donations. People really give it a lot of support.
Now, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I know, as always, you guys have a lot of people that you would like to thank and special donations that come in. So right now, I just kind of want to turn it over to you.
I just want to thank all the people at J-Town, people that came through our roadblocks, put up with us at Kroger's, especially people that just mail checks in. We send out mailers. A lot of those come back, so that really helps us out. A couple things I want to do. I want to congratulate Pat Walsh on his appointment as chief to Anchorage Middletown, and happy birthday to him. We've got a new chief, Mark Ullman, just started this past year. I want to welcome him. And, I want to thank all the members here at J-Town, the command staff, especially our 2 administrative assistants, Kathy and Leah. They get this money counted, checks processed. They do all the behind. Kathy does the golf scramble, and just amazing. So I'll let Captain Lyons here read a few thank yous, and then I'll jump back in.
All right. First off, we got Mildred Billy Ross with a $100 donation in memory of Tom Ruckriegel. George Walker with a $2,000 donation in memory of the rest of the family. Deborah and Nancy L. Wright, $50 donation in memory of their son Adam Wright. Aaron Benz with a $150 donation in memory of J-Town Fire and EMS. Tamara Gaddy, a $100 donation in memory of Jennifer Minturn. Donna Kays, $272 donation in memory of their dad, William Young. William and Helen Horde, a $100 donation in memory of Francie Eddy. Helen Collins with a $105 donation in memory of Corporal Brian Collins. GI Post 244, American Legion with a $500 donation, as well as the Women's Auxiliary for the American Legion, a $500 donation. Elizabeth and Tristan with a $100 donation in memory of firefighter Rick Gossman. And last but not least, Janice Hedgespeth, a $100 donation in memory of Keith.
Okay. And I've got a couple here. I want to recognize my employer, Noltemeyer Capital. I don't do this fire thing full time. I'm just a volunteer. But they sent in a $5,000 donation. An incredible local family. And then if they could zoom in on this picture.
Yeah, let me hold up the picture for you.
This is a family that means a lot to me. They had a baby girl last Sunday. Her name's Annie Kate McCullough, and she's got heart problems. She had open heart surgery Friday, and obviously still in the hospital with her parents. And I just want everybody to take a look at that and send them some prayers and good thoughts. And like I said, it's a family that means a lot to me. And last but not least, and I did make a $300 donation in her name. Last but not least, for my children and grandchildren and myself, I made a $3,000 donation from the loss. My wife passed away this past fall. So we're all missing her, and just want to make that donation to honor her.
Well, I am so, well, first off, we are all praying for Annie Kate, because that right there is a doll baby on this earth. So we're praying for her, and we're praying for you, and we are so sorry for the loss of your wife, and what a generous donation that you've made.
You know, no coincidence that she got born last Sunday and we're doing this crusade this week. So, I mean, again, love the family and love the kids. I will say that we're up quite a bit from last year, which is always good. Captain Lyons, if you want to read that grand total.
All right, grand total for this year is $147,187.43.
How about that? What an amazing year from the Jeffersontown Fire Department. You know what that's going to do? That is going to get a nice bump to the tote board. Awesome stuff. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the work that you've done. Oh yeah, well, yeah. Give me that grand total one more time.
Grand total, $147,187.43.
Yeah. Thanks to all you guys that put this on every year. Dawn and her staff, I mean, they're just amazing.
No, they're incredible, and you guys are incredible for everything that you guys have done just in the past year. And I know you guys are going to come back next year bigger and better, because you always do.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you guys so much, and thank you so much for donating to the WHAS Crusade for Children. Donating is so easy. You can donate now, 582-7511, toll free, 1-888-382-7511. You can donate by mail, 520 West Chestnut Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. Donate $100 or more, and a sheriff's deputy will pick it up on Sunday. That's the good stuff with the WHAS Crusade for Children. Once again, we want to thank the Jeffersontown Fire Department for coming in. As always, everything you guys have done to raise a ton of money. In fact, somebody needs to let me know about this golf scramble, all right? Because Roy, I ain't even got an invite yet.
Woodhaven Country Club, June 30th.
Okay, Woodhaven Country.
Check our Facebook page. There may still be smokings.
Okay. Woodhaven Country Club on June 30th. The Jeffersontown golf scramble, always a good stuff. Right now, we want to bring in Mount Washington. Come on up, guys. Hey, Jeffersontown, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate everything you guys have done. Mount Washington, come on up, guys. Come on in. Don't be shy. We don't bite. She may a little bit off to the side. But excuse me, sir, what's your name?
Sergeant Jones.
Sergeant Jones?
Mike Dooley.
Mike, how you doing? Hey, Sergeant, come on up. Let's come up to the table. Let's not be shy. We're a couple people that just care about each other. So let's just a little talk about the Crusade and the past year, and just what this means to the people of Mount Washington, to your department, to help raise money for this unbelievable cause.
Well, I mean, it helps everybody. I think the community pitched in strong this year. You know, me personally, I just had a granddaughter born that's going to use, hopefully, Crusade will help her. So it even means more to me than ever. But yeah, I mean, everybody pitched in. The department done a great job, and I'm proud of it.
and what have you guys done to be able to raise your money this past year?
We just done roadblocks. We did do a raffle, and that's pretty much all we've done this year.
But you know, it's amazing when you do the roadblocks and the people that come in your community and they know what it's for. They know that they're donating for the Crusade for Children. You probably are stopping up traffic at times because people are so generous in your community.
Yes, we definitely. Some people don't like it, but for the most part, everybody waits their turn.
You know why? Because they're late.
that could be true.
Well, I know you guys always have special donations that you also want to shout out. So right now, I just kind of want to turn it over to you and just let you guys do your thing.
I'm going to do some thinking, and we're going to draw a raffle, and I'm going to turn it over to the chief, and he's going to call out all the names.
Okay.
I want to thank the people that fed us this week. It was Half Times, Pauletta Key, Bullitt County Clerk, Derby City Pizza, Smoke Over Fire, and Crystal's Diner. And other than that, I just need somebody that wants to draw a raffle. I shook them up really good.
Okay.
However y'all want to do it.
Animate, do you want to do it, or Colton, do you want to do it?
Doesn't matter to me who does it.
Somebody, all right, Colton, you do it.
You want to do it? I'm not even going to look. Just one ticket.
Just one.
One ticket came out.
All right, who we got? We got
Tom Osborne.
Tom Osborne, 502-767-9979.
That'll be the winner. And I will be contacting him later. We'll turn it over to Chief.
That's awesome. All right, Anime, why don't you, I know Chief's got some things that he's like to read out and some special donations.
Like Mike said, we would just like to thank everybody for donating. And I've told a couple people this week, it don't matter if it was 3 cents or $300. It was more than what we had yesterday. We appreciate it. Thank you all. And I'm going to start with $10 to $45 donations. If I mess your name up, I'm sorry. But Stephen Thomas, Catherine and Jerry Rising, Joyce Russell, Clarence and Betty Cox, Charles and Linda Honecker, Irvin and Deborah Atherton, Billy and Glenn Bridges, Team Thompson One Realty, Thomas and Janice Gay, Robert Easton, Cynthia Phelps in memory of Terry Frizzle, Annette and Michael Razor. For the $50 and $95 donations, Pamela Mello, Darlene and Terrence Tinsley, Elaine Snyder in memory of Stephen Snyder, Tanya Lee in memory of Mary Nanan Stingle, Michael Mills in honor of Rose Downs Mills, Hazy Downs family and BJ Mills family, Whitney Voles, Angie Gloss, Sarah Jessel, Louis Anton, James Garman, Stephanie Weidmer, Winron Properties in memory of Wendell Capps, Winron Properties in memory of Melissa Mays, Vicky Sikora, Mark and Linda Vogue, Donna Smith, Daryl and Rosemary Parrish in honor of Daryl Parrish, Karen Joe Blamel in memory of Joe and Mary Sue Blamel, George Henderman Jr. and Barbara Henderman in memory of William Myers and Beverly Andrews, Linda McDonald and Paulette Campbell, Frank Hash and Betsy Hash in memory of Chief Rob Orkes, Daryl Dean Alvey and Patricia Alvey, Mr. and Miss Dallas Foster, Gary Schmetzberg and Ann Lynn Mullins, Rita Lewis March, and Lois and Connie Anton. The $350 donations, Carla and Vincent Young, Sarah Jessel, Rose Clements, Ramona Hoops in memory of Mary Louise Davenport, Carl Rudder, Donald and Deborah Diaz, MD and Donna Jasper in memory of J.R. Jasper, Smoke Over Fire Barbecue, Deborah Myers, Donna Coates, MC Arnold, Karen Bland, Craig and Carolyn Davis, Robert Welty, Ken Medley, Sharon Buffett in memory of Bob Dimpley, Charles Hartley in memory of Mary Frances Catherine Fisher, Edward and Janice Blamel, Sherry Craft and Denver Craft, Elizabeth Bass,
Ford Family Dental, Insurance Connection, Salt River Electric, Dr. Karen Hayden in memory of Georgia Claire Powell, Pamela Flitz, People's Bank, Jennifer Stone in the name of Sergeant Cox and crew, Dorothy Stout in memory of son David Stout, firefighter Fern Creek for 23 years, Lonnie Gravens in honor of Jessica, Kelsey, and Megan, Linda Davis, William and Bonnie Davis, Samantha Walter Fuller, Cora and Knox, Albhart, Lemonade Stand, Jill Harrod, Butch and Sons Heating, in memory of Joseph Butch Shepers, Floyd and Joy Scroggum, April Kennedy, John and Mary Johnson, in memory of Claude and Mildred, Rosemary Sandifer, Linda and Michael Minch, Donald and Margaret Wedmer, Marilyn Midcalf, in memory of Donnie Flops Midcalf, Anthony Mary Morris, Gina Nichols, in memory of Richard Nichols, Carol Bottoms, Joseph Mobley, member of Tom Mobley, Jay Stevens and Hansel Mobley, in memory of Dr. Tom Mobley, Gregory and Martha Thomas, Alice and Gregory Harris, Wanda Dimpley in honor of Bob Dimpley, Mr. and Mrs. David Cheatham, Vicki Foster and Greg Price, Charles and Julia Welch, Buyers Exterior Service, Gary and Leslie Fry, Lawrence Davenport for the kids, IMI Kentucky LLC, John and Donna Nike, James and Sue Tennell, memory of Jay Tennell, Karen Fisher, and V. Fisher. And for the 400 to 5,000, Shirley Milliam, Melvin Bischoff Jr. and Kimberly, Lawrence Lush, Breeden's Lawn Care, Stephen and Carla Wedmer, Stephen and Kathleen Cotner, Mount Washington Lions Club, Mount Washington Lion Club Fish Fry, Janie Gordon, in memory of Harold, Algar Excavating, in memory of Pete Bernice Marilla, Eshman Living Trust, Wanda Eshman Trustee, in memory of Rick and Beth, Michael and Cynthia Phelps, in memory of Carlos and Anna Phelps and family, Michael and Cynthia Phelps, in honor of special education teachers and students in Bullitt and Jefferson County, Anthony Caitlin, and LaDonna Eshman. And that's the in memories and the special mentions. But we are up a little.
Well, hey, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, like you said. It doesn't matter if you're up a penny. If you're up, that is amazing.
Yeah, because it's more than what the Crusade had yesterday. It's more than you contributed to the welfare of another child to do better.
And that's what this is all about.
That's what it's all about.
All right, so I know you have the grand total from Mount Washington that we would like to read right now. Chief, you got a little bit more reading in you, I know you do. Hey, by the way, you know what I say? It's a marathon, not a sprint.
So for 2025, we was up 2.1%, 37,285.
37,200. Wow, amazing. $37,285 for Mount Washington. Let's repeat that again. Give me that grand total one more time, Chief. I know you got it in.
37,285.
How about that? Please, hands together for Mount Washington and everything that they did. And by the way, Sarge, we are praying for you for that grandbaby and everything that you guys are doing and dealing with for health and happiness.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys for Mount Washington. Right now, we would like to welcome in PRP because we have got a special donation coming up next. Mount Washington, thank you guys so much. Come on up here, PRP. We got to make room. Come on, everybody. Let me tell you something. It is always good when we have a crowded TV right now. And this is the good stuff. All right, who do we have? Who's going to be speaking today on behalf of PRP? Okay.
So this is not specifically PRP, but we got a donation that we're receiving from this young man right here. Oh, it's going to be credited to PRP, and right here is his family. Yeah, and she's going to speak to you first, I believe.
So this is Max Cawthon. His parents can't be here. His parents are Sarah and Garrett. Max has been able to collect $100 to donate. Max is 25 years old. His parents wanted me to say on their behalf, thank you to Crusade for Children. You guys have done an amazing job. They have been part of Max's journey, and they want to say thank you for that.
Well, Max, thank you for everything that you do.
Max can't hear, Max cannot see, but his mother has taught him tactile sign language. She's also taught him how to do type on a Braille typewriter. She also taught him how to read Braille, and she's teaching him how to play the piano. So, yeah.
That is so amazing right there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Max and everything that he is doing and receiving from the WHAS Crusade for Children. Right now, let's get it over to Travis Breeze.
Thank you, Kent. We're in the Crusade office right now with Mike Bensing and Mark Hampton, two guys who have been volunteering for how long?
31 years.
Yeah, 31 years. Yeah. Started in '94.
Yes.
At least that's what we think.
1994. That's the best we can recollect.
And what are some of your guys' duties when you volunteer?
Yeah. So, well, I'll start out, Mike. So, we first got started when the former National City Bank became the bank for the Crusade, and we were working in the check processing area, and the Crusade takes in a lot of checks, more so then than what it does now. And we had an opportunity to come down here and be part of the people that set up the deposits for check processing. And ever since then, we've really worked here in the money area, the check area, and helped get the deposits together, and basically just do whatever we're asked to do now.
What is it like when you come back the first time you step in the building, another year of Crusade? What's that feeling like?
It's pretty good. Most of the people here know us now. When I checked in out front, she said, okay, you know the drill, have fun, and that was pretty much it.
And then we were talking too about how many Crusade shirts do you think you have in your closet or your dresser?
Yeah, so the polo shirts, my gosh, there's a plethora of colors in there. I'm going to say I probably have about 12 or so hanging in there. That they wear nice, they're good. I don't know who makes them, they're good quality.
They're soft, that's for sure. Well, what could you say to the people at home who may be considering donating about why it's so important, why this is such a special cause?
Well, being behind the scenes, we know how much actually does go to the communities and how much effort they take to make sure it goes to the communities that donated. They log everything. Everything is tracked from where it comes in, where it goes out. It just does a lot of good for the communities. Yeah, I would say, this is one of the few things where every dollar does go back to the kids. And
this year, like you said, is our first year as West Hardin, but we have been doing it for several years. I've been doing
all that stuff is covered by the endowment. So everything that you give to the Crusade does go to the kids. And when you see the help that takes place, when you see what goes on, it's really great to be a part of something like this. You don't find it anyplace else in the country. You really don't.
Well, that number to call to give a pledge is 502-582-7511 or 888-382-7511. 31 years of volunteering from these guys. There's some convincing going around in the building right now to try to keep them for a few more. But thank you guys so much for all your work volunteering.
Thanks so much, and thanks to WHAS Crusade. We really appreciate it.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Travis. We are now joined by Anderson County Fire. Heather, would you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Heather Smith. I'm a recruit firefighter with the department. This is Tim Harrod. He's a firefighter with the department. And this year is our first year in 10 years that we've actually been able to contribute.
Wonderful. And so what brought you back to Crusade?
Yeah, so one of our chiefs brought the idea up. He's real big into community. He just had a leadership change and everything like that. And so we're hoping that we can make this bigger and better each year.
Amazing. What has been your favorite part about being a part of the Crusade this year?
Yeah, so we actually pulled the auxiliary into it. They headed up a bake sale for Crusades this year. So all the auxiliary members baked goodies. We sat out at one of the truck stops in town, and our kids actually came and held booths and collected money. So it was really nice to have that community.
Amazing. I think one thing that's amazing about the WHAS Crusade for Children is that it's multi-generational.
Right.
You'll see families and kids and grandparents, so it's wonderful.
Yes, absolutely. And just seeing the community come together, we had stories of people that were dropping money off that their family members were retired firefighters, and they've donated year after year, and they were just really excited to see us doing this again.
That's great. I mean, what we hear all the time is that there's no one that hasn't been impacted in some way by the Crusade.
No, and I think what Anderson County represents too as well is that the Crusade goes well beyond the Waterson too. It goes statewide here in Kentucky. What does that mean? Tim, I want to ask you a question. What does that mean to have Anderson County Fire Department represented at the Crusade?
Well, like we said, we haven't done this in 10 years, so it's good to get back and give back to the community and have our community help and, be part of that and be part of something bigger.
Yeah. Why don't you give that truck stop a shout out? Who was that day?
That was the BG 127 truck stop. They just opened up this year. So Goldie is the owner. He owns a little stop over in Versailles also. And so he was a big supporter as well.
So if folks are making their way east, they can stop by and patronize, right? Because they're Crusade supporters, right? That's awesome, Heather. Great. Thank
Amazing.
you.
And I have to ask, it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be back next year?
Oh, for sure. And we're going to do more
I was
events.
going to ask, so what are the lessons you took away, Tim? What are some of the things you want to do next year?
We're going to definitely do more donation spots and, do some truck stops and things like that. We'd also like to, have things for the kids to come and explore the trucks and, have that donation set up.
Very good. Very good. And people ask you about the Crusade then when they stop by, and do you make them aware of what we do here?
Yeah, so I think years past they were able to collect over at like the stoplights and things like that. So we've definitely pointed them to the website to figure out and learn more about the cause.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Good folks in Anderson County, well represented here. That's awesome.
Yes,
awesome.
you are. And if you are comfortable doing it now, we have a grand total from Anderson County Fire District.
Yeah, so it's not where we wanted it to be, but we were glad to have just even a little bit. It was $563.25.
Wow. Amazing. Wow. So Anderson County Fire District, $563. Amazing.
Wow,
Amazing.
Very good. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
for all that you do. Yeah, and we'll see you back here next year.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. Great to see you guys making the trip in too. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Who do we have next? We got the good folks from Anchorage coming in, Alex. Anchorage Friday. It was funny. The good folks from Anchorage were great. My wife and I got married at Owl Creek Country Club.
Oh, amazing.
And the night we got married was the night a storm just ravaged up in Anchorage. So if you watch our wedding video, afterwards, it looked like a made-for-TV movie, thanks to the Anchorage Fire Department who came in and helped us navigate our way out through the downed trees. So it's great to have y'all. Come on in, y'all.
Hi, Chief.
Come on together. Come on, gang. Come on
Good
around.
To see you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, come on in.
Oh, look at all
How
these
y'all doing?
sponsors. Come on in.
Good. All
We all
right.
set?
And Chief Walsh, if you want to just explain who you are and who's here with you today.
Yeah, so we're happy to be here. My name is Pat Walsh. I'm the new fire chief at Anchorage Middletown. I'm not new to the fire chief and the Crusade, but this is my first year here, and I'm super excited. I'm very humbled and honored to bring a great total here on behalf of our community in Anchorage Middletown Fire District.
Amazing. And I feel lucky we just got to talk about this earlier this week. Only been chief for Anchorage Middletown for 2 months, and you guys just hit the ground running. How has your Crusade journey been this year?
It's been incredible. We just started. We started on Monday, and we really just wanted to let the guys and girls go out and do what they wanted to do. And all the crews, they started kind of competing with each other and really started throwing some shade at each other, and so it's been really fun. In fact, I gave a goal. We blew that goal away a couple days ago. So nobody knows what the total is. They've been blowing up our phones, like, what is it? So they'll find out here in a second.
Amazing.
But
So
something to be very proud of.
you guys were at different Krogers. You did a hot dog stand. What else did you all do for your donation effort?
We did. So we did not do roadblocks this year, but we did post up at every. All the Krogers in our district. So big shout out to Kroger. They were great. They let us come in, and we stood out in front from about 8 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock at night every day since Monday until last night. And also IGA. They're out in the east part of our district. So that we did that. We did do a hot dog cookout. It was so successful on the first day that crew on their next shift, which was yesterday, wanted to do it again. So I was actually, Peter here, he was kind of the one that kind of helped do that. So if you want to talk about the hot dog.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Yes, so like you said, I went to Hager Middletown. I actually helped them with one of the chips and hot dogs today. I want to give a big shout out to the crew at 34 and Gideon Thurman for letting me come and like help set up and everything.
Amazing. We saw Gideon Thurman yesterday wearing a Hawaiian shirt at the hot dog stand. Were you also sporting a Hawaiian shirt yesterday?
He had to work yesterday. He wasn't there yesterday, but the one before,
I was there.
There you go.
Actually, I didn't have a Hawaiian shirt. They made me wear a pickle outfit.
Oh, amazing. The Hawaiian and pickle outfit, kind of the same.
I had a Hawaiian shirt on at one of the other locations. We were kind of challenging each other, but yeah, so that crew there did a great job. But all the crews took their own small initiatives to really, they set goals every day and say, we want to hit this goal, and they were super excited as they were watching the money go in. They were like, all right, we have to change our goal for the day. So,
Chief, you have a lot of sponsors here locally, which is amazing, which is indicative of the entire Anchorage community. And talk a little bit, Chief, about some of your coordination efforts. This is your first time, like you said, kind of holding up. How'd that go for you, getting everybody coordinated to do what you guys do?
To tell you the truth, we just kind of told our crews, like, go for it. Shannon, who doesn't want to be recognized, when I first started, she said, am I good? Can I have the green light? And I said, go for it. And she contacted all these businesses who fed us.
Wow.
And set up
That's good food right there, too, you got lined up.
All the food, restaurants and so forth in our district, they really come out and support because they know the Crusade and they want to help however they can. So we're just really excited to be here.
So it was kind of a no-brainer for a lot of these folks. When you mentioned Crusade, it was just like, hey, let's do this.
Yes.
Let's get it. That's the beauty of the Crusade.
And what's even more awesome is that people are already like having plans how they want to do it next year.
Right.
We want to start a competition between the individual platoons at the individual stations. And so that ought to be fun. They're already trying to think of how to outdo each other. They want to start, as soon as possible by doing things like the hot dog cookout. And not only that, it's great to be out and see our community. And our community loves seeing us out there. So the kids get to come up on the fire trucks at Kroger, and it's just...
Well, and it's nice, too, after we've had all this crazy weather, and I know your first responders have been very busy throughout the weather, and everybody's been busy through this, to be able to kind of let your hair down a little bit, and for a good cause, and really just let the community come together in a positive light.
And it's something that's been near and dear to the fire service since 1956, when PRP issued the challenge back then. And so I know there have been some challenges going on, and I can't wait to see here in a couple hours when PRP and Fern Creek come in, because they've obviously been battling it. I'm very good friends with both of those chiefs, and I've already told them, like, I'll stay out of it this year, but we'll see you next year.
Yeah,
do you guys do this year round now? Do you have this little friendly jib jab back and forth with each other?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I bet it does. Yeah, I got it.
Chief, you've been a part of Crusade since you were young, younger.
I started as a volunteer firefighter in 1990, so that's 35 years. And every year, even when I left McMahon, I was at McMahon Fire Department, and I left for a few years. But even then, I would come down here every weekend and work every Crusade weekend. So the Crusade is important to me and my family. My daughter over here and my wife, she doesn't remember a year ever where she wasn't in somehow doing so. And it's the same way with all of our children. And so we really hope to next year bring some of that back and encourage the families that come out, because we're a big department. We're
I bet you are.
Of Anchorage, what used to be Anchorage Fire Department, Middletown Fire Department, Eastwood, Worthington, and Harrods Creek. And so that's a huge area
Yep.
with all kinds of people who have that history, who remember taking the trucks out door to door, remember taking the kids. And so we really hope to bring that back.
So tell me a little bit about, I was out cutting my grass yesterday and cicadas kept landing on me. So I want to know what the cicada challenge is all about here, Chief. What is that all about?
I guess I should vet these signs.
I was going to say it's your birthday too, Chief. We didn't just wish you birthday.
Know those two signs existed.
Happy birthday!
Yeah, what is the cicada challenge all about?
Okay, so we have a captain at our Eastwood station, Captain Cooper, who is the only person I've ever seen take a cicada and just and eat it.
You're kidding
And
me.
so I thought, man, this guy's crazy. So they were out at a farmer's market yesterday, and my wife was there with them. My wife and Shannon. So they decided to create this challenge that if we break our goal, I set a goal of 90,000. If we break that goal, that I would have to eat a cicada with them.
Oh no!
And so I didn't even get a chance to accept it or reject it. My wife here said I would do it, which I also think is funny because she gets mad at me if I eat grapes from Sam's and I haven't washed them.
Cicadas are different.
But she's totally okay with me taking a bug that was in the ground for 17 years and just eating it without washing it or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm not. So I did through her accept the challenge. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, I need to know what they taste like. I'm going to talk to you, Chief, because I want to know what this is like. 'Cause those things kept hitting me yesterday.
I don't even know if there's conditions. Can they be cooked? Does it have to just be right off the?
I've seen people eat them covered in chocolate. You could do that.
We'll see.
looking.
I've still got to negotiate with Captain Cooper and see how that goes. But,
Amazing. And I know you have some people to thank who
we
brought
do.
you here today.
We've got a big list here, and this list was like growing as we've been down here. So I'm gonna try to make it through here. I do want to recognize the food donations. We had Simply Thai, Roosters, Jersey Mike's, Wild Eggs, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Double Dogs, Jets Pizza, Captain's Quarters, Gander, Heitzman Bakery, Havana Rumba, Cunningham's, Dairy Queen, Olive Garden, Red Robin, Texas Roadhouse, Firehouse Subs, and Domino's Pizza, and Grounds for Hope Cafe. They're right there in Anchorage, and they came out yesterday and brought everybody coffee. So
Great. You guys were eating well.
We were. And I also mentioned the Kroger locations that we're at. I would like to especially thank them for allowing us to come. They're a great partner of the Crusade anyway, but they allowing us to be there made a big difference. The Kroger at Shelbyville Road in Middletown, the Plainview Kroger, Eastgate, Union Market, Forest Springs, Westport Village Plaza, Springhurst, Holiday Manor, and the Ballardsville Road location, and also the IGA right there at Shelbyville Road near the entrance to Lake Forest there. So I have some in honor ofs, and by the way, next year somebody else is coming with me to read. So I don't know if any of my officers there, but that's okay. Like I said, we just really put this together.
Yeah.
So I'll take one for the team, just like I'm taking the cicada.
You are for that cicada challenge, I guarantee you that.
So we have some in honors of. The first is from Ruford Tipton, $20 in honor of Anchorage Middletown Fire and Rescue. Sharon Rand, $45 in honor of Ron and Sandy Mirren and Bill and Kaylin Rybick. Catherine Kerpenstein, $25 in honor of Homer and Jenny Holt. Catherine Kerpenstein in honor of Captain Peter Kerpenstein, which is right here. Also in honor of Anchorage Middletown Battalion 38, Platoon 2, and Middletown Quint 31, Platoon 2. And in honor of friends at Anchorage Middletown Fire Department. So we thank her for those. And I'm sorry, that last one was from Peter himself. Ronnie and Margaret Eberly, $50 in honor of our grandchildren, Matthew and Emily Montgomery. Linda Brecker, $100 in honor of Jackson Brecker. I believe that's actually Broker. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I think that's right. Patrick Durham, $100 in honor of Kate Schafferman. Linda Broker, $300 in honor of Katie Broker. Megan Broker and Tyler Broker. Ellen Sears, $155 in honor of David Vetter. Clay Campbell, $200 in honor of Bill and Kay Campbell. Paul Fisher, $200 in honor of Jesus Christ. And then we have some in memories as well, and we always try to make sure that we recognize these. And so all these things come in fast and furious to us. So if we miss someone, I apologize. But we try to do the best we can. The first one is $25 from Linda and Franklin Moncrief in memory of Ann Selvage. Catherine Kerpenstein, $25 in memory of Chief Walter Lage, who was from the Anchorage. He was the chief of the Anchorage Fire Department. Shelley Herbert, $25 in memory of Donna Stout. Catherine Kerpenstein, $25 in memory of Jack and Elizabeth Kerpenstein. Teddy Androt, $25 in memory of Mary Kay Houghton. Bob Frizzell, $50 in memory of baby Maddie Frizzell. Susan McGee, $50 in memory of Carl Ramsey. Teresa Shanks, $50 in memory of Christian Smith. Lindsay O'Donnell, $50 in memory of Jane Walters. I should mention Christian Smith was one of our firefighters who passed away last year. Mary Bolton, $50 in memory of Jim and Tim Walsh. Janice Murphy, $50 in memory of Jim Walton. Larry Fry, $50 in memory of Judith Fry. Lula Reynolds, $50 in memory of Kay Moore. Edith Bingham, $100 in memory of Barry Bingham Jr., and all these are $100. I'll skip the amount. The next ones I'll read will be $100. Linda Broker in memory of Bruce Broker. Sheila McGee in memory of Charlie and Ollie McGee. Wendy Williams in memory of David Williams. Marcia Pierce in memory of Janice Woolfolk. Bobby Totten in memory of Larry Duff Jr. Shirley Herbert in memory of Larry Herbert. Still $100. Elizabeth Taylor in memory of Larry Taylor. Kenneth Ashley in memory of Margaret Ashley and Ella Porter. Larry Sparrow in memory of Margie and Clarice Sparrow in memory of Charlotte Vogel. These are $200 donations. Jimmy Buchanan in memory of Glenn Powell. We had $250 from John Broker in memory of Bruce Broker. Lee Holton, $400 in memory of Ann Archie Holton. Martha Sutt, $500 in memory of Al Sutt. Robin Sutt Morris and J.P. Morgan Sheck. Barbara Huber, $500 in memory of Gordon Caldwell and Mildred Jane Caldwell. Norma Clark, $500 in memory of H.T. Clark and Matt French. Martin Ware, $1,000 in memory of Brent Ware. Ronnie and Margaret Everly, $50 in memory of my best friend Terry Frizzell. Barbara Burrows, $200 in memory of Robert Miles. Rhonda McGray, $25 in memory of Terry Frizzell. Anonymous, $50 in memory of Terry Frizzell. Sharon Rand, $50 in memory of Terry Frizzell. We also had Janice Hanley, $500 in memory of Rob Crick. Walsh Brothers Lawn Care, $1,000 in memory of Tim Walsh. Anonymous, $1,500 in memory of Jim Walsh, Tim Walsh, and Rob Crick. Sarah and Scott Stevenson, $100 in memory of Jim and Tim Walsh. And Nancy Walsh, $2,000 in memory of Jim and Tim Walsh. So this is a really long list here. So your hand's probably getting tired. We can probably get somebody to come.
I've been working out. What are you talking about just for this moment?
And I'm sorry, in memory of Terry Frizzell, whose spirit, compassion, and dedication continues to inspire us. Her legacy lives on through the lives she touched and the kindness she shared. This tribute is made in her honor for the Crusade for the Children, cause close to our hearts. That was from her family. Bob Frizzell, $100. Terry Frizzell is forever remembered, deeply missed, and always loved. Catherine Beggs, $100 in memory of William Campbell. Christina Beam, $100 in memory of William Wigington. Barbara House, $25 in memory of Dave Dittmer. Daniel Harlemert, $200 in memory of Meatball. I don't know if Meatball was a legend.
That's great. That's awesome.
J-Town.
Yeah.
I guess everybody knows who Meatball.
Nice.
Yes, he passed away, and he was a great guy. Mike and Mary Beth Harlemert, $2,000 in memory of past McMahon firefighters Joe Johnson, Rick Gossman, and Dennis Sullivan. Mike and Tammy Sutt, $100 in memory of Al Sutt, Robin Sutt, Morris Luther, and Margaret Aaron. Dennis and Mary Stewart, $50 in memory of Carol Sansoda. Okay, this is why we're going to have a great year, because I've got like more pages.
Good.
We have Karen Klepicki, $15. Frank and Karen Skelton Pole, $25. Faye Tanner Pod, $25. Mark and Carrie Burnett, $25. Stephen and Sandra Schock, $25. Renee Shear, $25. Norman and Susan Kent, $25. Amelia Magruder, $25. Norma and Joanna Aiken, $25. Carol Bird, $30. Mary Pat Scott, $30. Alan and Abby Moskowitz, $50. Rosemary Gaddy Smith, $50. Chris and Angela Ballard, $50. Dennis and Margaret Erett, $50. Mark and Sheila Wren, $50. Vicki Schweigart, $50. Dennis Logsden, $50. Rita Sims, $50. These are all $50. I'll just Gina and David Holliger, Larry Paul, Richard Blackberry, Cecil and Sandra Steen, Craig and Mary Sakrup. Those were all $50. Then these were $100 donations. Jim and Diana Yates, Ronald and Sandra Jones, Jennifer Miracle, Keith and Cynthia Bowman, Douglas and Vicki Decker, Gene Duncan, Donna and Kevin Ford, Michael and Jane Mueller, Chris and Maria Gray, Nancy Armstrong, Harold and Eileen Carson, Ronald Horsley, Mary Beth Gibson, I think that's supposed to say, Robert Knowles, Martha Casey, Jeffrey and Deborah McDonald, Middletown Christian Church, we're still in the $100, Rita Gipe, Paula Broder, William and Sticklet, Sarah and Bobby Shanks, Barbara Troxel, Linda and Larry Columbia, Ann Deemer Trust, James and Sheila Koshaway, Mary and John Wheatley, Mark and Lynn Luking, Jean and Kenneth Crawl, Wendy Dotson, Robert Weddington, James Popple and Virginia Stewart, Robert Kalin, these are still $100, Peggy Prather, Jack Wilson, Nancy and Paul Dines is $125, $150 from Nancy and from David and Vicki Miracle, Kenneth and Laura Calhoun, Wilkinson Builders, I think it's supposed to say. James and Deborah Wright was $200. Arnold and Mary Van Etten, $200. George McDaniel, $200. Patricia Bland, $200. Mark and Norma Steigers, $200. Chris and Kathy Bingham, $200. Joe Wolf, $200. Mark and Rosanna Sims, $250. David and Diane Kilner, $250. $300 from Dolores Blaine. James Frazier, $300. Gwendolyn Eaton, $300. Lucy Spickard, $500. Robert Schwartz, $500. Roger Eggerling, $500. Janet and John Grigsby, $500. Kimberly Huffman, $1,000. Lynn E. Bell Trust, $1,500. Explained Realty Company, $2,000. And Gene Zender, $5,000.
Wow. Wow, that's
Need some water?
I know you're tired of holding it because that's a lot.
Wow, that's a lot.
Thanks everybody for standing here and listening through all that.
You guys, I just wanted to get Cupcake's deal. I wanted Cupcake. I turned around, Cupcake. I was like, oh, hello, Cupcake. How are you?
I'm great.
What brings you here?
Chief Floss.
Right, a big supporter of Crusade.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so where can folks come? How do we come up with the name Cupcake?
I like cupcakes.
Right. It looks like strawberry, maybe?
Nope. Pink.
No.
Anything?
Just pink. Just pink. That's awesome. Great to see you, Cupcake. That's for sure. Wow. Good stuff, Chief. Thank you so much.
Amazing to hear.
What's the cicada thing?
Yeah, we just talked
See, we
about
were just
that,
talking
Terry.
about it.
Yeah, we just talked about that. You want to join them?
Is there gonna?
No, he gets to eat one.
I
Oh my God!
Pick one off a tree.
Did you find one?
I found one on a tree out back. You guys
Oh
want
my
this?
God!
You ready to go, Chief? You want to try one?
I guess I'm going to have to do it twice.
Oh,
I promised to do it
no.
with Captain Cooper.
Oh,
also,
no.
I ate it.
I don't know what to do.
The last time they were here, I ate a cicada pie. And I ate the whole thing, and I lived to talk about
Okay,
it.
well, I guess I can do two.
You ready? Here we go.
Oh no!
A cicada for the Chief.
No! Ew!
There it is.
Ew! He ate the whole thing. So Chief, I got to ask you, what's it taste like? What's it taste like?
Chicken.
Chicken. Chicken. Way to go, Terry. Good job.
Now I have a mouthful of cicada
Oh,
to
you're
give
my
us the
hero
grand
now.
total.
After being attacked by him all day yesterday, cutting my grass, now maybe I might grab one. If it tastes
All right,
like
Terry.
chicken.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
Captain Cooper, I still owe you one too. So. Yeah.
Ew.
Thank you, Terry.
We had to do that in front of everybody. That's all.
All right. Challenge accepted. Challenge answered.
Okay. So as I actually I want to also introduce one of our captains, Bo Schuster, and his son Max. Bo, not to put you on the spot, do you want to say anything?
Bo, yeah, welcome, Bo. Your son a big Louisville fan? Are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know that baseball team's playing this afternoon, right?
No, I've been keeping the score up on my phone.
I'm trying to too as well, my friend. You bet, boss. So tell me a little bit about yourself, boss.
My name's Bo Schuster. I'm the captain of Engine 35, and on our way home, we might be driving by the stadium to see how the game is going.
Oh, they'll love you there, that's for sure. So how long have you been with Anchorage?
I started on the volunteer side in 1997 with the Middletown Fire Protection District, and I've been on the paid side since 2005. So this will be my 20th year in July.
Wow.
And I'm looking forward to, I don't know, 20 more maybe.
Right. Now, you're a lifelong resident. Where are you originally from?
I'm in Louisville.
Yeah.
A lifelong resident.
So what made you want to become a firefighter?
I just thought it was a great opportunity to do some cool stuff.
And when you think of the Crusade and the amazing job, you heard Chief read off so many names and how the community has just come together. What do you think of when you think of the Crusade each year?
Oh, it's just a lot of people put in a lot of hard work to help people that need help.
Right. And have you guys been pretty busy? We've had this crazy chaotic weather. You guys pretty busy as first responders?
It's not bad. I mean, the good thing about when my son got sick, one of the first things we saw was
It's okay. Go
was
ahead.
a sign from the Crusade.
Yeah.
So it really drove it home.
So this means a lot to you.
Absolutely.
That's amazing. Go let it out. Let it out. It's okay. What do you say, folks? That's what it's all about right here. Is exactly what you just heard. So pick up those phones. You can donate now at 582-7511 or toll free 888-382-7511. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not crying. You cry? No, I'm not crying. Right?
I totally get it. And this, the folks up here are just a very small piece of all the people, men and women, who got together this past week to really make a difference. And so I just want to thank here publicly all of them, all of our community. As I said, we're made up of a large area with a lot of great communities within that area, and without their help, this would not be possible. So I'm super proud. I didn't really do much. I just really unleashed the wild animal, and it's just kind of taken off. So we are looking forward to next year. As I said, we're already trying. I'm sure this is our Engine 35 and our ambulance crew. They're probably already thinking how they're gonna outdo guys and ladies next year. So anyway, again, I just want to say thank you to our community, and I'll just go ahead and tell you what our total is if you're ready for that.
So we already know that you exceeded the goal you set for the department.
So we merged, as I said, in 2019. The 5 departments merged together to be Anchorage Middletown. And since then, our record was $87,000. So that's why I set the goal of $90,000. Now, I will say that COVID happened during that, right after we merged. So we had COVID and some things after that. So, you know, we're trying to build back up, and that's what we're trying to do. So we definitely reignited the fire this year, and we're really excited. So our goal was $90,000. And so I will go ahead and give you the grand total. The grand total from Anchorage Middletown Fire and EMS is $124,000.
Wow.
That's phenomenal. Anchorage Middletown Fire over $120,000.
Yes, $124,311.09. And I will say that over last year we brought down $58,000. So it's a 115% increase.
Wow. You all just straight up Kool-Aid Man right through that previous record, Chief. Congratulations to all of you.
Incredible.
Great job.
Yeah. So very proud. And I said, I didn't do hardly any of this. It was all the men and women that are standing behind me, and everybody who's back at the stations, manning our district. And because I'm sure there are several out on a run right now that can't even watch this. So we'll make sure we get them.
Well, you all have a phenomenal team. Anchorage Middletown Fire, $124,000. Phenomenal.
Wow. Thank you.
Wow. Very good, you all. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's amazing.
Thanks for that other business that I texted you about. I appreciate that.
Yes.
You got good people all around here. Somebody helped a member of my family, and I just appreciate that.
Outstanding.
On the side of the road, stranded. That's what first responders do.
He was off duty out with his family and saw someone on the side of the road and helped her change her tire, and that's just what we do.
I'm getting in close, and I can't smell cicada breath. Apparently, it doesn't leave a lasting effect there.
I will say and I'll let Chiefs Myman and Mulvey fight it out when they come down here. But we will be coming for both of them next year.
Oh, here we go.
Here.
Thanks,
I
guys.
believe it.
Outstanding.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate you. The
Outstanding.
72nd WHAS Crusade for Children rolls on. Let's read the total together, everybody. As of this hour, we have
$3,376,569.40. Beautiful.
Thanks so much. You're very welcome, as always. Appreciate it. Let's bring in a member of our Crusade family over here, too. Perry Metz. That name is pretty solid.
The Mets name's pretty popular, right?
Scott,
right
you
here,
know
Perry.
Do it. All right, come on. Good to see you, my friend.
So, Perry,
Alex.
tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I represent the people in the other building who want to golf with Terry now that they've heard he kicks their golf balls back onto the
And that's
fairway.
all true.
Really?
That's all true. I give people a little boost now and again. They accidentally hit it in the deep stuff, and I'll say, look, there's a turtle over there, and people will turn their heads, and I'll go,
Nice mulligan,
that
right?
ball back. Look, you're in the
Outstanding.
fairway.
Outstanding.
I believe it.
Well, I'm like a lot of people in Louisville. I grew up on the Crusade, and my parents watched it go from a $100,000 March of Dimes to a community juggernaut, and it's just good to be part of it.
And your dad, as a host for us on radio and TV for over a half a century, was one of the 4 people who made the first 50 Crusades and beyond.
Been a member of the family here for every single one.
Yeah, that's pretty astounding.
What was that like growing up with such a legend, Perry? What was life like?
When he came home, I'd hear the real story because
Right.
you never knew what people were like when they were a little bit off the camera or off the mic.
I thought you were talking about his mom, Mimi. She was
No,
famous,
right?
too. Yeah, it's just a great
Two
Mets
legends.
family. That's right.
So she'd come home from the party and tell you everybody's secrets because people just talk.
But let me tell you guys, the big thing for a lot of us was if we were invited to the Mets Super Bowl party. Once you got invited, you were like, I made it in this town.
Oh, it's like going to the Derby party.
I got to tell you, the year they stopped, 8 people came anyway.
That's true. They had beautiful Super Bowl parties, but your dad's such a foundational member of not only WHAS, but certainly the Crusade for Children.
And our family feels really supportive and interested in the success of the Crusade, and that's why we give every year.
We appreciate that. Dawn's right over here next to us.
Hey, Dawn, come on over. Sorry about that. There we go. Dawn, we have a special check here. What do we have?
Absolutely, $5,450.
Wow.
A bit more than last year.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mets family.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
From the Mets.
All right, Perry, as always. Wow. Thanks for being on the team all these decades.
Right.
He had it spoon-fed to him as a child.
I was going to say, yeah, he's got a rich bloodline.
And Perry really set this up in memory of his parents, Milton and Mimi. And so I love that idea. And it has keeping Milton's legend continuing in the lives of children.
People would do the same thing for their family members. If you have the ability to set up any kind of endowment, it would be a wonderful gift for the Crusade and a great memorial.
Would you do me a favor and call me Bubby? Just one.
Bubby.
He called everybody. I just love
John,
that.
let me ask you before he gets out of here. What does that mean to have the Mets family still as big a part of the Crusade now to carry his legacy on?
It's remarkable because Milton really was such an incredible piece of the Crusade history that I was just so honored to get to spend his last few Crusade years enjoying Crusade Sunday. We would pick him up and bring him down here, and he never missed one. He just would not miss. It didn't matter how bad he felt. And once he got down here, the most incredible thing would happen because this energy would just come over him, and he would have that voice that everybody knew, and he was just thrilled to be here. And so for me, kids still being helped in his memory just warms my heart.
When you hear the name Mets and WHS, whether it's TV or radio, it really drives it home.
And
especially
Milton will
for
walk
Crusade.
through the newsroom, Alex, and if you had French fries, they were in danger. He'd reach over and he'd grab 3 and he'd say, would you mind? It's like, well, you already have them.
Sounds like a Joe Federle that I know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a Joe Feds carrying on the tradition here. I love that.
Right. Very
Great
nice.
people
Well,
we met.
thank you all. Thank you all so
Very
much.
Ah, boy.
Put a cicada in it. That seems to be the. Are they? Can we go get more cicadas? Is that how that
Well,
works?
I got lucky to catch that one. It was like
You don't have to go far these days.
I'm afraid it was a bumblebee.
Right.
And Chief Walsh ate that like a
Yes,
like
he
a hero,
did.
didn't
Yes, he did.
I was impressed with that.
Outstanding. Well, thank you, Don.
Thank you so much. We are going to toss it right over to Travis Breeze now.
All right, Alex, photojournalist Aspen Hester and I are on top of a Charlestown, Indiana fire department truck. I'm not sure if it's an engine or a quint or a ladder truck, but it's pretty clean up here. I don't know if the rain helped it out or if they got it ready. They probably got it all shined up for Crusade Sunday, that's for sure. But we're on 6th Street right now. It's going to be Battalion Chief Dustin Wheeler from Charlestown is going to be driving in the first truck, and then Assistant Chief Andre Heel will be driving the second truck. Last year, we were inside of a fire truck, and I think it was hotter last year. I think it was hotter last year, and there was no AC inside the fire truck. So this is a pretty pleasurable experience up here. There's going to be a little bit of bobbing and weaving as we go up 6th Street, that's for sure. There's one tree that we're going to have to keep an eye on. We're going to have to duck down a little bit. But we're ready. We're ready to make the jaunt into the parking lot here on 6th Street. So Charlestown, Indiana Fire Department is going to be coming up next, and we'll be right here on top if you can hear us. For now, we'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
I got it.
All right, and we are now joined by Charlestown Fire Department. Sir, if you'd like to introduce who you all are here.
My name is Brad O'Leary. This is my daughter Emma, son Tommy, wife Tiffany, our battalion chief's daughter Mara, his son Lachlan, firefighter John, and two of our daughters of our other battalion chief, Katie and Katerina. Lily, sorry.
Well, thank you all for being here today. How long have you been participating in Crusade?
The department's been doing it since '59. I've been doing it for 20 plus years.
Nice.
Wow. And what is your favorite part about participating in the WHAS Crusade for Children?
Giving back to the kids, helping the kids with whatever they need. This is the best organization that we could donate for. I mean, like you all said, it's 100% for the kids. It goes straight to them. So, I mean, our daughter, Emma, was got benefited from it when she was born. I know other families in the department also have benefited from it. But, I can't think of a better organization than the Crusade that helps the kids.
And you being a part of it for 20 years and your family benefiting from it, how have you seen this incredible organization grow over those 20 years?
It grows continuously. I mean, there's always something new that we can do to help that gets the community involved, and our community, everyone's community always prevails and pulls together and contributes to a great cause.
Chief, tell us a little bit some of the events that you had surrounding Crusade to help raise this money.
So we do an annual pancake breakfast every year.
Okay.
This year we want to thank Apex Sales for their monetary donation, the Copper Kettle and First Savings Bank for their monetary donation and assistance. And that event alone raised $1,072. We also started doing a golf scramble each year now. I think this is our second year. And we want to thank all the businesses and everybody that has helped make donations towards that. And we raised $6,000 this year off of our golf scramble.
Wow.
And we want to thank Don Lee and everybody that's here, a part of the Crusade, that makes this possible.
Amazing. And I have to ask, did you have any of the pancakes this year?
Yeah, I was going to say, what was the favorite pancake here? Are we doing straight old school, just running the mill, or did anybody get creative?
No, we just do normal
Isn't that awesome?
pancakes. I mean, the kids, we'll make Mickey Mouse pancakes for the kids.
Yeah.
So we try to contribute towards, make it special for everybody.
You guys have like a master chef at the firehouse like we usually see on TV?
No,
everybody
everybody
she said no. She was quick with the no.
No.
Is it nobody can cook at the firehouse?
No, they can.
just like everybody helps
Yeah.
majorly instead just
Yeah.
one person.
So is there any truth to the rumor that fire folks have the best chili? Does everybody have to have a chili? Is that like mandatory in a firehouse?
It's not mandatory, but everybody has their own little thing that they do.
I gotcha.
So,
You guys kind of share it amongst each other?
We don't put all the weight on one person.
Yeah.
So it's usually spread out between everybody.
Yeah. Well, pancake breakfasts are always fun.
Yeah.
It's always a great way to raise money. That's awesome. And what did you guys learn from this year that maybe you want to take and do next year to help Crusade?
So with us as our department, we with our staffing is the way it is now.
Yeah.
We are a full-time paid. We have 4 crews, so we don't have the volunteer help as much as we used to.
Yeah.
We still do it. We have those that still come out, but our crews, we go out every beginning usually in April, and we do as much door-to-door that we can, roadblocks, and mainly we've started gearing more towards special events. So like the pancake breakfast, the golf scramble. We're looking to do more and more things that can help increase things and
Is it a pretty easy sell when you say, hey guys, we're going to do a golf scramble, we're going to do a pancake breakfast? Is it a pretty easy sell for folks?
It can be.
Yeah.
It just depends. We have a lot of our community that they support us year round.
Yep.
But then we have other businesses that'll come in and help with the golf scramble. They'll sponsor a hole. They'll sponsor a team.
Yeah.
They'll just make donations just in general towards that.
Very nice.
So that helps with that event.
Yep.
And it also expands out farther, even outside of our district.
Right. Very nice. Well, it's great to have all of you here. Next time we have you bringing me some of these pancakes. I want to try some of these famous pancakes, that's for sure. Good deal.
Great. And is there anyone else that you want to be thanking today?
I have a list of business and personal donation mentions. We'll start with our business donations. For $25, we have Circle K and Kingside Storage. $75, we have Abbott Farm Equipment. $100 donations, Mr. Smith Dentistry, State Farm Insurance, James Construction, Concrete Lady, Blazing Star Lodge 226, The Shirt Lady, Grayson's Funeral Home, Charlestown Auto Collision, Dan Christiani Excavating Incorporated, Fields Custom Cabinets, Lotus Sign, Southern Indiana Linings and Coatings, Harpering Steel, Suburban Towing, Charlestown Christian Church Mission Home. Our $150 donations is Charlestown Veterinary Clinic, American Legion Post Auxiliary, First Savings Bank. $200 donations, Big G Supply, Mitchell Plastics, Specialty Manufacturing. $250 donations, Weatherall and the Charlestown Fire Department Ladies Auxiliary. $425 donations, New Washington State Bank. $500 donations, DEP Services, Munich Electrical Service in memory of Bruce Barger, Mr. P Collision Center, Andy's Roofing. $600 donations, Pleasant Ridge Baptist Church. $750 donations, Bill Broughton Trucking and Charlestown High School Sail Team. $1,500 donation, Backyard Classics. $2,500 donations, Heaven's Halo for all veterans. And $3,032 is the Stony Point Christian Church in memory of David Couch, Bob Lath, Don Meehan, Kathleen Edwards, Kelly Hurl, and Pat Elder.
Very nice.
That's a great
That's
list.
A lot of people. That's a lot of names.
Yeah.
Chief, that's a lot of people put their name in. I got to ask you, how many times do people mistake you and say Charleston instead of Charlestown?
It's quite a bit.
As one in the media who's done that quite a bit, I had to ask that question.
Yes,
it's too easy.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, I get it. Well, what a great community it is, though, as a whole. Just to see you all here and to represent as well as you do, and it's great to have your name out there. And so folks know you guys are doing good work there. That's
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Then we have our personal donations. For $25, Virginia Johnson in memory of Charlie, David Hayes Sr. in memory of Shirley Hayes. $30 donations, Paula Schindler in memory of Dennis Bauer. $50 donations, William and Deborah Nichols in memory of Owens Cooper. Jeannie and Sherry in London in memory of Bill and Marilyn Caldwell. Jeannie and Sherry in London in memory of Bill and Della Brewer. $75 donations. Terry and Bob O'Leary in memory of Mary and Ed Shane and Boney Armstrong, and in honor of Emma, Tommy, Rowan, Maddie, and Aubrey. $100 donations. George and Sally Doss in honor of Lachlan, Mara, Memphis, and Montana. Roger and Nancy Miller in memory of Bob Brewer and Norma Miller. The Resch family in memory of Bill Resch. Cynthia and Carl Kolb in memory of Bill Brewer from his children and grandchildren. Jeannie and Lee and Tammy and Sherry Slaughter in memory of Bob Slaughter. Andre Hill in honor of Lachlan and Mara. Judith Hall and Kimberly Morgan in memory of Carl, Arnold, Gerald, and Gerald Hall, who served many years with CBFD. Brad and Tiffany O'Leary in memory of Ed Shane and Mary Shane and Boney Armstrong. Brad and Tiffany O'Leary in honor of Emma and Tommy. Cynthia and Greg Burns. So this is a little bit special one for them. It's a $100 donation, and it's in honor of their first granddaughter, Kelsey Burns, who was born profoundly deaf and had her first hearing test, an ABR, in 1999 at 8 weeks old, using equipment donated by the Crusade for Children. So that just shows that it helps the kids right in our back door.
That's right. That's right.
$150 donations. Paula Schindler in memory of Bob, Kevin, and Jamie. Gerald and Deborah Knight in honor of her dad, his dad, Smokey Knight, Uncle Gene Knight, great uncle Jack Ennis, and all served on the CVFD. $300 donations. Bob and Kathleen Waterman in honor of Logan, Noah, and Hannah. Also in memory of David Waterman. $500 donations. Gina Johns in memory of Irvin Johns. And Michael Shulin in memory of paramedic Devonna Shulin. We also have a special donation that was made to us this year. There's an anonymous $41,000 estate donation.
Wow.
Wow.
So,
and anonymously too at that.
Yes.
And you think about that. And I think what's interesting what you just mentioned, Chief, now that, Alex, that's back-to-back people who have been directly affected by Crusade that have stood up here with us this afternoon already. And I think that is amazing. And that's a testament to all the good work that everybody's doing here today, that you all have done year-round. It doesn't matter whether it's a pancake breakfast or an anonymous $41,000 donation. To see the good folks from Charlestown show up and deliver like you did has been amazing. Yes. Congratulations to you all. Absolutely.
Great.
So for a grand total, we have $93,017.54.
So you beat the 90,000, so that means you need to eat a cicada.
We weren't a part of that.
Right. That's outstanding.
Charlestown
Great
Fire
job.
Department,
Great
97,000?
93,000.
$17.54.
That's outstanding.
Amazing.
And I want to give this young lady credit here. She's been holding this sign through all that. What's your name, ma'am?
Mara.
Mara, that's right. Chief mentioned your name. How's it feel to be up with this group and do such good work with the Crusade?
Good.
Good. Did you get pancake?
No.
No, she didn't get pancakes, but you're doing a great job. Great job to all of you.
And would you guys like to join us? We're going to read our current grand total right behind you. If you guys are cool with it, what we're going to do is just start and read the grand total. All right, so for the 72nd Crusade for Children so far, we have
$3,469,586.94. Outstanding!
Good job. And you guys were a big part of that. So
That's
thank
right.
you for everything.
Thank you.
Wow. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate you. Wow, that is outstanding. Let's toss to Scottsburg now and see what's going on up in Scottsburg.
Freeze, we'll be right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I got it.
Hey guys, we're in the back parking lot right now with Graham Fowler. That's your name, right?
Yes.
And Graham, you're one of the photographers for the Crusade.
Yes, I am.
How long you been doing that for?
I've been doing photography for the Crusade for about 4 years now. I started after COVID, and but for the Crusade itself, I've volunteered. I've collected with the McMahon Fire Department and helped out with that.
So did you ever go door to door or do a roadblock?
I did door to door. I never did any roadblocks because I was younger. But.
And you said that you had a story where your elementary school or your middle school?
Yes. So my middle school, I've been helped by the Crusade. I consider myself a Crusade kid. I went to Summit Academy. It was a middle school in Middletown, and they got money from the Crusade. And I can remember playing on the computers and seeing a plaque that said donated by the Crusade.
And that just spoke to you?
Yeah, it spoke to me, and I've always loved the Crusade since I can remember. I know a lot of people around, and it's been one cause that's true to my heart.
Wow, that is really special. So to help fund the programs like the ones that Graham benefited from, you can call 502-582-7511 or scan the QR code on your screen. And man, are you ever going to stop volunteering for Crusade?
No, I'm going to do this till I die. I even got a new car, and I have the Crusade license plate on my car. So.
There you go. Well, you can find his photos on Facebook and put out by the Crusade in the weeks coming up. So thank you so much, everyone who's donated. Please keep it up on this Sunday Crusade. We'll send it back inside now.
All right. And we are here with Republic Bank now. Can you all introduce yourselves?
Johanna Wheatley.
Steve Traeger.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being here with us. How long have you all been a part of the Crusade for Children?
We were just talking about that, about
17, 18 years.
Wow. And what keeps bringing you back year after year?
The kids.
You know, it's funny. Steve came up, Alex, and he goes, "Hi, I know who you are, Steve. You're very recognizable." Steve, and I've heard you a lot in the media, and you are a huge part of this community. What does it mean for Republic Bank to be down here with us at Crusade this year?
Well, we're a Louisville bank. I grew up here, Johanna grew up here, so many of our associates grew up here, and, you know, Crusade was part of our lives. As a Louisville bank, we want to be engaged in the community, and we've been very fortunate enough to achieve some success, and we're committed to making sure we share that success with those who are less fortunate, and I can't think of a more localized, better way to do it than Crusade for Children.
And I'm sure along the way, some folks within your organization have probably been affected by Crusade.
Absolutely, and who in this community hasn't been touched by the Crusade?
Exactly.
And we're here in the 72nd year of the Crusade. What is kind of your elevator pitch for why someone should support this amazing cause?
Well, to those of us who much is given, much is expected. And we have so many people in this community who have been blessed, and then we have others that, especially the kids. And I remember year after year when I was a kid and watching the Crusade for Children, and when you get to see the kids who are so impacted by the unbelievable stuff the Crusade does. I mean, that's what our community is all about, you know, sharing our success with those, again, who are less fortunate. So I can't think of anything better. You know, you never have to wonder where the money goes with Crusade. You can see it go to work right in this community.
Exactly.
Amazing. That's amazing. Well, we have you here. And Joanna, what does it mean for you to be part? How long have you been with Republic Bank now?
I've been with Republic for 11 years.
Okay.
I've been a part of the Crusade probably half of those years.
Yeah.
The last 2 years I've kind of spearheaded for the bank. And it's not just me, it's the other 30 plus people that I have in the backdrop that no one sees, who's counting the money, who's scanning those checks. So please continue to donate as much as you can.
And when you see the response when you work with the folks within Republic Bank, and you just mention Crusade, what's the reaction?
Oh, 100%. You don't have to ask.
Yeah.
People are always raising their hands.
Yeah.
We have a very, very wonderful group of employees here with our bank. We're blessed. We're blessed to have philanthropy that's easy.
Yes.
So for people to donate their time, talent, and treasure, it's easy.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing, and it's so great to have you all as part of the community, Steve. I mean, people know Republic Bank.
Right. She leads this effort.
Well,
She gathered, and thanks to our other 35, 40 people who are here today.
It
counting
does.
the money.
It does.
And it certainly has been a trying time economically, Steve, for a lot of folks now. But to see you come out and be able to do this for the community, that's something pretty special.
Well, I let Johanna and some of our others lead the way.
Right.
And, they're the ones who are doing the heavy lifting here.
Yep.
So I'm very, very proud to be able to stand up and talk about them.
Wonderful, wonderful. So what do we have here today? We have a special presentation. What do we have, gang? Oh my goodness. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. From Republic Bank, $10,000. That is a lot. Thank you so much, Steve. That is amazing. A second check. What else do we have?
Power Hour.
Power Hour has $7,200. Put your hands
Donate.
together, folks. Outstanding. So that is a total of $17,200. Thank you so much, Steve.
Very proud of it.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. I mean, and it just further gives more credence to Republic Bank, who people already know in this town, but now in this light, it means even more.
Well, thank you, and thanks to our customers for putting us in a position that we can do something like this.
Absolutely. Outstanding.
Amazing, thank you. And for the Republic Bank Power Outer, you can call right now, 582-7511 to donate to the WHAS Crusade for Children. Thank you all. So Republic Bank, over $17,000.
Now, I know, Steve, when we came on the air, Steve and I were trying to get the Louisville baseball score, so he's going to go check the scores, what he's going to do the same way. Top of the ninth, where are we, Terry? What's the score? All right, we can do that. All right. Let's go on and throw this now over to Corden and talk to Connie Leonard. Connie.
All right, guys, welcome back to Corden, Indiana from the John Jones Auto Group. Connie Leonard here with Ryan Hauser, firefighter, right?
Yes, I've been a firefighter now with Scottsburg for about 5 years now.
Okay, you're an old pro, Ryan.
I wouldn't say that at all, but I'm happy to be here. We're excited to be able to recognize people of Scott County that we're able to give so much for the cause.
I love it. And who you got with you back here?
I've got Lucas Williams and Casey Williams.
Okay, I got to ask Casey, how's your arm, Casey?
It's doing better than it was last week. I'm about 2 weeks post-op, so it's still pretty sore, but it's doing a lot better.
All right.
I'm glad to be here.
Are you taking good care of her?
I am.
All right. All right, Ryan. Tell us about some of the efforts you guys did for the Crusade this past week.
So we've spent the last week doing multiple different things. For the first few days, Monday through Thursday, we did like a setup at Walmart, and as people were coming in and out, we were asking for donations. And then Friday and Saturday, we set up a roadblock at State Road 56 and 31,
Okay.
which is what we've done for the last 40 plus years.
Wow. So 40 plus years. What does the Crusade mean to the fire department and all the people of Scott County, as you said?
We just love being able to support the cause and donate. Like I said, it's been going on for 40 plus years. So it's just been a long-standing tradition that everyone takes time out of their busy schedules, their busy Fridays and weekends, to be able to make time to work a few hour shifts.
You all were saying that even with the weather, Friday and Saturday at the roadblocks, people were still giving. They're like, yeah, hey, we're helping the Crusade.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there, so I wasn't able to see it,
You
but
got the
Lucas
info
was
from
telling us.
From the two behind you there.
Yes. They were saying that it was more maybe an issue of just people getting out into the weather, but once they were out, we were getting a lot of donations from them still.
Yeah. And what kinds of things, can I ask y'all a question real quick? What kinds of things when you're out and people are giving you money for the Crusade, do they tell you? Do you get stories about how it helped their family?
Absolutely, all the time. You'd be surprised how many people in our small county have a story to share with you. It genuinely surprised me the first time that I ever did Crusade.
Does that make you feel good?
Absolutely.
collecting money?
Yeah, absolutely.
And know that it's really going to the kids.
Yeah, that does feel really good. So many charities just don't, and this one just does, and we love that.
Yeah. And any great stories you heard?
Oh, it's countless.
Yeah?
Too many to even think of, honestly.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Absolutely.
That give you a good feeling after
Absolutely.
having to work out in the rain and
Absolutely.
stop folks and ask them?
Yeah.
They just don't have a problem giving to
Oh, no, never.
They love it.
Yep, it's awesome.
So we have people pull into the parking lots and write checks and go out of their way to make sure they stop. And very surprising in a small county. We're not exactly a rich county, but everyone's still willing to give.
That's awesome. Okay, and you told me, you know what? We just went out and did this. We went to Walmart, we did the roadblocks. So we don't have a list, but you did want to thank some folks that gave you all food and some things like that.
Yeah, so there are a few smaller businesses and like the fast food chains in Scott County that made sure to provide food to the crews that were working out during the rain, taking calls still while we were doing it. So I don't know exactly who all they were, but we just wanted to give a shout out and say thank you to all of them.
All right, they know who they are, right?
Yeah, they know.
They'll be back. All right. And you have a grand total, so we're going to ask you for it.
It was $9,089.90.
$9,089.90. You heard it right there. All right, now we have some of the pennies collected. So since you've done everything else right, I'm going to let you go ahead and put those in there for us if you want. Scottsburg Fire Department, thank you all so much for everything that you do. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right. And that's it. So from Corydon, we are telling you now that you can donate if you're at home watching this. 582-7511. You can call that number. Or, of course, you can just pick up your mobile phone and donate from Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, or that QR code that is on your screen. 100% of this money goes directly to the kids in Kentuckiana. Thank you all so much for donating, and we'll check back in with you in just a few minutes, guys.
And welcome back. It is the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
Isn't that amazing, Alex?
And it's fun to be back here with you. Last year was my first.
Right, it was my first.
It was your first, so now we're kind of not veterans, but
Right, well, and that's what I told Alex off the air. I said, you know, HAS 11 is always my Sunday vibe for dinner. We sit at the table and we watch HAS 11 News, and there's Alex.
There I am.
And I'm like, hey, I know her. So this is a lot of fun. Again, I'm Scott Fitzgerald. You hear me in the mornings on News Radio 840 WHAS with Nick Coffey on your morning drive. And Nick, our new host, we bid farewell to Mr. Tony Cruz this year. Tony wrapped it up, decided he wanted to sleep in a little bit, so it's nice to be on with Nick. He's a champion, and we have a lot of fun. Of course, Terry Miners is down here. We tried to get his attention, but he's too busy watching U of L baseball. I figured as much, Terry. He doesn't change whether he's here or at the station. Right, okay. So, Alex, it is great to be back with you and the entire crew here to be part of this fine institution. I've been here now going on a little over 25 years in Louisville, so the Crusade, I know it well. It's been amazing. 582-7511 is the number you want to call. Again, 582-7511. You can donate securely online, WHAScrusade.org. Or you can donate by mail and just come on to 520 West Chestnut. Like, we have a donation here, Alex, and I want to get, this is huge. This is the Bordenwood Township Fire Department. Bordenwood Township Fire Department. They are at 327 West Main. They're in Borden, Indiana, just on the other side of the river. Alex, they are donating $3,505.40.
Incredible.
Thank you so much.
Incredible.
We had the good folks in here from Charlestown. They came in. And, of course, Anderson County, Alex, which is testament to the Crusade extends well beyond the Waterson. And I think that's absolutely amazing. And to see this donation here, $3,505. Thank you to all the good folks there in Borden. We appreciate that as well. And I know you got some more folks.
Say, we've got, so all of these donations keep flooding in. Thank you all for your incredible donations. So we've got one from Cindy Bibelhauser. She's from Louisville, and she made a generous donation of $50.
Very nice.
So thank you so much, Cindy Bibelhauser from Louisville, Kentucky. And then here's another one, Janice LaRue. She's from E-Town, Elizabethtown here in Kentucky, with $100 for the WHAS Crusade for Children.
You know, it's funny because we were talking about the ones from beyond the Waterson, and I've got a couple here. Robert Powell in beautiful Springfield, Kentucky. If you've not been down to Springfield, that's fun. You go down there and see the good folks down around St. Dominic down there.
There you go.
Robert Powell donated $100. Thank you, in memory of Kevin Rogers, firefighter. He knows very well. And we head over to New Albany, Indiana, and Sharon Brodas is donating $25. That in memory of Laura Ross. So I appreciate that as well. A couple donations from outside Louisville.
Incredible. And then here a little closer to Louisville is LaGrange, Kentucky. We've got one from Barbara Blombath. That's $100. That's from Barbara from LaGrange. Thank you again, Barbara.
Very nice. And how about Milton, Kentucky? All right, from the 40045.
I haven't been out to Milton yet.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Is
You gotta
it?
get out and
Okay.
see parts of the states. We have beautiful state. Milton, Kentucky. Pamela Leiter, thank you very much. A $100 donation. So thank you.
And then we've got one here from Joel Felker from Louisville, Kentucky, and this is in memory of Jules Felker, $25. Again, that's from Joel in memory of Jules Felker.
Beautiful. And out there to Norton Commons, beautiful Norton Commons. If you've been out there,
Mm-hmm.
Prospect, David Eager has donated $100. Thank you, David. Appreciate that.
Incredible. We've got one here from Kathy Spiegel from Louisville. She's donating $50 in memory of Rose and Bob McLean. Again, Kathy Spiegel, $50.
Very nice. Glenna Roundtree, she donated $50 as well. Thank you so much. And Jerry Scott sent in a donation of $50. Thank you.
We've got Jacqueline Pignato, $100 here from Louisville
very
in memory of her husband, Joseph.
All right, and up to the knobs. I love rolling through the knobs when I go to Huber's, right?
I love
Always,
Huber's.
I do too. Leon Stiller, thank you very much. $200 donation, which is awesome.
Amazing. We've got Kathy Liebert Clark, $100 from Louisville off Goose Creek Road.
And in memory of in honor of Jim Williams, Claire Williams donating $30. Thank you very much, Claire.
Dave.
Oh, I think we have a winner,
Okay,
Alex.
I think we have
a winner. I think Louisville's on to the College World Series, right, Terry?
There you
Well,
go.
we've got all kinds of good news over here.
Yeah. Terry Miners wanting to do a dog pile.
Right? Very nice.
Good times going.
Very
We've got
nice.
David Boyer from Jeffersonville, Indiana with $100 out in old Jeff.
And over to Vine Grove, Kentucky, Daryl, in memory of Daryl and Paul Dilly. Pamela Dilly giving $50 as well. Are your L's up, dude?
My L's are up, dude. Congratulations. We appreciate you watching our WHAS Crusade for Children. Just so that you're up to speed on everything, the Louisville Cardinals are headed to the College World Series.
That
Let's
is
go!
awesome. First time since 2019. A couple of St. X boys on that team. Ty Star.
A lot of great talent, and they just beat Miami 3-2. So we're all.
Do we know how Murray's doing?
No.
Okay, we need to find out how Murray's doing. No, it's okay.
take
All right. Perfect. Oh, wait, is that
Murray's
Jody?
up. Jody's
Murray's
up.
up. Jody Myman.
He's on these things.
We're a baseball-rich environment, Terry Myman.
Well, we have been since Stan McDonald arrived here, and it's taken us to the promised land many times. But this is fun. Now this gives us all something to go crazy about this week, College World Series in Omaha, Nebraska. So I can sound like Peyton Manning and go, Omaha!
That's right, Terry. That's right.
you go.
Good stuff here. Terry, this has been so much fun. I can't thank you for connecting me with the people here at Crusade, brother.
That's what we all do. We're all a family.
Terry got me in line here to do this, and Phil's been wonderful to produce.
We're all a family here.
So I appreciate that.
All right,
Who do we
let's
have?
bring in our Crusade family.
Here we go.
Hey, Dawn, good to see everybody. We're going to talk about the Buddy Award. Go ahead, Alex.
I'm good. I'm good. Yes.
Well, and we all work for the Crusade staff. We're part of the Crusade staff, and every year there is an award that's given, and it's the Buddy Award, and it is in honor of the legacy of Bud Harpsmeyer, who was a previous director who was here for a long, long time and laid an incredible foundation for all of us. And the integrity and the hard work that he brought to the Crusade, we always look for an award recipient that matches those criteria.
Amazing.
And so the staff come together every year to evaluate suggestions, and this year our winner rose to the top, so we wanted to present it as a group, and we want the Buddy Award this year to go to Jeannie Salisbury.
Wow. Oh, so Jeannie, you didn't know you were going to get this award, did you?
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, congratulations. What does that make you feel like?
I have no words.
Jeannie, tell us how long you've been involved with Crusade. What brought you to Crusade?
About 40 years ago, I volunteered with a group called DPMA, Data Processing Management Association, and we did data entry in the lobby, and I've been here ever since.
And now when you do the work and you see all the people that come through here, it's going to set in. What do you think you're going to be thinking tonight before you put this all to rest? How long have you been working at Crusade? I mean, at least this year, would you say how much time are you putting in?
Oh, It's different every year.
Yeah,
yeah. So.
She
You've been working
even
a lot.
works at home at night.
You do?
Yes.
So do you have family at home?
No, I live by myself, thank goodness, and I don't have to worry about keeping anybody up at night.
Right. So when the dust settles and you get a chance to look at this award, and you say, these are some pretty popular names here.
Who carried that award out here and hid her name on there? Somebody hid it from her. Heather.
What's your name, ma'am?
Good work, Heather.
Heather Benson.
Heather, tell us a little bit about what it's like to see something like this.
Well, Jeannie's just one in a million. You know, how many people do you know that have volunteered somewhere for 40 years and works harder than I know I do?
Yeah, right.
So she's just wonderful. We love her.
And you have a nice team that's here that's assembled. What's it like working with all these folks for Crusade?
Oh my goodness, we all just come together and do our parts, and it just melds together so well. That's why this is like it is.
Have you all worked together for a long time?
I mean, for a minute, yes.
And we do have guys that work with us, but they're in the control room and behind the camera here. So we do love them as well. We're not shutting them out.
I don't.
Terry
love all
doesn't.
these
Terry
women
just comes
folk
along
here
for the
at
ride.
Crusade because they really keep this place running. Every time I walk into the Crusade office, you feel this positive energy. I got to see you every time I come in here because there's so many positive people that just bring that perfect energy for the Crusade for Children. And so they're working on it all throughout the year. And I know how hard you work and everybody else on the crew. But congratulations to you.
Yeah.
Jeannie, congratulations. So you guys can take her out to dinner. Does she get like a big
Yeah, we love to eat.
You know? Jeannie, that is so awesome. Jeannie, have you received many awards throughout your time? And
Never.
it's like when they always ask people, "Hey, have you ever won the lottery?" And people go, "Never,
Never.
So this really holds dear to you.
Jeannie, I got my toolbox in my car. I'm going to affix that to your hood for a hood ornament.
Right.
So you can drive around with that thing showing.
Jeannie,
Let's let people know.
And Jeannie, after winning this award, and when you want to encourage others to come, if you're speaking, maybe somebody's at home and they want to come work for Crusade, what do you tell them?
Come on down. We can use all the help we can get.
Right on, Jeannie.
Indeed.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's
I
outstanding.
can hear Elton John singing "Oh Jeannie" right now.
Right. That
your
is
song,
outstanding.
right?
Great work, ladies. Great
That's
work.
it. Okay. Well, we appreciate it. It's the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. Look at our total at this hour.
$3,478,676.84.
We love
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, we do.
All right, let's turn it over to Shively Fire now. Oh, Shively Fire's
Shively's
here.
right
They're coming
here.
in. All right, well, come on in, folks.
Thank you.
Come on in. Come on around, boss. Look
How
at this
are you?
shirt.
That's a shirt, baby.
Look at this. I think.
I like it.
So tell me about this show. First of all, what's your name, sir?
Mike Allendorf, Fire Marshals, Shively Fire.
All right, Lively Shively. What's going on down in Shively nowadays?
Not much anymore. I think the tone of the lively's gone, but it's still our moniker, our motto. We still have it and embrace it in the firehouse.
Yeah.
But other than that, we're doing pretty good.
And now that you got that Dixie Highway straightened around, at least for the most part. Some people disagree.
Yeah, I think some people are going to disagree with that. And I think sometimes our fire apparatus have difficulties.
Do you? I was going to ask you about that
But,
because I come down when I go to and from Flagey a bit. I've noticed an improvement. But what's that like trying to navigate after the change happened?
It does. It is predict a little trouble. We also run into those that are not using the turn lanes correctly, where we're trying to make the correct turn and someone's making an illegal turn, and that hinders our apparatus a little bit as well. Because let's face it, we just can't turn a fire truck on a dime.
No, you can't, right? No. Tell me a little bit about this shirt, boss. What do you got here?
Well, it's just a Hawaiian shirt. Had the Hawaiian shirt. It's it's summertime. We got collected. We got to represent the good old heat. What better way? Some Hawaiian shirts. Got my fire apparatus on here. Got a fireboat somewhere on there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we do.
We don't have a boat in Shively, but it's kind of a little landlocked.
So I think your Hawaiian shirt brought out the sunshine for us.
Yeah. So it's feeling good out there. Humidity's there.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, definitely.
Amazing. So how long have you been a part of the WHAS Crusade for Children?
Oh, well, I've been with a couple different departments, so this is year number 35.
Oh, my.
Congratulations.
So thank you.
Oh, my.
Was it for you all? You couldn't be doing that and getting that next number.
And how long you been in the firefighting business?
Same amount of time.
No kidding. How'd you start?
Oh, gosh. Well, there's this one little TV show back in the 70s called Emergency.
Love that show. Love that show.
Got bit by that watching that TV show, and then that's all she wrote.
So how true to life when you look at some of these fire dramas have been a big deal lately, and they've had a lot like Chicago. How true to life are those?
Well, there are fires. They are hot. People do need our assistance. That's about it.
Would you say maybe emergency was a little closer to the truth than firehouse light?
Absolutely. I still stand by that. That class when I was teaching fire classes, I would show that at break and at lunch. It is the most realistic fire show that ever was created, even by today's standards.
So you're a Randolph Mantooth guy or Gage?
I was a Roy DeSoto guy.
Oh, Roy DeSoto, that's who it is. Yeah, Roy
The
DeSoto.
reason that was he started out as a fire marshal. I'm a fire marshal, so that was kind of the tie. And then John Gage he was more of the rescue guy.
Right.
And there's those that love the rescue. I'm more of the other side.
What do they mean by 10 ringers CC? They always said in this show.
Oh, that was a drug that was administered, lactate ringers, that's a medication, and then sodium bicarb, another medication. It was just IVs that he established to help the patient.
Seemed like they were always giving it to him, and I never knew what it was.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's got to be some wonder drug.
Everything was TKO, to keep open. That term's still used today.
But you guys don't carry the big box with the phone and...
No, it's all handy talkies and other things nowadays.
Outstanding. It's so good to have the folks from Shively here, Chief. Appreciate you coming through, man. Appreciate you. I love going down there and visiting with the folks down at Flagey. I got good stuff going on down there and down. Is that and Notre Dame Academy? They do good stuff down there, that's for sure. So what you got for us today, boss?
Well, I'm going to sit this
Hold that?
Yeah, sit that right there.
Okay, I'm sorry if it hit anything.
That's all right.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank the citizens and businesses in Shively that donated to us. If it wasn't for their generosity, we couldn't have the total that we have, which has your house tote board, which eventually goes to the kiddos and helps those children in need. And then after that, I would like to thank the mayor and our city council for allowing us to do what we do, go out and collecting. And last but not least, Chief Mucker for giving us not the day off, but he understands that this has to get done, and we have to do our collection, but we also got to maintain the firehouse, but we let it go a little bit. We'll catch up Monday, do our window stuff Monday.
Right.
Mopping floors. The other side.
There's a lot of that stuff goes on, right?
Everybody thinks we just put out fires, but no, we got to clean the firehouse,
Yeah,
windows, floors, all that good stuff.
You do the dishes too?
Not me, I'm a fire marshal.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Right.
We have other people who will do that.
Give those to the rookies?
It does.
Yeah, I bet it does.
A lot of those chores will go to the young guys, and we have a few of those on board right now, so they got to do it.
Good.
And can you talk about some of the ways that you guys got donations today and we're out in the community this year?
We got some businesses that send in checks the old-fashioned way, which we'll take that. And then we did the old-fashioned roadblocks, and that's pretty much it, all we did this year. We're trying to think of some different things for next year, trying to think outside, but we're a very small department. We got about 8 square miles, about 23 firefighters, so we're small. But we're going to try to do something different. Think outside
Small
the
but
box.
mighty.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, something like that.
Nice.
So,
what do you got for us, boss?
Well, I'm going to start with some business donations. These are all those that gave to us that were under $1,000, and that is Shively Lewis and Parkland Lodge, Jet Sarah Global Fabricating, also known as Back Alley Ornamental, SureFit Dentures, Hotel Tax Group, Southwest Pallet Recycling, Churchill Downs VFW Post 2921, Michener's Distillery, and the Hazelwood Center. We had one donation that was $1,000 or more, and that was Louisville Cartage.
Oh, nice.
So that was our businesses. Some residential checks that we had was under $100. We had Judy Harris, Shanita Wright, and Catherine Ansert. We had a few checks that were over $100. One was from Pam Burris, M. Diane Stuffin, and then Michael Stuber. What's cool about what he does is they do an annual block party in their neighborhood, and then they do a chili cook-off with their neighbors. So they always invite us. I don't know why they invite firefighters in Chile.
Oh, we just were asking that question in Charlestown, right?
Yeah,
Go figure, right, boss?
We come out there and we'll judge that chili, and then he gives us a check for $200, which we appreciate.
Yeah.
You get to be one of the judges?
I have once.
Nice.
Sometimes it's on a Saturday, and I try to get out there if I can't. The crews always want to go out there. It's one of the details they like doing because they need to eat.
Right.
I haven't
Go figure.
I know. It's just like us in Chile and those law enforcement people eat those little round biscuits.
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
I won't
heard those.
Well, I'm not going to say what it is because.
Right.
Also have a couple of memory honor ofs. Teresa Least, $50 in memory of Joyce Palmer. Brian Wathen, $100 in memory of his father, Chief Ronnie Wathen, who was a past Shively Fire Chief who passed away last year in 2024. Bruce and Wenda Himes, $50 in honor of Mildred. And Mike and Becky Allendorf, $125 in honor of our 5 incredible green kiddos.
Good. Good deal.
We did get some food. Again, talking about Chile and food.
Talk about food. That's all right.
We did have some wonderful folks that helped us out this year. Beer Nose on Dixie Highway, Papa John's on 7th Street Road for donating pizzas. Saturday we tried to do like a little pizza party.
Yeah.
Come in, get everything broken down and then have a little party for our folks, and they donate.
Big shout out to my man George Timmering with Beer Nose.
Yes,
He is always wanting to step to the plate, brother.
He does. He takes
Yep.
care. I know
Yep.
some of the other Beer Nose locations donated as well.
Yep, yep.
So yeah,
Good
hats
deal.
off to them.
Good
And also
deal.
Pizza Hut on 7th Street, they dropped us off some pizza today for lunch.
Oh my!
Oh yeah, those 4 pizzas were nice and warm right out of the oven.
Say, never mind the chili. You all about the
Went
pizza.
Well, yeah, we'll take with anything.
That's
You know,
my
we're
kryptonite
firefighters.
too. That's
Crusade,
my
we'll eat
kryptonite.
anything.
Yeah, I
You
can
know,
eat
I've
pizza
done a
all
few of
day.
that myself over the years.
Yeah.
Got a couple miscellaneous things
Sure.
people like to thank. Safety Co. Millers Lane, they donated one of those message boards, electronic billboards for us, just to advertise our roadblock and all that. So we appreciate them doing that for us. I know they help other departments out, but having them in our backyard works out, and it's great for us. Last but not least, I'd like to thank Becky for coming up to the past 3 days and cooking for the firefighters at the firehouse. Her coming up cooking for the firefighters, that way they can stay on the street and they don't have to get the young guy in to cook.
Right.
You know, we have some people that, they cook a minute rice, we'll run a minute, you open at the top, it's got water in it. So sometimes you got to teach the firefighters how to cook.
Right. Right.
But other than that, I have a grand total for you all.
Let's do it.
I know you're
Come
all
on
busy.
now.
For the grand total from Shively Fire Department for 2025 and for the 76 Crusade for Children, Shively is proud to donate $9,292.31.
Amazing. Outstanding.
Shively
Thank
Fire
you.
Department,
Thank you.
$9,292.
And 31 cents.
And
31
You
cents.
cannot forget the 31
helps.
cents.
That rates
It does.
it up a little bit.
It does. And let's just get a grand total
Let's read
right
it.
now
Let's
that we
read it,
have
boss. What do
so
you say?
far.
Here's what we have.
Got
$3,478,676.84.
Incredible.
So if you're down seeing the good folks in Shively, stop by and see my man and get a look at his cool shirt, will ya? All right, let's toss it out to Travis now here at Crusade for Children.
All right, guys, we are in most people's favorite place today here on Crusade weekend, the food hall here in the garage. And I got Perry with me. Perry, how long have you been volunteering for?
A long time. I've been with it. I love the Crusade.
What were some of your first memories as a kid volunteering with Crusade?
As a kid, they used to have it at Memorial Coliseum, which was a union shop, but a big stage and enormous audience. And people would come in all night long because the Crusade ran for 24 hours. It was pretty exciting.
And would you do the overnight shift sometimes?
Well, then I was just a kid. I was there to watch.
Hey, well, sounds like you're pretty involved. And then we got Kelly Logsden, who's one of our Crusade employees. So Kelly, you planned for this all year long. I know your voice wasn't quite prepared for the weekend, but what does it mean for you to see everything come to fruition this weekend?
Oh, it's truly amazing. All these vendors and all these donations, all these companies that donate food, Kroger's, KFC, Cracker Barrel. I mean, I just have a whole list of people, generous community.
Papa John's, Huber's Family Restaurant that donated food. And you guys said we serve 3,000 people, some of them twice, some of them 3 times?
Well, whatever they want. With the firefighters, you want them well fed. These guys work hard and they do a great job for the Crusade. But Kelly has done a great job because she sees to it that they get fed.
Well, yeah, this is kind of their celebration meal after they drop off the money, come in here, get some barbecue and whatnot. All right, well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for keeping everyone fed. And we're going to send it to the Corridon remote now, where Ian Hardwitt is with the Akron Fire Department.
We're here in Corridon, Indiana, but make no mistake, we're talking to a Kentucky Fire Department today. This is the Akron Fire and Rescue Volunteer Fire Department coming to us from the center of Meade County. This is Captain Adam Whitford, and just tell us a little bit about what is special about this year raising money for the Crusade.
I mean, this year is great like any other year. The opportunity to be able to provide for the children of our community and for this area through this program is something that we really relish and we cherish, because I've been around the country, never seen anything like this anywhere else, and have the opportunity for our department to participate in this means a lot to us.
And I understand you're honoring former chief of the Meade County Fire Department, right?
Yes, Chief Larry Nazer passed away in December. He was a key element in training a lot of the firefighters throughout our county. He was actually a captain on our fire department at one point before he got ill. He passed away from that illness, so everything that we're donating today is in memory of him.
Yes, and if he did that for the recruits, I'm betting that he had a long history with Crusade as well.
Absolutely. I've seen pictures of him all the way back from when he had hair. So that was a long time ago.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what made this crusade happen for y'all. It's not just the roadblocks. I understand your wife here, Anne Marie, had planned a golf scramble, right? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, so this year we hosted our 3rd annual golf scramble to raise money for Crusade for Children, and it was very successful. We are so thankful for all of our sponsors and all of our team players who helped us out this year. So that will go into today's total that we'll read later.
Yeah, before we get into all the special people that we want to thank today, I understand you also did some door-to-door knocking, and the kiddos are a part of that. So do we want to say anything about who we're joined here with today in these little shirts?
So this is one of our firefighters. His name is Michael Gardner, and these are his children. And they have been along the ride with us this whole time. So they've been such a great help.
Yeah, shout out to the Gardner family there. We know going door to door is a big undertaking, and when all this adds up, I mean, it's a truly massive total, but we have some special people we want to thank today, so let's just start pecking down the list here.
Okay, so first of all, we have a $15,000 donation from an anonymous donor in memory of Philip Aaron Embry and Nolan Lane Snyder. We have a $9,000 donation from the Ekron Fire Department 3rd Annual Golf Scramble in memory of Chief Larry Nazer. We have a $500 donation from Kevin and Darla Lusk in memory of Judy Lusk. Another $500 donation from William Gherkins in memory of Becky Gherkins. A $300 donation from the Rayleigh family in memory of Clay Fackler. A $200 donation from Bobby Simpson in memory of Bob and Bodie Simpson. A $100 donation from Tim Latondras in memory of Tom Lancaster. A $100 donation from Leslie and John Wooldridge in memory of Tom Wooldridge and Jack J. Latondras. A $100 donation from Kevin Wethington in memory of the Wethington family, Kevin, Christine, Logan, and Riley. A $100 donation from Jennifer Carter in memory of DJ. $100 from Norma Bowling in memory of Jack and Carol. A $100 donation from Richard and Pamela Chapman in memory of Jacoby Hager. A $100 donation from Benny Bruner in memory of Francis Bruner, Bradley Rhodes, Kenny and Martha Barger. A $100 donation from Donna Butler and Stephanie Curl in memory of Kenny Butler, former chief of Ekron Fire Department. A $100 donation from James and Emily Ferguson in memory of Seal Whelan. A $50 donation from Darla Watts in memory of Shirley Chandler Meeks. A $50 donation from Tony and Jane Wethington in memory of Gary Wethington and Ermin Durbin. A $50 donation from Jane Wethington in memory of Nick Ashley. A $50 donation from Louis Latondras in memory of Jack Joe Latondras. A $50 donation from Angelia and William Bevel in memory of Tammy Ramsey. A $50 donation from Scott and Benita Finch in memory of Jack Latondras. And a $20 anonymous donation from in memory of Big Fred Adams.
Awesome. That's a lot of money, a lot of names to get through. We'll give you a brief little break. It's not just the people who give to honor these folks. It's also the money that's collected at the roadblocks. And I understand many fire departments were facing the rain. Y'all got a little soaked, but it did not dampen the spirits of the people who were giving money from what I understand. Adam, talk about it.
Absolutely not. It doesn't matter, rain or shine. Our community always comes together and provides the ability for us to give to the program here. We could be getting hail, we could be getting snow. We're going to get out there and get the donations.
Yeah, hopefully we're not going to see any hail and snow next May. Where do you?
Kentucky.
Yeah,
You never know.
You never know. Where do you guys post up when you do this?
Well, we're a small community. We have no stoplights. We have one business, two businesses really. So the only place we can set up is in Midway, and it's a two-way stop. So we have to be careful. We don't do a whole lot of roadblocks. More rely on the door-to-door.
More rely on the door-to-door. I'm sure people are happy to see y'all coming down, especially since you have such a colorful squad of kiddos coming in behind you. Let's not make anybody wait any longer. You have a pretty interesting total this year. Let's explain the significance of the number 7 before we get to it.
So every department in our county has a different number. Ours just happens to be 7, which I love because it's lucky number 7. So this year's total worked out to be $37,777.
Very nice, $37,777. That's an easy one to remember, and change just like this is what helps grease the wheels and get that total going. Let's see it. Go ahead and enter these buckets. From the streets of Akron.
1, 2, 3, go!
Out into here. That's all right. A little bit out the sides, but we're going to make sure we get all that scraped up because every single cent that's donated certainly does count. Your dimes, your nickels, your quarters, your pennies, they all add up, and you can actually make that number go up for our grand total later today right now. You can call 582-7511, or you can call toll-free if you need to. That's 1-888-382-7511. You can also type it in on your computer, WHAScrusade.org, or yes, the little QR code that's been at the bottom of your screen for hours. You can scan that. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Apple Pay. You can donate to our grand total. We're going to be raising millions for kids who absolutely need this, and you can catch up with the Crusade on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. You can change a child's life, and these people today certainly have. We'll be back in Corden, Indiana, as we're adding up more of this change, more of these donations, more of these in memories for you today.
6 and 7 next year. Oh, yeah. I'm just checking the calendar here. Next year, Shay.
Already counting down.
Will be June 6th and 7th for the WHAS Crusade for Children. This calendar is magnificent. We're going to talk about that and its creator a little bit later on. It's the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. Alongside Shay McAllister, I'm Terry Miner. So good to meet you. Oh, do you mind if I read a note?
No, please.
First off, I took a phone call a little while ago, and she was in Florida, and her name's Mickey. She's, I think, listening to us online. And she said, I just wanted to say hi one more time. I was the first Crusade Queen in 1956. She goes, doing great in Florida, and it's great to talk to you again. I'm doing wonderfully. And she just said, the Crusade was so wonderful, to me in my childhood years. Then I took another call from a woman who was 11, and she came to the 1956 Crusade as an 11-year-old. She lived at 17th and Broadway. She and her cousin came over to Memorial Auditorium, talked about that, how their mom was so mad because they didn't get home till midnight. But they said the show was so great.
Oh, my gosh.
So from that, it leads me to this. These 1950s are just wild. Let me see here. This one, yeah. In 1954, Jim Shaw became a Crusade volunteer, and at the 1956 Crusade,
wow,
Jim met Barbara. They married 6 months later. Jim was always a giver for the Crusade, and this $500 donation is in memory of Jim from Barbara and family. Isn't that nice?
Yes, that's
that's so great. What a year that is, that I just happened to connect with 3 people from the 1956 Crusade today. Also, a very special donation as well of $500 here. Patty Greenwell, in loving memory of my granddaughter Brittany West, who started as a Crusade volunteer at the age of 12, volunteered until she passed at age 32, and that was 9 years ago. She's deeply missed and very loved. Thank you, Patsy Greenwell. So sweet of you to send this along in her memory. And we just appreciate all the volunteers who've helped the Crusade over the years. So everybody touches us in one way or another. And here's yet another one here that they brought this check in already, Shay.
Okay, great. Well, this is from New Albany Professional Firefighters, Local 410. We appreciate them for $1,500.
See how that goes? $1,500 there, $500. Yeah, we're racking up some totals. That's how that goes.
Very, very cool.
Dawn Lee joins us too, of course, from our WHAS Crusade for Children. Mr. Stilger, good to see you as well. You're on our board.
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Here with a very important mission, as we know, the endowment, an important part of the crusade. Can you tell people a little bit about it?
Absolutely. I'm so fortunate that there were some super smart people that came before me and decided that an endowment would be a way to ensure the future of the crusade. And that's exactly what we're seeing. The endowment was started. We've worked really hard on it on the past 20 years. And that allows us to give 100% back of every donation to help kids. And that's so important to this community, I think, that we can continue that tradition. But at the same time, we want to help boost the tote board, not just cover expenses. So we're thrilled that this year we're going to, again, be able to help the tote board with funds that are raised through our endowment interest.
Outstanding. And how often does the endowment board meet? Tell us about the process involved in all that.
Yeah, so we have professional money managers that manage the funds of the endowment. And then about quarterly, the endowment board gets together to discuss kind of their investment strategy, where they're hitting their targets, and make kind of suggestions on that. Then they report back to the board itself, during all of our meetings as well, to let us know where we are.
And the whole idea, of course, is to just build that foundation so that we know the crusade is safe long after we're all gone.
Yeah, on the website, it says change a child's life or change a child's life forever. So the idea here is that we're going to take all these nickels and dimes and distribute hope for years and years to come by having a solid financial base that we can distribute funds from, put them to the tote board every year.
And we've actually seen it. I want to mention in play as recently as COVID, where the endowment played a really critical role in helping the crusade.
Absolutely. That was a scary year for everybody, I think. And people couldn't get out. And a lot of fire departments were concerned about collecting money because everything that might have had germs was a frightening thing at that time. And so our endowment was able to really make sure that the agencies and schools and hospitals were still able to get grants that year to help kids who otherwise would have been left without the help they so desperately need.
By the way, I'm still scrubbing my pizza boxes when they come.
Wiping off your mail, Terry?
I'm a little bit of a nut.
Yeah, no. But just to say, it is such an important program, and we've seen it recently really be vital to the success of the crusade.
Absolutely. And then we do have a board that is so invested in making sure that we continue to build the tote board at the same time as protecting the future. So I'm so grateful to them for having the generosity of spirit to say, what can we do this year that'll stretch us as much as we possibly can?
Well, I think that leads us back to you, Dennis. So this year, what is the endowment able to provide for us?
So this year, the endowment will be contributing $750,000
Hello, everybody!
To the tote board for the Crusade for Children.
$750,000. Oh, Dennis. Well, I don't know what else you do during your calendar year, but that's a pretty good moment when you can walk into a place like that.
No, absolutely. This is a huge investment that we're able to make, and with your all's generosity, we'll be able to make ones like this in the years to come as well.
So thanks to everybody again. Dawn, you're right. People thought of the endowment so many years ago because prior to, we just lived on fumes year to year. As soon as one crusade would end, we had zero. And so then they thought, we gotta get a backstop here. And so this has turned into just such a beautiful thing. For you to be able to do that this calendar year and still have the strength of the foundation all told, that's big for us.
Very cool. Very cool.
Thanks,
well, thank you very, very much.
All right,
appreciate
from the
that.
WHAS Crusade for Children endowment, pretty sweet, $750,000. And that means we get to reveal another tote board total as we do that now. Up to this hour, it is now $4,289,268.06.
Wow.
Great.
That's a big old
Nice
jump
check,
there.
homie.
Yes, thank you. Look at that.
Breaking
pretty
4
strong.
million. Okay, we love that. Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank
Shay,
you,
that
Dawn.
doesn't happen very often in my life. I don't know about you, but somebody walking around.
Oh, every now and then, yeah.
I remember transferring some papers when I bought a house, but I didn't have that kind of coin to throw down on the table.
That's fantastic, and that's a big jump we appreciate. All right, guys.
It's the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children at this hour, about $4.3 million. Still a long way to go. We've got people scattered everywhere who are talking to fire departments, you can still call us at 582-7511 or 888-382-7511 and use all the other apps if you want to donate that way too. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay. And of course, go online at WHAScrusade.org for a secure donation there. So let's jump to one of those locations just up the road in Lanesville, Indiana.
Back here in Corydon, Indiana, we're joined by a fire department we passed on the way over here driving west out of New Albany. This is the Lanesville Volunteer Fire Department. I'm here with Assistant Chief Tony Combs, who's been doing this a long time. He's one of the old guys around the station.
Yeah, unfortunately. I've been doing it for about 28 years now. So, yeah, I've been around a few times.
I'm sure there's a few people in your community who are thankful you've been doing this 28 years.
I'm sure there are. There are quite a few people that great people in our community, and you know they step up every year, and we appreciate them too. So.
And has Crusade been part of your whole 28 years at this department?
Yeah, pretty much. I think just about any fire department in Kentucky or Southern Indiana is, Crusade is a part of your life. So, you work it. You know you're going to be doing it every year, and so yeah, you're there and in force.
And occasionally that means you get wet. I understand that happened to a lot of your newer guys and even you in the past of Crusade doing these roadblocks.
Yeah, we were a little moist, just a little moist. It wasn't too bad though. We're firefighters, so we're used to getting wet. It's not a big deal. So.
Absolutely, and the community really shows up for these things, not just to put fuel in the bellies of the firefighters who are raising money, but they make some donations themselves. Who are some of the special shout outs we want to give today?
Sure. Well, Ian, there's a few people that I like to thank every year. One of them is a retired firefighter, Frank Price. He comes down every year and helps us out, and he works for hours out on our roadblocks.
Wow.
And we really appreciate his help because he, like I said, he helps out immensely. So
we all need somebody who's going to be that glue.
Exactly. I also like to thank Charles Stilger. He's the son of one of our past firefighters who passed away, and he comes down usually and tries to help out. So he was down Friday night for a while and helped us out. So I like to thank them. Terry Gayhart, who's the wife of one of our firefighters, she's been doing a great job the last 5 or 6 or so years getting our food for us and feeding us, which is very important.
Yeah.
We always eat well during this weekend. And so she does a great job, and her and actually Shelley Burton, who's again a wife of a retired firefighter, she helped out, and they did a wonderful job of keeping us fed and well ready to go out and work. So
once you're in that orbit, it sounds like it's hard to leave.
It is. So I would like to also thank some of our food donations this year. We had some excellent food. I usually gain a few pounds every weekend around this time of year for some reason. I don't understand why, but Cupine Barbecue and Gunther Chop Shop, they're both located in, I think, around New Middletown. They were wonderful. They brought pans and pans of wonderful barbecue and baked beans and potatoes and you name it.
Tony, stop! You're making me too hungry.
I know, my mouth is watering again just thinking about it. But we've actually got some leftovers. We're going to go back to the station after this and eat. But yeah, they brought over pans of food. We want to thank them. They were wonderful. And also Carved Meats here in Corydon. They donated some delicious sandwiches. Like I said, we always have plenty of food, and I appreciate that because we need a lot of food to keep all of our guys energized. It's an important thing. So I appreciate everything that they do every year. So
yeah, and if you're watching right now, you're in the heat of Crusade, which means lots of people make donations in memory of other people in their community, past firefighters, other people who gave in the past. So let's just talk a little bit about some of these big ticket donations that happened out of Lanesville.
Certainly, Ian. We've got I've got a few here that I want to read off that are wonderful in memories of or in honors of. But those are very important, and we appreciate those. But I also would like to mention just all the people who give anonymously.
Oh, yeah.
Because they give a lot of money and don't want their name read, and that's fine. But we want to appreciate them as well.
We
so
have to. We have to.
Exactly. So I'll get started here on my list. First off, Lanesville Heritage Weekend Incorporated. Their donation was $1,717. We had one from Mike House in memory of Vicky, Joshua, Clarence, and Mildred House for $1,000. Lanesville Food Mart, $500. Nancy Walter in memory of John Walter and Angela and Thomas Elder, $300. Ronnie Eisert, $300. Dolores and Ronnie Lind in memory of Pauline and Clarence Lind, Crystal Wilson, and Georgia and Carl Whitehouse, $200. In memory of Zeke and Phyllis Combs, $200. Otis and Myra Kerr in memory of Imogene and Robert Richardson, Annette McKay, Martha Kerr, Darlene Kerr, and Kenneth and Ruth Kerr, $150. Jim and Mary Walter in memory of Jeff Faree, John Walter, and Angie and Thomas Elder, $150. Maurice Guesswine in memory of Anna Guesswine, $150. In memory of Owen and Bo James, were two nephews of one of our firefighters who tragically passed away in an automobile accident a few years ago, $100. Frank and Annetta Price in memory of Butch Stilger, $100. John Colin in honor of John and Susan Colin, $100. Barbara Hess in memory of Jerry Hess and Eric Wibbles, $100. Zerschmied Gun Company, $50. Donald Hussong in memory of Jan Hussong, $50. And Nancy and Mark Elder in honor of Allison Blevins.
So many names, so many people giving, and there's more organizations that also give. It's not just the small businesses, but the churches too.
The churches are a big part of our community, and they do a wonderful job of helping us and getting some money for a great cause. So I would like to mention them as well. We have St. John's Lutheran there in the Lanesville community. Their total this year was $2,103. St. Mary's Catholic Church was $2,268.21. And then Lanesville United Methodist was $340. So we appreciate all that they do and help us out.
Absolutely. The church is coming in strong this year, but also the money that you raise year round and the money that you raise yourselves by going door to door, it's pretty significant too.
Yes, it is. We always go, we do the same thing pretty much every year. Everyone in the community knows when we're going to be out and everything. So, we do door-to-door collections. We have a small box that we put in the Lanesville Food Mart to collect money. And then we just do our roadblocks. And that's where we get most of our donations, through that and through the churches. So, again, we appreciate everyone. This year, the box that we had at Lanesville Food was $87.61. And then our door-to-door, we did $858.95.
And the door-to-doors are a lot of fun because it's everybody's opportunity to see the fire department show up to their house without there being a fire.
Exactly. We try to, come into the communities and the neighborhoods and make a little noise, wake people up, and hopefully get them to give us a little bit of money. And it was a little moist and a little damp yesterday when we were doing it, but it worked out, and we actually got some pity money, I think. So it was good. It was good.
Yeah, it's a good photo opportunity, you soaking out there in the rain.
Exactly.
Well, Tony, before we get to this year's total, let's take a walk down memory lane for just a little bit. If you've been doing this for over 20 years, then that means you probably have some good memories of your own.
I've got a lot of good memories, a lot of fun times. There's been times in the past where we've stood out in a thunderstorm, with lightning and everything else. We're probably not the smartest guys, but we stand out even in thunderstorms. This year, thankfully, there was no lightning or anything else, just a little rain, no problem. We were good, but yeah, a lot of memories and a lot of good times.
Well, that's the thing, rain or shine, the heart is always going to prevail with Crusade. So let's get into this year's total. I understand we're blowing out last year.
Yes, we did. Our goal is to always at least get higher than the year previous. We did that this year. I'm glad to say and we really actually came close to our all-time high. Not quite, but we were close to it. So I was very, very happy about that. So last year's total was $17,358.51, which was good. I never want to say that it's nothing. It's always great. Our best ever though was back in 2021, and that was $20,321.67. We were almost there, about $800 to $900 shy of that, but still a wonderful total. And again, I want to thank our community for everything that they do to help support us. So this year's grand total for the Lanesville Volunteer Fire Department was $19,275.72.
$19,275.72. Give yourselves a round of applause, gentlemen. That's fantastic. We're seriously excited about that. Lanesville showing up, showing out, and you guys want to tip the buckets? I mean, that's got to take you back, right?
Yes, exactly.
Just over $19,000. We're talking only about $1,000 short of their all-time record from 2021. If you want to be a part of everything that's going on here, you can do it from your phone. You could call right now, 582-7511. We've had people answering your calls since about 7 in the morning today. That's what was on my TV when I woke up. If you want to go and donate online anytime, no need to talk to anybody, WHAScrusade.org, that's the website to use, or that QR code at the bottom of your screen. If you're familiar with Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, you know how this works. You can donate right now. All that money will go to the children. We'll see you back here in Corydon in just a little bit.
All right. Thanks so much, Ian. We are so thrilled to be with you here up for the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. It's a great day in the studio. It's a great hour here.
Oh, no doubt. Does Ian worry about that big, thick beard in the hot days?
No, he knows that he can pull it off. Yeah.
He can. But it's like he doesn't come in the newsroom and go, oh, I'm sweating.
No.
He should have a clean look
He just
like
gets an
Janelle
applause.
Oliver.
Yeah.
That's it. Hi, Janelle. It's good to have you here.
Hi, thank you. So happy to be here today.
We appreciate it. We have so many great sponsors that help us with the Crusade for Children, and you represent Catholic Health Initiatives. Is that St. Joe's?
That's right. That's CHI St. Joseph Health in Lexington.
Tell us about St. Joseph Health.
So CHI St. Joseph Health is the second largest nonprofit healthcare system in the state of Kentucky. And we serve patients from Lexington to London to Bardstown, Mount Sterling. We've got a pretty wide scope across the state.
And are you the CEO, or you just tell the CEO what to do?
Well, I wish I told him what to do. Not quite.
Well, the next time he's playing golf, you park in his parking space.
I'll tell him you said that too.
Yeah, please do.
St. Joseph's a really cool operation because you are filling needs in small communities where without you, these children wouldn't be getting these services. Can you tell us about that?
Absolutely. So we have partnered with the Crusade for about 10 years now. We serve a wide array of patients, including some of our smallest and most vulnerable patients. We have 2 NICUs, a few different birthing centers in some of the smallest communities. And the Crusade has partnered with us over the years in our pediatric rehab programs, for our NICUs, for our birthing centers, and supplied us with really wonderful, needed capital equipment items that we need for our healthcare system.
Yeah, and you always talk about miracles on earth. They're happening in NICUs all across America, but do you go in there sometimes and just think, wow, this is amazing work that's done?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the healthcare professionals that bring these little angels from as tiny as you can imagine to full-grown adults is astounding.
Well, we know that Crusade's important to the St. Joseph operation. How do you guys fundraise?
So we support the Crusade in 2 ways. We have a community benefit program, and then we also have an employee giving campaign where we do a payroll deduction system. So that means that our employees have the opportunity to donate a portion of their wages directly to the Crusade, and that's how we raise money, and that's part of the money that we have for you all here today.
Oh, wonderful.
It's so beautiful, and we're looking at a little bitty baby across the room over here, too. That's so nice. It's so nice of ZZ Top to bring in,
One of our great money room volunteers.
He's one of our money room guys, but he's holding a little baby. That's just such a great juxtaposition, the size. You mind stepping out in the light a little bit so we can show you off? Please be careful. That's right. We just want to show that little treasure you're holding there. Thanks for your volunteer work, by the way, in the money room. But this is what this Crusade's all about. It's just sweet little babies. Okay, let's we get a little, there we go. Look at that.
And tell us, who are we looking at?
This is Kalina Smith.
And how old is Kalina?
7 weeks.
Oh, with parents or grandparents
Parents,
who are volunteers
yes.
here?
It's me and my wife. I've been volunteering for close to 30 years. And my wife's been doing it since we got married 17 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so you had to bring Kalina.
Absolutely. Can't leave her anywhere.
Part of the Crusade family?
Yes. Yeah,
she
she's
loves
got her
that
little
beard.
outfit.
She's all over the ends of that beard.
She does enjoy the beard.
Oh, and she has a little Crusade onesie on. Yeah.
Great.
Thank
we
you
appreciate
very much.
You so much.
Thank you.
Janelle, that's what we're talking about, though, is just these little sweet little creatures that we're taking care of here in so many ways. And I know that CHI, St. Joseph's, is doing that all the time. So you're representing the foundation today?
Yes, I am.
I hate to be rude. Well, not really, but I'm going to have to ask you about if you brought some money today.
We did.
Oh, I'm so shocked to hear this. Shall we do a reveal?
We shall.
This sounds like fun.
And here we are.
So
How about that?
For the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children Telethon, St. Joseph Health has $7,200.
All right! Wow. Way to go. Good work, Janelle.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Appreciate that so much. I believe the mayor of our city of Louisville is with us as well. Mr. Mayor, I know where you've been. Have you been to the baseball stadium?
I went to the last two games.
Oh, I saw
Today
you
we
there.
had some commitments. We couldn't make it to today's game, but I can assure you, I was watching live on my phone at every event I went to. Go-karts,
Let's
here we go to Omaha.
baby! We're in the College World Series.
Hey, Shay, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, too.
Mayor, always a pleasure. We appreciate your support and the city support, obviously the Louisville Fire Department, but just, you know, there's a lot of other things that go into making sure the Crusade is safe. Like you got people all around us, and that's greatly appreciated.
No, it's my pleasure. And in addition to all of that, we have a little workplace donating campaign. And halfway through the year, Louisville Metro government employees have already given over $5,000 towards the Crusade for Children. That number will grow as the course of the year goes on. And so it's a pleasure to support the Crusade that does just such amazing work. You know, Rachel and I were out at Fern Creek Park yesterday for the Miracle League, which is a wonderful organization that helps kids of all abilities play baseball. And I know that that's only possible in part because of the Crusade support for that amazing group.
Well, thank you again on behalf of all of our Crusade staff for the great city support that goes along with this, too.
Well, we are just blessed. I know that every first responder, everyone from the city that's out there, firefighters, all the other folks that are doing it, do it because they love doing it. And this has just been such an important part of our community for all the great that it's done. So everyone loves it.
You got a lot of high-quality people that we get to interact with, you know, professionally, who come in and speak on behalf of the fire department and police department as well.
Yeah.
And we appreciate them all and the access and the visibility that we're all seeing in your administration. Thanks for that.
Our pleasure. We'll keep it going. We've got a lot of great momentum and still a lot of more work to do. So thanks.
Now, you're a busy mayor, but are you going to be able to sneak off to Omaha for one game?
You know, I'm going to try.
That's hard to turn that down.
Rachel and I were just talking, what is the schedule? And so it looks like there are a few more games that need to finish up, and then we'll look at my schedule, but I'd love to get
I'm just glad that our series started on Friday, so we get to kick up our legs today and go, okay, we're good, and let the other ones finish out.
That's right. I mean, Coach McDonald has done such an amazing job with the team. He's not only a great coach, he is a great human, and it's been wonderful for the city. Between women's volleyball, baseball, football, basketball, it's an exciting time.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor Greenberg. Appreciate
Thanks, Terry.
you so much.
Thanks, Shane. Thanks to everyone from the Crusade.
Nice. Craig Greenberg, the mayor of the city of Louisville. Always great to see him. Let's go see what Travis is up to at this hour.
All right, Terry, I'm just probably about 50 feet away from you guys, but I'm with some of the orange shirts from Phi Beta Sigma fraternity who have been providing the security in this back hallway here, and Ken here is making sure everything stays in line. How many years have you been volunteering for?
It's been 19 years. My son and I came 19 years, and then my wife came afterwards. She has 18 years. 18.
And what, do you guys really look forward to this weekend every year?
Oh, we look forward to it, and I try to bring new people every year. And in this group, you'll see some people, this lady, this gentleman, And where's he at? This young man with the hat, he's their first year.
And everybody who it's your first year, what do you think so far?
I'm enjoying myself.
She wants to ride in the fire truck.
Yeah, since people saw me and Aspen on top of the fire truck, now we got a couple people hopping in line. But you got to be careful up there if you hit a bump or something.
And it's his first year. You got anything to say?
It's great to be here. Glad to be helping the kids.
Good to see, because everyone's so proud to be here. Everyone's so proud of all the work they've done to get to this point, and then today's kind of a celebration.
Her first year.
What do you think about today so far?
It's been fantastic, and I am going to ride on a fire truck.
She's certain. And Deshaun, you said that your daughter has benefited from the Crusade. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
How so?
So, 14 years ago, she was 1 pound and 2 ounces. And Crusade for Children stepped in tremendously. They blessed our family. They made sure that, nothing was needed, nothing was wanted. And for that, I'm so grateful, right? 14 years later, so I'm here to give back and to add to the community and the culture to keep this thing going.
That's what it's all about, hearing those personal stories of how the Crusade has changed someone's life. So everyone who's donated, thank you so much. We're over $4 million right now. We're counting down the last couple hours until we release the grand total. 502-582-7511, or scan the QR code on your screen.
Go Cards.
Go Cards.
We are
They were
in
just
the
throwing
World Series.
That's it right there, going to the College World Series. All right, we'll send it back to you guys inside.
All right.
All right, back in the studio for the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. We always have a grand old time raising money. People do it in lots of different ways. Come on in, folks. It's great to see you. Come around this whole side here. Shay, I saw this table and thought, oh my goodness, what a creation this is with all these patches from various fire departments. Dave Goldsmith is with you now. Chief, tell us about this process of somebody putting this together.
Well, it was a couple of years ago, it was an idea to come up with a table with all 21 Jefferson County fire departments. Of course, in 1987, when I got on the fire department, there was 21 fire departments. Today, there's only 7. So this is kind of vintage, if you want to say, or old. There's 14 of these departments that no longer exist. So it was an idea to do something to remember all the departments and to raise money for the Crusade.
And you made this.
I did.
Okay, can you tell us about that? Because I'm looking at this thinking I wouldn't even know where to start.
Well, it was the hardest part was finding all the patches.
Right, that's the whole thing. Now take a look in here at some of these, like, look, we can get in tight in here and look at some of these, like, who's gone? No, is South Dixie, does that still exist?
No, South Dixie's gone.
That's St. Matthews, that's
Yes.
old school.
Oh,
Isn't that cool?
Worthington is gone.
Anchorage is just here.
Anchorage and Middletown
merged.
So
yeah.
Black Mud is gone.
What about Edgewood?
Edgewood is gone. Dixie Suburban's gone.
Right.
Well, if you want to look at it, you've got St. Matthews and Linden are one now.
Right.
You got Worthington, Anchorage, Middletown, Eastwood are all one. Fern Creek, Highview, Camp Taylor, and Buchel are one.
Wow.
What a great idea, though, the Crusade silhouette in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
And why did Shively and the city get the top preference in Jefferson County?
Well, because Jefferson County is in the circle, so even though the city and Shively are their own cities, they're still within Jefferson County.
That's right.
So we put them in the middle.
I like your choice.
Yeah.
How many hours you spend
About
creating
40 hours putting it together.
Wow.
You're an impressive guy.
Well, you know, it's a lot of fun. It's a hobby.
And Shay, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a 1950 Ford vehicle parked right here on the corner, and it looks like a fire chief special car. That's Dave's too.
It's a beauty. I've seen it before. It stands out in a crowd.
It's fun.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. Those were made here?
What
that type of car was made? That model?
Yeah, that 1954 was made here in Louisville back in 1950. That particular car, it had a flathead V8 in it with a 3-speed on the column.
Where was the Louisville Ford car plant?
Well, there was 2. I'm not sure which one that was made at, but it wasn't in Fern Valley. Fern Valley wasn't until later. It was either made down on Northwestern Parkway or the one over by 3rd Street over by U of L.
Where the trucks get swallowed under the overpass.
Yeah, that building
right there.
back there used to be a Ford
I've
plant.
always heard they used to make cars there or whatever, and I was like, okay.
Yep.
So we have one on display.
Yep.
All right, so you've sold raffle tickets for this table and
We have.
these nice bar stools. There we go. We can see that. Yeah. There
Yep.
you go. That's awesome. Are we going to find out who's the owner?
Comfy too.
We are. We're getting ready. We're getting ready to draw that now.
Okay.
And this is Carly. She's the chosen one to draw it. This is
Okay.
one of my great grandbabies.
Oh,
So,
Hey, Carly.
do we want to talk about a total first?
Yes. We didn't know you were going to do all that. We thought this was just about the table here.
I'm talking about just the table.
Oh, okay. Yes.
This table is being donated on behalf of the Goldsmith family.
Thank you.
This is my grandson, JD.
Hi, JD.
He was he's a Crusade kid because when he was 5.5 months old, he contracted bacterial meningitis, lost his hearing, and recently he's had spinal surgery. So he's been a Crusade kid.
Awesome.
We also have another Crusade kid, and still in the NICU right now. My granddaughter, her baby was due on May 20th. It was born on January 28th at 24 weeks. Was 1.7 pounds. She's now up to 8 pounds. So hopefully she's going to get to come home soon.
You betcha.
Yeah. So she's in Norton's Women and Children's right now.
Okay.
And David, I also want to mention that your family is so involved in the first responder world here. You, of course, a former chief at Highview.
That's correct.
Dana over at Metro Safe.
My daughter, Dana, his mom is a 911 operator. Her other daughter is a paramedic for Pleasure Ridge Park, and her son is currently in the recruit class at Zonton. So got them all over.
Y'all are a great family. Yeah. We appreciate you. It's very special.
So we've been selling chances for the last couple of months. Graciously set up an online account with the Crusade, and that's helped out tremendously. And we sold them today while we were here. And we didn't hit our goal. Our goal was we printed 1,000 tickets at $10 a piece. Our goal was $10,000, but we raised a lot of money, and so we're
Good.
happy with that.
That's good.
Excellent.
So our grand total for the table and 4 stools is $5,000.
All right. Excellent.
All right.
Fantastic, Dave. So
So-
now, does Carly get a chance to be a
So,
hero?
Are we ready? Hey, are you ready? Okay, you gotta just get one, okay?
Just gotta get one.
Hang on.
Wait a minute,
Hang on.
Close your eyes. Reach in and grab one.
Can you reach in and grab one? Just one.
Reach in there.
Just one. Okay.
Good work.
All right. You want to read the winner, Dave?
No, you guys do it.
The winner is Jamie Spalding from Louisville. Lucky Jamie! Do you know Jamie?
I do. Jamie owns the New View Lounge in Highview.
Oh.
And hopefully she's going to put this in her establishment.
Oh, how wonderful.
Well,
so
yeah.
this will be, I mean, everyone
I
will
hope
get to
she does.
admire
That's
it.
what I asked her to do.
No pressure, Jamie. You better put it in the lounge.
All right.
Thanks.
That's it.
We appreciate
Dave, that's
you, Dave.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give you this back.
Alrighty.
So good to see you guys
care.
here, and beautiful work.
All right, thanks.
Good job, Carly.
Fantastic.
Stop, baby. Stop. I got
Was someone just referenced who is in this calendar? Did I hear that? Hello there. What's your name?
Okay.
Oh, you're Dana that was just mentioned then. So you are in this
I'll
calendar.
find Dana. I saw her
Let me
earlier.
slide over here. Slide over here. Next to Shay. There you go. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for your service. Appreciate you. Slide right in here. Kyle, you got to get in here. We got to talk with you too. So this calendar, Kyle, was your brainchild, was it not?
Yes, it was 3 years ago.
Tell us, what happened. You got the notion you wanted to help the Crusade, and so what happened?
So I've been doing Crusade for 28 years or something
Yep.
now, and I'm a photographer, and I love firefighters and first responders, and it was important to me to sort of honor them, and it's been a journey to ask them to let me honor them. Let me tell you, because these are the most humble people you've ever met.
That's
so.
right. They are humble. They're firefighters. They're heroes.
Exactly.
That's how that goes.
Exactly.
And so are you. We appreciate you at this Crusade. Year after year, you're here. You show up. Kyle's the person, when we're looking at cameras, Kyle's right, scribbling on there furiously what we're supposed to do next. And
I've got our cue after we're done here.
Yes, okay, she already has our cue. But we appreciate that. You also work at the Louisville Zoo, so can we just take a minute and talk about our two beautiful elephants?
Sure.
I know they went to their new retirement home, and they're not on this calendar, but I love those elephants at the Louisville Zoo.
Mickey and Punch have been with us for years and years and years. Everybody growing up in the studio is probably, those are the two elephants that they celebrated their childhood with. So it was a bittersweet moment, but this is such a, our director's so fond of saying that it's such a bittersweet moment, but it's also a time to be so excited and have profound joy for the journey that they're about to go on. They're at the sanctuary, they're doing well. We get reports from the sanctuary. Mickey has already, African elephants, they love to tear down trees. Mickey has already torn a lot of trees down, so we love that.
Well, good. They're happy. Because I know you guys are practicing for their departure over and over again. You're going to go up this, you're going to go in here, and then they do, yeah, I got this, and then they back out, and then you do it again the next day.
Exactly.
So they're there and they're happy, and that's their forever home now.
That is their forever home. You cannot visit the sanctuary, though, so the best way is to go to the Elicams. They have Elicams at thesanctuary.org.
Okay, good.
And you can check in on the girls. So,
I'm glad they're okay.
And they're great. They're doing great so far.
So thanks for all your Crusade work, and these nice folks here are included in this calendar.
Yes.
All right, tell me about your firefighting career.
Okay, my name's Josh Atkins. I'm with the Anchorage Middletown Fire and EMS, and I've been with them for 3 years, 5 years total in the fire service.
And he's Mr. February.
Mr. February. Let's see. Oh, look at that hunky firefighter. Oh, you hunky firefighter, you. Josh, tell me about, were you a little kid and you thought I want to get into being a firefighter, or how did that notion strike you?
Actually, that was one of the furthest things from my mind when I was growing up. I always thought, like every other kid, I was going to be a professional athlete. But little did I know that I still got to become a professional athlete in one way, shape, or form, just not the way that I thought initially. But I just have a passion for helping people, and I love being a part of a mission that is bigger than myself.
Well, being a lifesaver is pretty strong.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. We appreciate you and everybody at Anchorage. They were just here a little while ago, of course, your whole crew, and they brought us a ton of money. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you all.
All right, next to Josh, we have Dana. So Dana, this is special. Kyle, I love that you involved Dana. Tell us what you do.
I am a call taker at MetroSafe.
And obviously a first responder. You're Dave's daughter, who we just heard from.
The oldest daughter, yep.
And tell us about your career.
I have been with MetroSafe for 5.5 years.
And you've taken some pretty important phone calls during that time. Tell us about one that everyone might know about.
I was the call taker that was speaking with the lady that was hiding in the closet during the bank shooting.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Keeping her calm, but also trying to relay really critical information.
Yes.
How do you stay so calm in those moments?
I don't know. Just do the job.
But every time that phone rings, you just have to wonder if it's going to be something really horrific on the end. But you got to be on your game every time.
Yep.
But sometimes, as people say, I was supposed to get 5 chicken nuggets and I only got 4, and you're like, dude, that is not what this line is for.
Believe it or not, people actually do call for that.
I know. It's a crazy world we live in.
Yeah.
But we appreciate the work both of you do. I'm glad you're being honored in this calendar. Kyle, where do people get these?
So it's available at WHAScrusade.org. It is $15. I think there's a QR code on the website that also takes you there. And, it's just a way to honor our firefighters and our first responders. They do a lot for us. They show up it's going to make me emotional because they've become friends. They show up on our worst days, and they put a lot of effort into their jobs and their profession and to the Crusade. And
I saw a bunch of them lined up, and then you see the bridge behind them, the Clark Bridge. And isn't one of those people the guy who was on the rappelling that saved saved the truck driver?
Yeah, Bryce Carton is in it, and along with 2 of his other firefighters, Michael Wren and Joe Barrow, who were a part of that crew. That was a big effort. That was more than just Bryce, of course.
That photo is fantastic. Did you shoot that?
I did. Well, I shot all the photos, yes.
But mind open it. Let me find that.
Sure.
But the sun was out, so the kids are all squinting. But, it was important for me to honor those guys.
It tells the story, just by seeing all those happy faces, because it was a happy outcome. There they are.
And
Take a look at that.
It was important to me to portray them, I mean, as fathers, because these folks are parents, and so, you know, like Dana's a generational first responder. So many of these stories are generational because it's a calling for my friends. It's a calling for my friends, and I'm just honored to know them all and honored to be able to honor them.
Great photo work.
Thank you.
Beautiful. All right. WHAScrusade.org is the website. And are you telling me that I have to do something
We're going
different?
to go to Elizabeth Road.
And where is she?
No, the Elizabeth, Indiana remote.
Oh, Elizabeth, Indiana.
That's where you're talking.
What would we do without you, Kyle?
That's my next call. See, I would be able to read that if you were over the room and you had it right here in my face. I'm like, who's Elizabeth? Oh, that's in town. Okay. Josh,
All
thanks.
right.
Doris, thank you so much. We appreciate you guys. And thanks for being heroes in the streets all the time. Appreciate it. All right, WHAScrusade.org is also the site where you can donate to the WHAS Crusade for Children. So now, according to Kyle's direction, we are going to Elizabeth, Indiana.
Hi everybody, Connie Leonard here in Corden again, and I am with the Elizabeth Volunteer Fire Department and Chief Scott Hutt. How's it going, Chief?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good, especially I snuck a peek at your total. I'm not going to say it yet, but I'm doing very good because y'all did better than you did last year.
We broke our all-time total.
Oh, we're going to get to that in a minute. But listen, I was like, how did you do it? And you said that you guys have been fundraising for a bit.
We have starting Friday morning. We go on the four-way, collect money during the rain. Saturday, collect money. We had a fish fry during Lent. We did a euchre tournament in the winter. And then yesterday we did a pork chop dinner.
Nice. And then did you also do any roadblocks or anything like that?
Just in the four-way.
The four-way.
Yeah,
Okay.
just the four-way.
Okay.
Friday, Saturday.
Awesome.
And some this morning.
I love it.
So.
And you said the Crusade is very special to you guys because you've had folks here in the department who've been touched by the Crusade.
So our deputy chief is not here right now. Matt, his twins were 2 months early. They were in the NICU, and then this little Tate right here, he was in the NICU for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks as well, so it helped them.
And you guys know how much it means to the community, and that's why they give.
They do, and they felt sorry for us this year. We was in the rain, so they put some extra money in the bucket this
So
year.
that was a good thing for you guys this year.
It was.
Okay, I like it. All right, so you got some people you want to thank, right?
We do.
All right.
First thing, we have a cuss swear jar for our meetings.
Is that full?
It's well, it's 25 cents a word.
Okay.
And the total for that was $51.50.
Oh,
so that's pretty a lot.
All right.
And then we had a $5 donation from this little gentleman right here. You want to tell him what
You
happened?
gave $5?
I lost a tooth when Crusade was happening, and I donated the money to Crusade.
You gave the Tooth Fairy money to Crusade?
Yes.
Nice. Love it.
Okay. 1819 General Store, their bucket was $306. Cookie sales that the Crozier kids did right here.
Nice.
There's 4 of them. During the fish fry was $360. All right, $20 donation. Paul Luther, $25. Julie and Sean Inkle, $40. Mike and Joan Abbott, $50. Chad and Leslie Simpson, $50. Doc Stem and Dorothy Stem, $50. Larry and Janet Kaiser, $50. Sean Cahoe, $50. John and Marla Miller, $50. John and Roxanne Free, $100. Roger and Melissa Deaton, $100. Stephen Phillips, $100. James and Vicky Neville, $100. James Heck and Virginia Simmons, $100 donation. James and Cynthia Bratcher, $100. Scott and Cynthia Lostoffer, $150. Paul Luther Jr., $450. David Bratcher, $200 donation. Jervis and Gans and Jr. and Donna Gans, $200 donation. DePaul Methodist Church, $250 is Chester Budd, $250 Dennis Thomas, $250 Church of the Convent, $300 donation Hurley Services, $600 donation Sons of the American Legion, Post 379 Elizabeth, $1,250 Northside Security, Clarksville, Indiana, $5,000 Greg and Beverly Jones. Wow. In memories of $20 in memory of Frank and Josephine Canapple from Martine Canapple, $40 in memory of Donna and Butch Krieger from Gladen Bowes, $50 in memory of Frank and Josephine Canapple from Joyce Canapple. $50 in memory of Robert Hedden from Sam and Janice Heck. $50 in memory of Ethan Edward Stewart.
Are you looking for a quick getaway from your daily routine? Why not try a one-day trip or a mini vacation this summer to Lake Barkley in Lyon County, Kentucky? For more information on attractions and events, visit lakebarkley.org.
The UCLA Bruins have picked up a major commitment from the state of Florida.
Locked On presents The Portal, the daily podcast covering college football recruiting and everything NIL. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network. Your team every day.
Welcome into a special edition of Locked On the Portal in a crossover with Locked On Bruins. We're going to be talking about the most recent commitment for UCLA, Micah Champ-Smith, but he's not a California kid. Heck, he's not even somebody west of the Rockies. He's from the state of Florida. To help me break that down and what it means for UCLA recruiting, not only this year, but long-term for Deshaun Foster and his staff, is none other than Locked On UCLA Bruins host, Zach Anderson. Am I going to pronounce this right? Yoxheimer?
Yoxheimer, yes. First try, let's go.
Now, there we go. So first off, you and I had spoken about Champ a while back. I lived in Florida for quite a while. I've been around him. This is the kid, like, when he was a freshman in high school, we knew. Like, he was 290 pounds or something like that. He's a freshman in high school. Plays at Vero Beach. It's a program that's always had players, always will have players, and everybody offered him. So when you heard UCLA had a shot at him, were you skeptical? Because, like, he had offers from Miami and Florida State and all these southern schools. But here comes UCLA. What's the connection there? What have you heard on the background to Champ?
I think the big thing is UCLA knows they need offensive linemen. And after what they did in the spring transfer portal window earlier in this 2025 year, they're starting to swing big for the class of 2026. Now, you could go in Southern California and find equally talented offensive linemen, but to go across the country in what other conferences might call their recruiting hotbeds and the SEC, other Big Ten schools, other ACC schools, I was stunned. And I'm still a little worried that obviously this might change. This echoes a big lineman commit UCLA got for the class of 2025. It wasn't an O lineman, it was a D lineman, Epi Satanale. He was also, just like Micah Smith, interested in Ohio State, some of those big schools, and he eventually flipped. But for now, and now that maybe we have the House settlement and that might change things in the future, maybe this keeps his commitment, but with no connection necessarily to SoCal other than two different offensive line coaches, right? He was initially recruited by Juan Castillo from UCLA, and then the new offensive line coach, Andy Kwan, who, from what I've read, he had a great relationship with, and that's in the span of months of him being hired. That just speaks to Deshaun Foster's staff coming in and maintaining that relationship, and how the Bruins are saying, hey, we are emphasizing recruiting, and we know we were horrible in the trenches in the last couple of years.
I agree. Like, their O-line last year, they were at a point, except for like walk-ons and different stuff on the 2D happens, but like, didn't they have some guys start that were walk-ons at one point, or guys?
Yeah, former walk-ons. I mean, we obviously heard from Carson Sweshinger, the linebacker, went from walk-on to NFL draft pick, but when you're doing that on the O-line, and then he was your best O-lineman, and then they're transferring. UCLA has gone a little bit more towards the portal route, literally, right, as we're locked on the portal, towards the offensive line last couple of years. And then from Chip Kelly, it didn't necessarily work. Deshaun Foster obviously was brought on late in that recruiting cycle last year. So he had to pick up the pieces from the pieces. And at some point, that's not a lot. And now we're starting to see, hey, all right, we can look a year ahead. And this is with UCLA losing Stacy Ford to Oklahoma. They brought in a new director, senior personnel leader of recruiting. So with changing offensive line coaches, changing overall head coaches, and your recruiting overhaul changing a couple of times, I would say this is a very impressive get for UCLA, considering the topsy-turvy nature of the portal, what NIL is going to look like now and in the future. And this is huge because the Bruins clearly weren't good at running the football or protecting Ethan Garbers or Dante Moore the year prior to that. You get a guy like this, and whether it's Nico as a junior or whoever plays quarterback in 26, this is a good staple and centerpiece for an offensive line class.
I think Champ will be able to come in and play right away, not only because UCLA's need, it's very obvious from what you just said there, Zach, and thank you for the overview of scariness because that's just insane at a program like UCLA to me. But it is what it is. And in today's world, you lose one or two kids get hurt, you can fall off a cliff. UCLA is as fortunate as they could be that it didn't go worse for them last year. But I think Smith will be somebody that plays as a freshman. I don't know if that'll be at guard. I don't know if that'll be at tackle. It depends on who you talk to, where he'll end up playing. But I've seen him play tackle before at the Under Armour event and going against elite players. Like Florida's loaded with defensive linemen. He handles himself very well in one-on-ones. That bodes well because, as you know, the Big Ten is loaded with defensive linemen too. It's not like you're going to walk in and not get challenged. Even some of the mid-level and low-level, they got guys that can make your quarterback very, very uncomfortable in a hurry. So I think he could be your starting right tackle as a freshman, maybe a right guard. Wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if he's going to play left tackle or not. That's a lot. But this is also something else that I think is very, very important. You got to set a trend. Who's the first guy? Who's the first really elite, I can go wherever I want player on the offensive line to get? And to put it in perspective, for those who don't know, Ohio State coveted Micah Champ Smith. The defending champs, that probably carries a little bit of weight. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that other offensive linemen that the Bruins are recruiting have heard from Deshaun Foster. And quite honestly, everybody from the back office and the staff, like, he got on board. He's going to play early. Why don't you come and join us? When we come back, I want to talk about, is UCLA on the recruiting rise? Is this kind of the first step? Because it is a bit of a rebuild for Deshaun Foster. When we come back on this crossover, Locked On Bruins and Locked On the Portal, we're going to be talking about that next here on this podcast. Ever check your bank account and wonder, where did all my money go? Between dining out, online shopping, and entertainment, it's easy to lose track. That's where Monarch Money comes in, your personal CFO, giving you full visibility and taking control over your finances. Monarch Money isn't just a budgeting app. It's a complete financial command center. You can track all your accounts, investments, and spending in one place, so you stop just managing your money and start building wealth. It's easy to collaborate with your partner as well. Instead of keeping all your capital in different places, you can track your personal accounts, set goals, and more under Monarch Money without all the stress. Take control of your finances with Monarch Money. Use code LOCKEDONCollege at monarchmoney.com for 50% off your first year. That's monarchmoney.com, code LOCKEDONCollege for half off your first year. All right, Zach, let's talk a little bit about your UCLA Bruins in terms of what's next. We just went over, hey, Champ Smith's big pickup. But you also mentioned something to me that I was going to ask you about, so you just preemptively hit this. They put more emphasis on recruiting. Do you think that is something that's specific to a position overall? What's the gist that you get from the Bruins?
I think the big thing Deshaun Foster has as UCLA head coach, he saw what was really declining at the end of the Chip Kelly era, and that was recruiting. And now Chip Kelly's got a lot of love from him going to the NFL and success at Oregon and having some, a 1 to 2 year stint at UCLA where it didn't look like it was going horrible. But what was really left in the dust was, SoCal high school recruiting relationships and recruiting in general. Now, Kelly did hit a lot in the portal, but Deshaun Foster's like, wait a minute. In this NIL era, in this new day and age, you have to literally and figuratively foster relationships. And he's done just that, overhauling the staff where he's like, wait a minute, I know where my weaknesses are. He couldn't necessarily address that in one spring portal window in early 2024. But when he's like, wait, let's start and build and get a 2025 class, he did a decent job, even had a good defensive line commit before he flipped to Ohio State, Epi Satanale. And then when somebody flips, they have somebody waiting in the wings. When Madden Iamaleava flipped, they had an offensive coordinator and a quarterback ready to go, and they still got Madden to come back and change their quarterback. So I think he knows what the weaknesses are. At the moment, it's the trenches. When UCLA had a defensive stronghold at the linebacker D-line position, what did they do this offseason? They addressed their lack of defensive backs and safeties. Now, in the next couple of recruiting classes, there will be more linebackers, D-linemen to build that back up. So I think he has an idea of which class is building back up the depth in certain positions. And most importantly, he's just getting out there and making his coaches make names, make faces, and make relationships. And that's just something Chip Kelly never did. And the joke was what? He made more trips to recruiting as an Ohio State offensive coordinator than he did as UCLA head coach. Like that's where it was at the end of the Chip Kelly tenure versus what Deshaun Foster has changed in his first year plus as head coach.
That's probably a big deal because you mentioned something that just blows my mind. I don't know what the total population of the greater Los Angeles area is, 15, 20 million people. I mean, it's insane. And UCLA has done a very porous job, even before Chip was there, of recruiting in their own backyard, which makes no sense. If Deshaun Foster, who's an LA guy himself, really dedicates to recruiting the area and his staff follows suit, there's no reason they can't be a top 25 program. And remember, this is his alma mater. He's got money. There's really no reason for him to leave unless he just wants to be a head coach in the NFL, and that would be way down the road. This is not just an interesting opportunity, but one that I've been waiting for a long time. And it's been a while since UCLA was consistently good. And like you said, Chip hit on the portal. That was super high risk, but he did it. And give the man credit. But he didn't want to recruit. He's never been a recruiter. He doesn't like it, and that's why he went to the NFL from Ohio State after last year. If Foster dedicates himself to it, it's not hard to sell UCLA. It's in one of the most beautiful areas in the world on the north side of Los Angeles.
It's great. Yeah, because you can have a national recruiting sense and literally not leave your own backyard if you're just going through LA, through the state of California, the Western region. Now, obviously, getting Champ Smith in Florida is a huge get for UCLA to expand that reach. You don't have to go far.
Right.
And even those underdeveloped 3-stars that turn into 4-stars, there are guys like that all around Southern California that can turn into superstars or good college players that maybe aren't ready to go as a freshman. You don't have to go that far. UCLA has just been, let's just not go that route. And finally, they're realizing just a little bit, a nudge in the right direction, and they can have a top 30 class, which is what they have in a certain outlet or two right now.
I think they should be a top 20 recruiting class every year because of what we just touched on. If they're not, that's on staff. And I know UCLA doesn't spend as much money on – I get that. But proximity to home matters, especially to moms. I know this for as long as I've followed recruiting. Zach, that is not going to change. They should sign 10 kids a year from the state of California on average, bare minimum. If they do that, then you pick one guy out of Florida, 1 or 2 out of Texas. Terry Donahue used to get 2 or 3 kids out of Texas every year, but he'd get like 12 kids out of Southern California, and they'd have top 5 classes. You know, it's not that hard. So I think UCLA is going to be on the rise, and I think it's good for college football because USC is obviously recruiting at a ridiculous clip. It would be great to have UCLA and USC have a great rivalry game every year with a bunch of NFL draft picks on the field. So I'm kind of rooting for the Bruins to do that. It would be a lot of fun. Zach, tell everybody where they can find your work.
Well, you can go to Locked On UCLA. You can find it wherever you find your podcast on YouTube, Locked On UCLA. The Twitter is actually Locked On Bruins because we're funny about that. And then I'm Zach and Yox on X.com as well. Other than that, anytime UCLA news breaks, we'll be here talking about it on the Locked On Podcast Network. And anytime it's, fun stuff, if there's a Nico situation, we'll be right there to cover it again too.
All right. I appreciate that, my friend. You can find the Portal Podcast on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, and wherever you get your podcasts. We appreciate you stopping in. Like and subscribe and share this podcast. We'll see you again. This has been a Locked Over from UCLA and the Portal.
Today on Locked On Red Wings, who is a part of Detroit's core?
You're Locked On Red Wings, your daily podcast on the Detroit Red Wings. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Welcome back to the Locked On Red Wings podcast. We are your hosts, Brian Fisher and Scotty Bentley. Scotty's a host over at Locked On Tigers, as well as a sports writer for CNG newspapers, while I am a color commentator for Oakland University ACHA D1 men's hockey. And you know what? Give you guys a break from free agent profiles, draft profiles, and trade scenarios. Let's talk about the Red Wings themselves, who's already here and who's part of this team's core, because we've done a lot of trade episodes recently, and it keeps coming up, like, who are the players that are untouchable and who are the players that, I mean, we would trade if the package was perfect, but it would be tough to want to trade. So I figured we could reset that conversation from last year, because I know we did this conversation last year with another year of growth under the youth, and talk about who we think is part of the core that is untouchable, part of the core that you don't want to move, but you would in the right circumstances. You wouldn't like to. And then who is just like not part of the core, who is earning their way in there. And it's just like the core, in air quotes, right? In air quotes, the core is a very nuanced conversation in its own right. So we'll have fun and talk about that today. Scotty, and let's just start there, man. First of all, happy Monday. I hope you had a good weekend, buddy.
Yeah, you too. We're recording this before the Cubs-Tigers rubber match, and I think that will determine how my weekend went. Pretty, probably much more than my therapist would like. So I will, we'll see how it ends up. But yes, it's been a nice weekend for sure.
It's always so funny when we say things like, "Hope you had a good weekend," and it's still before noon on a Sunday when we record it. But just for the listeners, the weekend's over. But yeah, I mean, let's start the conversation with what I think is the easy one, right? We're talking about the core, right? We're talking about the players on this team who are supposed to be the nucleus, the players on this team who are presumably supposed to lead us to the playoffs and to the Stanley Cup at some point in our lifetimes, in their careers. I think you lead off here with the two young guys on your team who are locked up long-term and who are by far and away the leaders on your team in both defense and wingers, on forwards rather, and Lucas Raymond and Moritz Seider. I mean, these are Steve Yzerman's first draft picks, 2019, 6th overall, and 2020, 4th overall. Lucas Raymond, 80 points last season, the first Detroit Red Wing to have 80 points since, what did I say, Zetterberg in like 2011 or something ridiculous like that. Moritz Seider, 2022 Calder Trophy winner, I think it was. Incredible player. Number one defenseman, plays PP1, PK1, faces the toughest deployments in the league. Those two guys aren't just part of the core. In my eyes, they are untouchable. They are guys that you're not trading unless like Connor McDavid becomes available, right? Like there's always that straw man argument, but like in 99% of scenarios, you're not trading this player.
Yeah, I think if you were to try and narrow down or pick, because like you mentioned, I mean, it's kind of like an onion, right? Like there's a lot of layers to you can talk about like you can talk about like the core, right? Like the very center, who is the entire organization kind of being built around. And then you can kind of like slowly zoom out and be like, okay, like this player we want for a long time, he's here, but like if there was something, or an opportunity to upgrade, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world type of thing. And I think at the very core of the core, you talk about,
people are going to be so sick of hearing us say that word by the end of this episode.
The very center of this conversation, I don't think there are two players that kind of personify what this conversation is about more than Seider and Raymond. I think that those two at a base level, probably more than anybody else in the entire organization, are the two guys that you are planning on and hoping will be a pillar on the ice for you for the next, decade plus in a perfect world, and are going to be in their primes and are going to be, the best players on the team or some of the best players on the team when you raise Lord Stanley above your head. Like that is, I think the probably, again, at like the very base level, the two guys that kind of define this more than anybody else in the organization.
Yeah, I mean, these are guys that you're building around. These are that's why they were picked they were Steve Eiserman's first draft picks. You're building around these guys, and they've proven that they can be pillars of the organization. There was a player that I didn't name there that I think a lot of fans may be surprised I didn't name, and that was Dylan Larkin. And I think there's an interesting conversation to be had about Dylan Larkin. I think last year he was in our untouchable pieces, right? And I think he just finished, the second year of his 8-year deal. And I don't know where I stand with Larkin. And, don't get me wrong, he's part of the core. You're building around Dylan Larkin. You've been building around Dylan Larkin since he was drafted in 2015. But would I say he is an absolutely untouchable player? That's where I'm starting to wonder. This is a really, really good center. He is a true 1C in the NHL, but even amongst 1Cs, there are different tiers. Is he a 1C that I can see leading this team to a Stanley Cup? I do start to wonder. He has had a couple of seasons, I think 3 seasons before this one, where he floated around a point per game. 69 points in 71 games, 79 points in 80 games, 69 points in 68. That was his first season over a point per game. Obviously, he missed games last season, I guess 2 seasons ago technically now, due to injuries and other personal matters and whatnot, but still finished over a point per game. And he has had 4 consecutive 30-goal seasons. That's all fantastic. But he's never reached the 80-point plateau. And when you're looking at 1Cs, you do need a guy who can take you to that next level. And obviously there's more than that. The point production, he's grown his game. He's become a penalty kill guy too. I don't know. I'm at a point now where I wouldn't trade Larkin unless a really good offer comes aboard. I wouldn't trade Larkin unless I know I'm getting better at that position, because it's really hard to get better at that position. But I wouldn't say, to me, he is untouchable anymore.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Again, if you're tiering this list, if you're having layers when it comes to the conversation around who are the wings building around, I think he is probably a half a step below Raymond and Seider.
Half step is a good way to put it. Half step below.
Right, he's just barely a notch below those two, but he's still above literally everybody else in the organization.
Correct.
It's not as though they are actively trying to move him. It's not as though the organization is not being built around the I don't know, premise of him being the 1C going forward. That is all still very true. I just think that there is very, very few offers that could come across the Red Wings desk to truly entertain moving Raymond or Seider, whereas with Larkin, it is similar. I mean, there are very few offers that would make them consider moving him. However, I think that it's at least, again, maybe a fraction of a percent more plausible. So I agree with you. This is not to say that, again, that they're still building around him. He's the captain. They still want him long-term. They still want him to be, a prominent part of this team and in his prime years when they win the cup as well. They are still building around him. But I do think there's something to be said for, if you're strictly comparing his role going forward to Raymond and Seider's, I think there is a difference there. It's just a very small one, and he's still better, and more of a piece of the core than everybody else on the roster.
Right. Scotty, let's head to a quick break. When we return, we'll continue this conversation, talk about a couple of young guys who may have worked their way officially into being core status. So stay tuned to segment 2 of Locked On Red Wings. Ever check your bank account and wonder, where did all my money go? Between dining out, online shopping, and entertainment, it's easy to lose track. That's where Monarch Money comes in, your personal CFO, giving you full visibility and control over your finances. Monarch Money isn't just a budgeting app, it's a complete financial command center. You can track all your bank accounts, investments, and spending in one place, so you stop just managing your money and start building your wealth. When you start using Monarch, you're going to realize how much you were spending on food delivery, subscriptions, and more. Now you can budget smarter and save more. Instead of juggling multiple apps, you can use Monarch to check your finances, track spending, and even plan long-term goals. Managing money with your partner is smoother than ever. You can track shared and personal accounts, set goals, and stay on the same page without the stress. Take control of your finances with Monarch Money. Use code LOCKEDONNHL at monarchmoney.com for 50% off your first year. That's monarchmoney.com, code LOCKEDONNHL for half off your first year. Segment 2, Locked On Red Wings podcast. All right, Scotty, I want to talk about a couple more players here that I feel have probably worked their way, honestly, into like Dylan Larkin core status. Guys that you would have to have a perfect trade for to be willing to move on from. And like, I'm talking like, Jason Robertson, for example, the other day, where it's like, oh, you're really testing the waters here on what I'd be willing to take. Like, these are guys they're going to be asking for. I think Simon Edvinsson and Marco Kasper, guys who last year we spoke about, were like, I think with Edvinsson specifically, because he finished the year with the team, we were like, these guys are like right on the precipice. Like, they're going to be core pieces, but we just have to see another like year of development out of them. And now we saw another year out of development. Edvinsson stepped in and was a top 4 role, at times on the top pair. He should be on the top pair, but we just lack the depth to put them on the same pair right now. And with Marco Kasper, like, this is a guy who was playing on the third line with the Red Wings 2 weeks into the season, worked his way up to the top line as a winger, and then just became a staple of the second line at center. Like, these are two guys that are a piece of this part of this core. 2 more high-profile draft picks from Steve Yzerman who have made the jump to the NHL and were impactful in their first full season. Like, they got here and they were impactful. These are guys that, in my opinion, are pieces you build around. These are guys that I want to have. I can already say I want to have them here long-term. The only caveat as to why they're not part of Seider and Raymond's tier yet is because like they haven't reached that like near elite or elite status that those two have. So if there are like some niche situations, like 99% of trades or whatnot, I'd be like, of course not. I would not move on from these players. But there's like that 1%, right, where it's like, okay, maybe if it's like the right difference maker, like the Dylan Larkin status. It's that conversation over again. And I think those two players have graduated to that status. These are guys you build around, and it would have to be the most perfect of a trade opportunity for me to be willing to part with them, because 99% of the time I'm saying no.
Yeah, I think the difference is, and you kind of mentioned it there, is like these are guys that you believe will turn into those borderline elite or elite caliber players, right? In terms of what they mean to the organization, maybe not in terms of like point production across the NHL or anything like that, but like these are guys that you hope and that you believe will take those steps forward and be in that top tier at some point. But production wise, they're not yet, but they're still really young and just have limited NHL sample size. So like to me, this is probably another notch below Larkin, just because again of like I need you to the reason that Raymond and Seider are at the top is because they're young and they've proven that they're like on the ice that they can be that like caliber of player. And while I do believe that Edvinsson and Kasper can be that and will be that, I think that it is fair to be like, okay, well, Larkin is ultimately still in his 20s and has proven he can be a point-a-game player. These guys, while really young, we have high expectations for, haven't produced at the level that, I don't know, like justifies that placement or whatever. So I agree with you. I'm just like super splitting hairs and just being like overly.
That's what this conversation's about. This is a splitting hairs conversation,
right?
And it's
like ultimately super overly analytical, but I think. Yeah, like I agree with your sentiment of like I would not just trade those two guys unless the deal and the return you're getting would immediately improve your team and improve it long term, because like that's obviously the whole point of having those guys.
And there's very few offers in the NHL that do that. That's why they're like this thing is like all 5 of those guys that we've referenced, right? Seider, Raymond, Larkin, Edvinsson, Kasper, they are all part of a core you are building around. Like you said, we are splitting hairs trying to categorize them even further than that. It's an arbitrary conversation, and it's the off season, so it's a perfect time to have an arbitrary conversation like this. So again, those were 5 players that you're building around, that you want to be here as part of your Stanley Cup. It's just that Seider and Raymond have long-term deals. They're 23, like you said. They've already have a track record of being like proving that they're the guys for this team. And Larkin does too, to an extent. It's just with him, the only difference is age, right? It's like he's 5 years older than those 2 guys. And you wonder how much longer is he in his prime? Do you need to capitalize on, his value now? But again, that, again, is a niche conversation, and there's very few situations where I would be willing to say, yes, okay, let's make this move. All 5 of these guys you're building around. There's a 6th guy here, too, that I think is I think we had an interesting conversation regarding him last year. It's Alex DeBrincat. Bounce back year for him. After 2 years of scoring, 27 consecutive goals, he got back to near 40, 39 goals. Had a couple opportunities in the final game of the season to get the 40. He did not, but still a fantastic season from Alex DeBrincat. He was second on the team in points with 70. Again, 39 goals, 31 assists. Great year for Alex DeBrincat. And there's a conversation to be had, is like when you're talking about guys you're building around, is he one of those guys?
So I actually want to direct everyone to when we had Prashant on, because I think his insight surrounding the Wings timeline and DeBrincat was the most fascinating of, involving that conversation that we've had recently. And he had mentioned that he truly thinks that the current window of the Detroit Red Wings is while Cat and Larkin are both under contract. And I think that is a fantastic point, because he was one of the most productive players on the team this past season, is still pretty young. You gave him a contract extension. The belief certainly is that he is somebody that is a part of this current core. The question is, after his contract is done, is he the type of player that you re-sign and you go, you know what, we need this production long-term and we want him to still be on the team as Raymond and Seider get into their, late 20s? Or is he somebody that when his contract runs out, the Wings are going to, retool, rebuild, whatever you want to call it, and maybe get rid of the guys that are like around that 30-year-old kind of benchmark? So I think his perspective on it was Prashant's, that is, was really great. And I think that for me, like I think that Cat is pretty objectively a part of the current core. The question lies in, after his current deal is up, where does that change where you view him as?
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, because obviously he's a fantastic goal-scoring winger, great on the power play, and he gives you effort on both sides of the puck. Again, we always have this conversation with DeBrincat. He shows effort. Doesn't mean he's necessarily good at the defensive side, but he does try. And I like that about Cat. He's been better. It has gotten better. But you're right. Yeah. As of right now, he is part of the team that you're building around. He is one of the focal points. He's obviously not in the same tier as like the youth that you've drafted, but he's right there with Larkin, right? They're guys that are, you say, a little bit older, right? They're younger than me. They're in their 20s, but like they're not as young as the really young guys. Yeah. 29 years old. But you're still building around DeBrincat. Like that's why you traded for him. You traded for him to help take this team to the next level. So I agree. I agree with your sentiment. I agree with Prashant's sentiment. Like, yeah, he is part of this core right now. In 2 years, when his contract expires, what do you do then? Because he'll be 29 years old. I mean, I think right now there's a good case for keeping him just because of the fact of the style of player he is. That tends to age really well. Like, he's a goal scorer. Goal scorers don't forget to score goals. It's usually those guys who rely a lot on agility and speed, or have like a really physical game. DeBrincat plays bigger than he is. He's not afraid to get in the corners. But those are the guys who usually the drop off happens a little bit more precipitously. But with DeBrincat, it's like, I'm confident if you stick him into the left circle at 35 years old, he's still going to be scoring goals. Think David Perron, for instance. Sure. David Perron, obviously a bigger body, a better puck protector, but like goal scorers keep scoring goals. So, I mean, I wouldn't be against keeping DeBrincat at the end of his contract, but that's a conversation for 2 years down the road. As of right now, yes, Scotty, he is part of this team's core. Scotty, let's take a quick break. And when we return, we'll talk about everyone else, just kind of wrap up, be like, is there anybody else that we're missing that we feel is part of this core? Stay tuned to segment 3 of Lockdown Red Wings. Segment 3, Lockdown Red Wings podcast. All right, so we've talked about everybody that we think are no-brainers as part of this team that you are building around. We split them into arbitrary rankings within the core, right, between the absolute untouchables, it would need to be perfect, and, guys that maybe in a couple years they won't be here, but right now they're here. Patrick Kane, I think you could kind of throw in this conversation too. Now, Patrick Kane is a pending UFA, and he was a pending UFA last year. But when he is on the team, and we all assume that he is going to re-sign. Doesn't mean he will. Last year I thought he was going to leave, and he ended up staying. This year I think he's going to stay, so who knows? He might end up leaving. But do you consider Patrick Kane on a year-by-year basis as part of this team's core?
I think that every year that Patrick Kane is on this roster, he was a part of the core. I do not think that obviously long-term that he is. I do not think that, the team is building around him, going forward. That's obviously not the case as he, approaches his late 30s. But I do think that every year that he is on the roster, he is someone that the team is actively building around. That doesn't mean that they're making long-term decisions based on, fitting with Patrick Kane and, does this person going to play well with Patrick Kane? No, those are more similar to the previous guys we've talked about, right? To the young players, to Larkin, Cat, etc. That is how, when they sign players, they're wondering how they fit with those guys. They're not wondering how they fit with Kane. They'll just figure it out. But in terms of on more of like a coaching level perspective rather than a front office, maybe, he is a part of the core, I think, every year that he is on the team. Sure.
Yeah, I think you added a really nice nuance to that. We split another hair there, Scotty, where it's like, yes, every year he is here. He is part of that core, that nucleus in the locker room. But you're not building for the future around him. So in that respect, no, he is not. Like, he's not with Casper. Right. He's not with Larkin. Like, you're not building around Patrick Kane. But every year that he is here, he is a focal point of the team, and you do try to suit Patrick Kane's needs to work with him because of who he is. So it's like yes and no. Like, yes on a year-to-year basis, but no, not long-term. It depends on how you're viewing it. So, yes, we just split yet another hair in this conversation. Again, it's an off-season arbitrary conversation. You guys can make all your own decision. I'd love to hear what you guys think in the comments as well. So if you feel free to go ahead and give us your thoughts in the comments. I mean, I say that. You will anyways. Who am I kidding? It's YouTube comment section. But, Scotty, anyone else in this conversation that you want to bring up? I mean, there are names we could talk about, but I don't know. I don't feel like there's anyone else off the top of my head that is right now.
Yeah, at the NHL level, I agree with you. I think the fascinating conversation is there anybody currently not in the NHL that you are already kind of looking at and going like, that guy should be a part of the core long term? I think obviously the big one is going to be Danielson. That's going to be probably the first player that everybody points to. MBN, like there's a lot of guys that had really solid seasons down there and that are ranked pretty highly that I think we're all hoping are a part of the core going forward. But I think, to me, the most interesting conversation, because of what we've talked about over the last couple of weeks, is goaltending. Are either of the goaltenders players that you are already willing to kind of say, you know what, this guy is a part of what the Wings are trying to do long term? Or are all of them too young and you're almost talking about a second wave of a core when talking about those guys that are in the system? Because that's absolutely a thing across sports too, right? Is you have your current core and then you have your, like when that core ages out type of thing, you have your next generation as well.
Yeah, I think with Kosa, you put a category of you hope becomes part of the core. And you can say that with a lot of prospects, Danielson, ASP. Those are guys okay, you've drafted, they're in your system, they're highly touted. You want to be part of the core. You want them to be guys that you're either are part of the build around or you're building around. As in, they come up and they're helping you flesh out, right? Your outer core. We keep saying that word. It's driving me nuts at this point too. But you get what I'm saying. Those are guys, yes, they're part of the conversation. They're not there yet. They're not part of this conversation now, but the goal is that they will be. And so they're absolutely worth bringing up because that's why you draft these guys. There's two reasons you draft players. One, so they help your team in the future. And two, so you can trade them to get players to help your team now. And I mean, we'll see which direction you go. with some of these prospects, because I think we're both at an area where, like, I'm in, let's get this team better now. I don't feel like waiting another 2-3 years for all these prospects to be here. Not trade all of them. You're not going to rip the cupboards dry. But I think that there is a conversation, like you just said, to be had about these guys and their future roles within the organization, because you want them to be part of your conversation in some capacity. I think Albert Johansson's an interesting one too, because he is one of those guys who made the leap. He was a Red Wings draft pick who finally made the leap to the NHL. Inevitably played an everyday role, not to start the season, but after Lalone got fired and McClellan came in, found his way into a second pairing role. Now, is this a guy you would consider part of your core? Is he part of the team that you're building around, or is he part of the team that is helping to build around? You know what I mean?
I do. That was worded horribly, but I do.
Yeah, I'm not a writer.
I think, to me, and this is not intended to be like disrespectful or slander, he is like an incredible complementary piece to the core.
Supplemental.
Right. I think that, you wouldn't have too much hesitation if a good offer, obviously you're not like trying to move him, but like if a good offer came across the desk, you wouldn't hesitate too much if you thought the value was right. And he is a young player that did well last year that you're hoping can be here long term, but he's never going to be that bona fide like top pair defenseman. And so I think that he is an exceptional complement to the core, and one that you hope is here for a long time. But I think that there is a difference between those two things.
Yeah, I think the way you put it was better than the way I put it. He's a complementary piece. He's a guy who is young, under team control, played above his pay grade this season. Honestly, I do still think he is a third pair defenseman, but he got asked to play a tough role because he had good chemistry with Edvinsson. For a while, he played it pretty well. Again, just like Edvinsson, I felt like fatigue got to them eventually. But this is a player that I want to see here for a long time to be that supplemental piece to help the actual core. But I also would not hesitate if a good deal came across. And let's say Red Wings are trying to get JJ Peterka and they want an NHL-ready young player and they ask for Albert Johansson. I'd go, okay, here's Albert Johansson. Like, that's fine. But yes, I think complementary piece to the core is a good way of putting it. He's not part of the core, but he complements it. For sure. And I think you could say the same too with, at least the intent was, with guys like Andrew Kopp and JT Compher, right? These are guys that were signed to long-ish term deals, both 5-year deals when they were signed. They were supposed to help grow and complement the core. They're not part of the core, but they're meant to help grow and complement it. Now, Scotty, the conversation here is whether or not they've actually done so. Yeah, but I mean, I think longish term deals, they're here for another at least 2 and 3 years respectively. They're here. They're part of the conversation.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop right when you took a drink there.
No, you're good. I think honestly, I think that's all there is really to that conversation with those two players. I mean, the same thing. I mean, Ben Sherratt's entering the final year of his deal, but he is, up until this point, again, he was meant to be a complementary piece to help the team grow while the youth got there. Not part of the core, but to help it. And again, there's a different conversation with that player as well as how much he has helped with that. But yeah, those guys, just because they had long-term deals with the Red Wings, they're there, but there's not much of a conversation to be had because no, they're not part of the core, for sure. Which is the point of the conversation. Scotty, any final thoughts?
We ball.
We do ball. We'll be back with a new episode tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Same time, same place. It's your team every day.
Every day.
Bosch is divided into 4 business sectors. We're pursuing a vision of mobility that is safe, sustainable, and exciting.
Pioneering automation solutions, we drive digital innovation and value efficient, powerful, and safe movement.
Intelligent solutions for energy and building technologies advances security, communication, and inspires energy-efficient home comfort.
And then there's our consumer goods business, focused on improving quality of life.
When you're here, you work like a Bosch.
After 2 games in the Stanley Cup Final, the Edmonton Oilers and Florida Panthers have both taken 1
On today's edition of Locked On Oilers, I explain how the Oilers changed the ending for 2025.
You are Locked On Oilers, your daily podcast on the Edmonton Oilers, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's edition of Locked On Oilers. I am your host, Nick Zararis. This is my second Stanley Cup playoff run as host of Locked On Oilers, and I want to thank everyone that is making Locked On Oilers their first listen of the day. Locked On Oilers is a part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. So on today's episode, we are going to break down our takeaways and our big perspective after Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final in a few different ways. Number one, the opening segment is going to be me just coping for 8-ish minutes about losing a winnable Game 1 that I won't say I was mad about, but definitely frustrated to get that far along, to play that well overall in the course of the game, especially as the overtimes went along, and to not prevail. It's really frustrating and frankly annoying. Our second segment will pivot to what's been working so far, why there's cause for optimism, and then in our final segment, we'll do the inverse. We will hit on what hasn't worked and why you might want to have a little more concern going into game number 3. So to start things out, I think everyone was aware this was going to be a back and forth series. These are two very evenly matched teams that largely mirrored Game 1 in Game 2, and you saw almost the full range of potential outcomes in a given game for these two teams. You saw the Oilers get out to a lead, you saw the Panthers take the lead back, and then you saw the Oilers tie the game to force overtime. Then you think about how Game 1 went down, where the Oilers were able to work their way back from 3-1 down to force overtime there and win. And look, we all know riding the overtime lightning, eventually the bill comes due. The Oilers already have won a number of games in overtime. That was their first loss in overtime so far these playoffs. And actually, it's very reminiscent of the first time the Panthers went to the Stanley Cup Final against the Vegas Golden Knights 2 years ago now, where they had won the first 3 overtime games they had played on their way to the Stanley Cup Final, beating, I believe it was the Bruins twice in their first round series to mount that comeback against what had been the best regular season team of all time in this present format, that Bruins team that the Panthers won against in 2023. So opening that up, taking it for what it is, and look, and I know I've done the Mike Francesa and look transition a few times already, and we're only a handful of minutes into today's show, but you have to temper the energy, because as soon as you start to feel good about your game this time of year, that's when your opponent's going to adjust. And look, to Florida's credit, they played a better game than they did in game number 1. Game number 1, the Oilers were firmly in control from the start of the third period through the eventual Draisaitl overtime winner. And they had their chances in Game 2, which is why you probably have a bit of a bitter taste in your mouth. You're a little bit frustrated, but it's important to keep these feelings in the proper context. This is not a regular season game against the Flames in February. This is the Stanley Cup Final against the team that has gone to 3 straight Stanley Cup Finals and is arguably the deepest they've been on those 3 runs this year. This is a really gifted group, and they will take small chances. And it's funny, I was watching the game on Friday night with a couple of my friends, and as soon as I saw Bouchard get caught in between on the breakaway that eventually became the Marchand game winner, I said, oh no. And they all didn't really react, clock it, but after Marchand had eventually scored, my one friend tapped me and he goes, how'd you know? And I said, I didn't know he was going to score, but I knew he was going to get a good look because Bouchard got caught on an in-between hop, like a shortstop on a ground ball that takes an extra skip when he's all square, ready to get in front of it, and he pinched a little too early and got himself caught a little flat-footed, and he wasn't going to be able to turn around and skate as fast as he needed to, and he opted to back skate, and ultimately Marchand gets around him. Skinner lets it in, and look, I really try not to get on the character and the intent of teams, because we all know these are hockey players. They all play up to and sometimes over that line of what's ethical and what's okay. But The Sam Bennett just falling on every goalie in plain sight act is one of the most tiresome things I can recall. It's not quite Sean Avery screening Marty Brodeur by looking at him and yelling at him, but it's in the same ballpark of petulant, I won't say arrogance, but immaturity. And look, I understand the rules are what they are. I understand the Panthers are held to a funky officiating standard because they take so many plays. They make so many plays that could be considered penalties. The referees won't call everything they do. And that creates this environment where they're going to keep pushing the envelope until they do get called for something. And Stuart Skinner has largely been okay in this series so far. You hope he's close to 100%. No one is 100% this time of year. So I think hoping for that is maybe a little bit optimistic or maybe even misguided. But you had a chance in game one. And if your B- effort that I think you would say the Oilers played, you give up a shorty to Marchand, you didn't play great there. Your power play missed some opportunities. You needed a crazy individual effort from Corey Perry just to get to overtime. And you reset the ledger. You play a whole 20 minutes to get to that second overtime. And you go reasonably deep into that second overtime before a broken play eventually ends the game. And look, that's how hockey goes. I said it in my hit for game night on Friday that I sent to the guys. A double overtime game is ending on the ugliest goal imaginable. And a squeaker that barely gets through Skinner on a Marchand breakaway meets the definition of a stupid goal. And I didn't feel that the Oilers played poorly. Like I said, I think they played a B- hockey game on Friday night. And against most teams, a B- is good enough. Against the Stars, the Oilers B- was good enough. Against Vegas, their B- was good enough. But the Panthers are too good of a hockey team to give them room. And that was probably the biggest difference between game number one and game number two. The Oilers' mistakes in game one were contained. It was a bad turnover trying to break out, going from defense to offense that they were largely able to cut off and kill in transition and whatever else they weren't. Stuart Skinner was largely able to clean up any of the lingering big mistakes. But I don't think Skinner is particularly at fault here for losing game two. I think more than anything, you just got to contextualize the breaks of the game. And that's really my biggest takeaway through two games is there are so many individual variables on every single play over the course of a hockey game. It's really easy to drive yourself crazy doing the would have, could have, should have over a number of bounces. That Kapanen chance in overtime was very good. McDavid had a couple good chances in overtime as well. Draisaitl had a great chance in overtime that Bob got over and blocked. But you got to take these moments, contextualize them, and learn from them. And that's the great part about having a coach like Chris Knobloch that you feel some intrinsic confidence in. He has the capacity here to adjust to the adjustments. And it's an empowering feeling to know your coach is actively coaching as opposed to just saying, hey, let's execute our system a little bit better. We are going to take our first break of today's edition of Locked On Oilers. And through the first two games of the series, I'm going to explain to you what's worked well for the Oilers that they need to keep replicating going forward in today's edition of Locked On Oilers, where we've got your team covered every day. You ever check your bank account and wonder, where'd all my money go? Between dining out, online shopping, and entertainment, it's really easy to lose track, and that's where Monarch Money comes in as your personal CFO, giving you full visibility and control over your finances. Monarch Money isn't just a budgeting app. It's a complete financial command center. You can track all of your accounts, investments, and spending in one place so you stop managing your money and start building wealth. When I started using Monarch, I realized just how much money I was spending on takeout and coffee and lattes and matcha. And now, with a little bit of self-discipline, I am budgeting smarter and saving more money. And most importantly, managing your money to set goals for things you really want to do. Like me, for instance, I had to put some money aside for a vacation this summer. Monarch Money is a great resource to help stay on the same page and stick to your goals. Take control of your finances with Monarch Money today. Use code LOCKEDONNHL at monarchmoney.com for 50% off your first year's subscription. That's monarchmoney.com, code LOCKEDONNHL for half off your first year. Thank you to everyone who is hanging out on today's edition of Locked On Oilers. And through 2 games, I have been very impressed by the Oilers defense. And I know Evan Bouchard will always be a lightning rod figure within the Oilers community and hockey at large, because he is a convention breaker. He is an unorthodox toolbox for his position. So more contemporary and forward-thinking minds see him as an elite play-driving offensive defenseman who's pretty good in transition and occasionally has a positional brain fart. And because the value of the offense he's able to contribute is so high because who he plays with and the expectations when they're out there. And look, I know there are a lot of people who want to give Bouchard flack and say, well, he plays with McDavid. How many of those points is he really working for? And the counterpoint to that is we have seen the Oilers try this with a litany of defensemen, whether it's Tyson Barrie or Duncan Keith or Darnell Nurse. They have consistently tried differing offensive defensemen. And Evan Bouchard is the only one who has had this level of playoff success as far as recording counting stats. And I understand he is not the prototypical one defenseman. He doesn't have the overwhelming physical traits. He's not huge. He's not strong. And we'll talk about it in the second segment. His net front play does leave something to be desired. I think the Oilers at large, their net front play in this series has probably been their weakest point. And that's just one area of the game. And I wanted to focus on positives first, because I do think there are more positives than negatives. So number one, most importantly, Connor's been lights out. Anytime your best player is playing like he's your best player and the best player in the series overall, that is something that is ultimately going to lead to more positive outcomes over the course of a best of 7 series. And I know some people want to say, well, Oilers in 5, Oilers in 6, but like, if we're being reasonable here, you know how good the Panthers are. You know this series probably goes 6 or 7 games, and what that means. That means the Panthers are going to win at least 1 or 2 more games in this series. So if you start to game that out and you start to if you would start to build your expectations and your rationality around the idea that this series is going to go 6 or 7 games, you can give yourself a little bit of mental peace. You can give yourself a little bit of grace in knowing the Oilers are going to have the best player in the ice in more games than not in this series. And Connor has that fire. And I saw a clip last night when I got home. I was scrolling through TikTok in bed before I go to sleep, as one does. Phone in bedtime is very important. But I saw one that had a really close-up picture of Connor on the blue line before game 1 of the final, when the ushers walked the Stanley Cup out and put it out on the table before the anthems. It's a very grainy and not the highest quality picture, but Connor looks back towards the Stanley Cup as the PA announcers talking, and it faintly looks like he has a tear in his eye. And look, I know there are some people you're projecting, blah, blah, blah. Based on the way I look at the picture, it does look like he's tearing up a little bit. And I think someone who understands the weight of this moment to the degree he does, answering the bell the way he has, only has to be reinforcing. The second part, and another thing that has gone very well for the Oilers at large in this series, has been their even strength defense. And we talked about that very extensively on Friday's episode ahead of game number 2. The idea that the Oilers want their defensemen to make plays on an island because that gives them more options. If your defenseman recovers the puck and he doesn't need that first pass to be less than 5-10 feet away from him, that opens up a fourth guy he can move the puck to. And the Oilers are very happy to go D to D to create an easier first exit pass. And that's in direct contrast with the Panthers, who in game number 1 ran a lot of rim plays, ran a lot of off the glass plays, and ran a lot of alley-oops. I feel at large, the Oilers are doing what they're supposed to defensively, and a lot of the plays that they've conceded against are broken plays. And these are where these types of series are won and lost. It's where it's a rugby scrum in the crease, it's a forward falling on a goalie, It's a breakaway in overtime, broken plays, where plays outside of the conventional structure, where someone makes a mistake or a player makes a player makes a play that is extraordinary. They make a special play that other players can't. And I also want to give a massive shout out to the Oilers' depth in this series, because Corey Perry, Evander Kane, Podkolzin, Kapanen, they don't play enormous roles in terms of minutes, in terms of responsibilities. But when they have been needed to fulfill their checkbox, if you will, they have made some impactful plays. Perry tying the game with 17 seconds left the way he did, with a Florida Panther defender all over him, knocking him to the ground, is one of the great individual efforts you'll see in this series. That is one of the best individual efforts you will see from any player on either team. That is pure resolve to get that shot off and find a way to make it happen. I think Kapanen, Podkolzin, and Evander Kane have all done an admirable job filling in for the Zach Hyman hit quota that surely would have set the playoff record by now through 2 games, especially with 2 overtime games. And I think the fact the Oilers missing Zach Hyman isn't seen as a glaring omission is why I feel so good about this group overall. This is a former 50-goal scorer, had, I want to say, 16 goals in 25 playoff games last year, something in that ballpark, where I think he led the playoffs in goals last year. You're missing that guy, and you are still finding a way. You've scored 4 goals on Sergei Bobrovsky in consecutive games. That's something to feel really good about. Remember, last year through the first 2 games, the Oilers only scored 1 goal on Bobrovsky. They are consistently elevating the puck because we know Bob is so hard to beat down low. They are consistently finding ways to create offense, and it's not always Connor and Leon. Sometimes it is a Victor Arvidsson. Sometimes it is a Matthias Ekholm, a Corey Perry. And you have your depth going. You have your star players going. Your big key, as far as room for improvement, we're going to get to in a second. There's one specific area that I'm really going to hammer. But at large, if the Oilers play the way they have played in aggregate over the first 2 games, they are going to have a really good chance to win this series. And can weird things happen? Of course. This is the National Hockey League. But you have to feel like they are making progress in their overarching goal. 1-1 after 2 is not ideal, but going down to South Florida, you have an opportunity. You only need to win 3 of the next 5 games. That is not a crazy expectation. That is not an unreasonable ask. 3 of the next 5, especially when you played 2 5-gamers in the conference final in the second round, you might not want to go to a game 7 again, but you probably have a little more in the tank. You probably are a little better equipped for it this year than last year. And most importantly, you have shown otherworldly levels of resolve in these playoffs. The amount of comeback victories in extremely arduous circumstances are nothing short of remarkable. So this Oilers team really has that monster movie, he just can't be killed mentality. You start with that as the foundation, and you start to build that out with great individual performances from McDavid and Draisaitl. Evan Bouchard should be better in Game 3 than he was in Game 2, and you're already in really good shape. Coming up next on today's edition of Locked On Oilers, I'm going to explain what the Oilers need to do better going forward in this series, if they would like to change the ending. Coming up next on today's edition of Locked On Oilers, where you've got your team covered every day. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for hanging out on today's edition of Locked On Oilers. And I really do try to present a balanced perspective. I know I'm always going to have a section of the peanut gallery that says I talk too nicely about the other team, I glaze the other team too much, but I look at this as a thought exercise. I look at this show as a means of sharing a range of outcomes, a range of opinions, I should say, excuse me. What I personally think is forged based on my experiences. You know, I've been doing professional hockey content for 10 years now, writing blogs, podcasts, doing video podcasts, doing short form video. I've been doing this type of stuff for a long time now. But my perspective, my opinions have been developed and refined over the years by the work I've done, by the books I've read, by the podcasts I've listened to, by the media professionals and hockey people I have networked and talked to. And my goal is to continue furthering my understanding of the game. And anyone who tells you they fully understand hockey is lying to you, just flat out. Hockey is an innate feeling. It is an innate object. It is not something you will ever fully understand. It's not theoretical physics where we're literally pushing the boundaries of the laws of physics, but the game is constantly evolving. It is constantly changing. And the way people see it is changing. It is evolving. You know, think about that conversation we had in the second segment about Evan Bouchard, where the offensive impact offsets the bad defense of moments, because overall defensively Bouchard is relatively good. And as a matter of speaking, he's pretty good at breaking plays down in transition. He's pretty good at breaking pucks the other way. He occasionally gets caught a little far too up the ice and gets beat going back the other way, but he takes those risks because for the most part, they work. So with that in mind, and I do want to be fair because I do understand that as Oiler fans, you come to a show like this for a little bit of a pep talk, a little bit of support, but that's some of what this show is. It is also a conversation. It is also a means of broadening your horizons. And the big takeaway I have through two games as far as what the Oilers need to do better, and the real challenge here is they don't really have the personnel to fix this. And it's a unique skill set in today's NHL amongst defensemen because the position has changed so fast. The Oilers need better net front play. And net front play is arguably the hardest component of being an NHL defenseman in 2025 because you are jockeying for position with another player. That guy is constantly trying to bump you into your own goalie. You are trying not to bump him into your own goalie. So that's the first problem. Then you're trying to keep him out of your goalie's line of sight. You are trying to stay out of your goalie's line of sight. That is two wrinkles. Number three, you don't always see the puck coming in on you and the guy you're defending, nor can the goalie. So we have the rare moments where a puck's going to go in off of you in past your own goalie. There are so many components to that net front play and the physically demanding aspect of it. You stand at the net front in either zone, you're eating a stick to the lower part of your back over and over again because that does not get called for cross-checking. As much as it should by the definition of the rule book, you are going to eat a lot of sticks to the lower back, a lot of sticks to the upper back, because that is the most valuable real estate on the ice. And the referees have been inclined to let the game take this shape in that area. It leads to all of these dumb goalie interference plays where, by definition, it's probably goalie interference, but because it doesn't meet a given threshold, it's not. It's one of those double-edged swords where adding the goalie interference review should have made the officiating better, but instead it's only made it feel more inconsistent more frequently, and that's the least desired outcome here. But net front play is a real challenge for this Oilers group. Matthias Ekholm is big and strong. He should be pretty good at it. Darnell Nurse is pretty big and pretty strong. He should be pretty good at it. But when the Panthers are a team that is designed for that stuff, you think about a Tkachuk, a Sam Bennett, an Evan Rodriguez, a Sasha Barkov, a Carter Verhaeghe. They have both size and skill to get to those dangerous areas of the ice with great frequency, and it creates a real cat and mouse effect where if you're chasing guys around, trying to prevent them from creating from one area of the ice, they're going to end up creating from somewhere else. And until we get uniform officiating standards, frankly, uniform NHL standards for what you are and aren't allowed to do around the net front as an attacking player, we're going to continue to exist in this ambiguous space where sometimes you fall on the goalie and it's goalie interference. And sometimes, well, you kind of bumped this guy and you fell off of him into the goalie, so we're going to let that go. I think the Sam Bennett component of this, that he injured Anthony Stolarz in the Toronto series and then very clearly fell on Skinner as hard as he could in game two. I know No one other than a Florida Panthers fan is going to give Sam Bennett the benefit of the doubt for that. But the NHL at large does not care. And if you want to get into the Gregory Campbell conspiracy theory stuff, by all means, humor yourself. I get it. It's frustrating. You are looking for a rational answer to a question that doesn't have one. I think the NHL officials are poor. I think at large, they are managing the game instead of calling the game, which favors a team like Florida, who consistently plays over the line of what the officiating standard allows for. And they dare the referees. Call it. I dare you. Call us for 12 straight penalties and try and justify that, because that's not how the game is played. You know, you quote, to quote Avon Barksdale from The Wire, you can't do that. That's not how the game is played, because it's not. Referees aren't going to call 10 straight penalties on the Panthers for interference, holding, hooking, and all of the different things they do, because the referees are there to manage the game. If we call the Panthers for 2, the next one's got to go to the Oilers. If we call the Oilers for 2, the next one's got to go to the Panthers. And that's just the reality of the situation. It is frustrating. It doesn't mean you can't be mad about it, but at the same time, you have to understand that getting mad at the officials is only going to rise your blood pressure. It is not going to lead to anything productive, because the referees don't care. They are not good at their jobs. They have never been good at their jobs. I don't know if this is the case on Sportsnet, but for whatever reason, the TNT broadcast down here in the States insists on these are the best referees. They wouldn't be in the Stanley Cup final if they weren't the best referees. And what a good call. And they're doing such a good... The referee praise on the American broadcast, specifically TNT. I know Eddie Olczyk is a revered figure in the hockey community. He's overcome a lot. He's overcame cancer. He's a very well-liked, nice guy. But he constantly is talking about how good the referees are. And I'm just shaking my head in disbelief that someone who's being paid to give their opinion on hockey could possibly think the NHL officials are good at their jobs. They're not in the slightest bit. But getting mad at the officials is not going to change the outcome. You have a better argument to just be mad at the Panthers for coming up with a strategy that no one else did before. And look, yes, there have always been dirty teams. There have always been teams that play over the line. But for the era we're in, the Panthers' unique brand of ruggedness, rattiness, and frustrating play, it's been extremely effective. And for the Oilers, they're going to have to find ways to cope with that around the net front. And I'm going to finish up today's show with one final thought. It is 1-1 after 2. Last year, it took 3 games for the Oilers to win one. Hell, it took 3 games for the Oilers to score more than 1 goal. So, you have a great opportunity in front of you. 3 of the next 5 games, 600 hockey. 3 of the next 5, you get to come back to Edmonton for 2 more of them. Believe in what you can do and find a way just a little bit better around the net front to be better, and you will swing this series. Thank you to everyone who made Locked On Oilers their first listen of the day. Please, if you could be so kind, subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts, over on YouTube. If you're on Apple or Spotify, leave a 5-star review. If you're watching over on YouTube, leave a comment, and I will try my best to reply. Some people don't understand like the way media works and cherry pick things and really test my patience, but by and large, I reply to most comments. And if you could be so kind, be sure to check out Locked On NHL and Locked On NHL Game Night wherever you get your podcasts or over on YouTube. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Until then, let's go Oilers.
Are you looking for a quick getaway from your daily routine? Why not try a one-day trip or a mini vacation this summer to Lake Barkley in Lyon County, Kentucky? For more information on attractions and events, visit lakebarkley.org.
Is the 2025 NBA Draft Will Dawkins' make or break moment as GM of the Washington Wizards? Find out next on Locked On Wizards.
You are Locked On Wizards, your daily Washington Wizards podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network. Your team every day.
Hello, all, and welcome back to another episode of Locked On Wizards, where myself, Abdullah Ayubi, co-host and diehard Wizards fan that provides hometown insights and passion for his beloved Wizards, talk about General Manager Will Dawkins and how much expectations are placed for him for the 2025 draft. And I am here with my good friend Ben Schrober, producer with DC Sports Talk Stations 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Thanks for making Locked On Wizards your first listen every day, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. And remember, Locked On Wizards is free and available on all platforms, including YouTube at Locked On Wizards, where the best way to help us grow is to comment anything below. And today's question is, what are your current thoughts on General Manager Will Dawkins going into this draft? Today's episode is also brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins now. Ben, before we get started, I first want to say, how are you doing? And welcome aboard, guys. For those of you that don't know, he is the new co-host for Locked On Wizards, so you're going to see his face a lot, me and him, unfortunately, if you guys don't like our faces. But Ben, introduce yourself. Go ahead. I'm going to shut up.
Thanks for the introduction, Abdullah. It's a pleasure to be here with the Locked On Network. This is the first show I'm doing as an official co-host here on the Locked On Wizards podcast. Really exciting to interact with a lot of the fans here, part of the DC family. I've been engaged with a lot of y'all on Twitter for the past couple of years, various different platforms when I've sort of covered this Washington Wizards team, and just graduated from the University of Maryland. So I'm really looking forward to talking some ball with you every single day, Abdullah, and, trying to be maybe part of this franchise turning a corner. You and I can have a small part of it. I'm really excited to be part of the network here. This is a really special thing for me, a diehard Wizards fan from day one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's going to be exciting, man. The Wizards, they're going to start winning soon, and we're going to be a catalyst for that reason. But let's dive right in. You saw the question. Let me ask you, Ben, how much pressure is there on Will Dawkins to capitalize on this upcoming draft? And what's your thoughts on Will Dawkins so far? How his tenure has started from day one to present day?
Well, to answer your second question there about Will Dawkins from day one, I've always been a fan of what he's done. And the main thing for me is that this Wizards franchise finally has direction. Direction. That's been the biggest thing for me, because for so many years, under Ernie Grunfeld, under Tommy Shepard, the mess that was left here, it was because this Wizards franchise did not have a path. There was no motive. There was nowhere to go. There was mediocrity that middled the organization. And there was never just a sense of where this team was going to go. There was always the hope that the team was going to be an 8 to 9 seed every single year. Maybe you get in the play-in tournament. But at this rate, we've seen how the NBA is getting into the playoffs as a play-in team. Doesn't really leave you that much of an opportunity to make the NBA Finals or even go deep. I know the Miami Heat somehow did it. It's playoff Jimmy. Completely different story than what's going on in Washington. We saw the Wizards make the play-in tournament and win in 2021 when Beal and Westbrook were still here. But now there's direction. I think the main thing for me, ever since John Wall tore his Achilles, I was a sophomore in high school, I felt like that was the time to start rebuilding. Instead, under the previous regime, it was the decision to give Beal the max contract with a no-trade clause, one of the worst decisions of all time, something that made no sense. And Will Dawkins and Michael Winger, the new monumental regime, has to come in and clean up that entire mess. And I think they've made some really good moves that have, established this young foundation, this young core that Washington is trying to develop here. And that direction is good. We lost 64 games last year, and I think that's a good thing. You're trying to go for that number one pick. Of course, the Wizards don't get lucky in the lottery, because the Wizards never get lucky in the lottery.
Never, ever.
But that doesn't mean that the Wizards rebuild isn't going to be successful. There's still hope that the Wizards are going to draft a star player in the 6th range or with the 18th pick, or you never know. With the Wizards drafting a number 2 overall pick last year, Alex Sarr, we saw good development out of him. Bob Carrington looks like he could be the point guard of the future. I think there are a lot of moving parts to this Wizards rebuild, but last year showed me some flashes, especially down the stretch.
Yeah, and the team, the young guys got better. And going back to Will Dawkins, Ben, the big thing about him is that the bar was set so low when he got the job. I mean, you mentioned Tommy Shepard. They did so many things that set this franchise back so many freaking years. And we talk about the Bradley Beal trade clause, that contract, it was awful. And looking back, Ben, I've been telling a lot of people the Wizards are going to win this trade, especially because Phoenix is falling apart. Bradley Beal's he's destroying what's happening in Phoenix right now. I mean, Kevin Durant, I think he's on the way out. Devin Booker, I mean, why stay that long if you're clearly not going to get that championship? But championship window is closed, even though it was so-called a super team.
I mean,
So
yeah.
those
You
pick
said
swaps that you
super
get,
team.
second round picks. I mean, again, and on top of that, you get young guys. You hit on a draft class, all three draft in a weak draft class, and they got better. You mentioned it. They always got better. They got better from game 1 to game 82. Bub Carrington, game winner at the buzzer, last regular season game of the year. So I agree, man. For me, a lot of Wizards fans, I get it. It's hard to be patient with this franchise, but you have to see that there's been steps. There's been development. I mean, think about it. You get a guy in AJ Johnson, you flip for Kyle Kuzma. Now, I'll say this about Will Dawkins. Maybe some people are upset about the whole Denny Avdia trade and how he was supposed to be that guy in Washington, but that just goes to show that he's aggressive. And you get a guy in Bub Carrington who maybe down the line, but I don't know about you right now, but I still think it's a win-win trade for the Trailblazers and Wizards. But you put all those moves together, like there's no reason why Will Dawkins shouldn't be under any pressure in this upcoming draft. I think he's going to do just fine at pick 6 and pick 18.
Yeah, and I want to point out with the Denny trade and Wizards fans that were frustrated by that move, something that people need to understand, or maybe a way that we can actually relate to you, the audience here. If you're a Washington fan, you're probably a Washington Commanders fan. You have a new regime that comes in Adam Peters and Josh Harris, the entire front office. And what do? They kind of overhaul everything. You know, they want to get their guys in here. Denny, not one of their guys. And I think that's good that Will Dawkins has established that he wants to bring in his core, who he thinks can develop here in Washington. And that's why I think that trade ultimately was a good move. Not to say that Denny Avdia wasn't a good player. I think he's a very good player. But as you said, I think it's a win-win trade in that scenario. And, you know, we'll touch later in this episode about Corey Kispert and what that means, because he is also, you know, one of those he's the last remaining Tommy Shepard piece that is still part of this organization.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. Corey Kispert's a guy who I was a big fan of coming out of the 2021 draft, but I mean, seems like he's 1 foot out of the door, especially with the emergence of Keyshawn George. But we'll get into that. Going back to Will Dawkins again, Ben, I think right now, I think he's going to be able to cook in this upcoming draft because, again, he gave me so much confidence of hitting in last year's draft. And then in the year of drafting Bilal Coulibaly, you get Tristan Vucevic in the second round. Ben, when is the last time there has been a second rounder, not only just on the team, but actually contributing meaningful minutes?
You know, it's tough to see that. And that's why when some of the trades were made earlier on, especially the one with Phoenix, I mean, first of all, let's put that out there. Phoenix, that supposed super team that was out there in the desert, they lost 46 games, didn't even make the playoffs. And like you said, Kevin Durant, a foot out the door, not sure what the future holds for Phoenix out there. That is a Wizards pick swap that will be available next year to the organization. And if things are trending the way they are out west there, the Wizards might be getting a really good pick out of that because of the collapse of the Phoenix Suns. But back to your point about second-round picks, I wasn't really a fan initially of the aspect of drafting guys in the second round. Just hadn't seen too much success with it, at least personally for me. But Vuk, I think, is a great example of maybe what Will Dawkins in this front office can do. They can find some of these gem players in the second round and kind of just look at the way Oklahoma City built a team that is now in the NBA Finals right now, just stacking up draft picks for days. And eventually you can use those as an arsenal, as trade bait, as a way of getting a superstar player.
Like a Donovan Mitchell type trade that I've been, sorry to cut you off, but I definitely agree. And Will Dawkins, he's from the Thunder. So again, he was there for, I think, 15 years. So he knows what he's doing. And again, I see the vision of you sign veterans like Jonas Valanciunas midseason, Kyle Kuzma, giving him that contract extension, a little questionable at the time. Then you flipped him for a guy in AJ Johnson. And when AJ Johnson was given the opportunities, he was balling out there. And you get a guy in Colby Jones. So you flip these veterans, you maximize their trade value, and get all these young guys together, and they're going to develop.
Yeah, and to point out one thing about, you know, the idea that you have to draft a player in the top 3 to get a superstar in the NBA. It's not true. Look at all of the teams right now that are seeing so much success in the Eastern Conference, like the Cavs. You said Donovan Mitchell, a team that the Cavs acquired in a trade. And the Oklahoma City Thunder, the MVP of the National Basketball Association, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he comes over part of that trade with Paul George. So, I mean, there's something to be said about acquiring your superstar player via the trade, someone that you believe in. Could A.J. Johnson be a future superstar for this Wizards team? Only time can tell, but he showed some flashes. But I think it just goes to show you that it's not the end of the world that this team didn't win the lottery. And I know it seems like an end-all, be-all for Wizards fans because of how unlucky it is and how unlucky this Wizards organization has been in the past, especially with the draft lottery, but that doesn't mean the Wizards aren't going to get a superstar player at some point in this regime. Got to keep on developing, keep on waiting for the right moment, and you never know when Will Dawkins is going to pull the trigger on a move like that.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen it time and time and again, him being aggressive. And I think pick 6, pick 18, no matter where we're picking, I think we're going to be just fine. So I don't think Wizards fans should put that much pressure on Dawkins. And now we're going to transition to talking about owner Ted Leonsis saying that the team wasn't tanking. It was more about developing. But first, a quick word from our sponsor, FanDuel. The NBA playoffs are in full swing, and every night delivers highlight-worthy performances, major momentum shifts, and can't-miss moments. Whether it's a game-winning shot or a breakout player, there's never been a better time to get in on the action. FanDuel makes it easy to stay in the game before tip-off and live, with player props, performance trends, and same-game parlays. Fans have way more ways than ever to play smart and win big. The NBA Finals are underway, and the MVP SGA has been on fire recently. Or you could look at Tyrese Halliburton, who is a playoff riser and shows up during crunch time, and find out who you like and place the prop bet and win. You can combine live prop bets mid-game while watching, and then you start to see the trend on who's going to step up. Why not back it with the same game parlay and pick 2 players in the same game to have great games? New to FanDuel, it's the perfect time to sign up. Head to FanDuel.com and place your first $5 bet. If it wins, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. What's going on, everybody? Abdullah Yubi here, back with Ben Strober, talking about the Wizards, and now our owner, Ted Leonsis, saying that the team wasn't tanking this past season. It was more about development. Let me ask you, Ben, what are your thoughts on those comments?
I mean, it makes me laugh a little bit because I look at it 2 ways. And obviously, as an owner, as a general manager, they're never going to come out and publicly say, we were trying to lose games. That doesn't happen. I mean, it's been that way for years, especially with Ted Leonsis. There was always the idea that the Wizards under him would never rebuild. And thankfully, he was able to, establish that with the new regime and Will Dawkins. Because I'm pretty sure when those guys interviewed for the job, they probably said, look, you're going to need to tear this entire thing down. You're going to have to go through a rebuild. And Leonsis was willing to do something he said that he wouldn't in the past. And for him to come out and say we weren't tanking, we were developing our players, I understand it. I don't necessarily buy it because I think the idea and, there is an expectation that you are going to lose a ton of games. But, there is some validity to that statement because you look at the minute logs and who was playing the most minutes for these teams, and it's mostly, composed of this young talent. Bilal Coulibaly, who didn't finish the rest of the year with his injury. He averaged 33 minutes per game to lead the team. Bub Carrington, 30 minutes. Jordan Poole at 29.5. Alex Sarr, 27. A.J. Johnson was playing 27. Even Keyshawn George and Colby Jones playing over 26 minutes per game for this Wizards team. And if you look down to the bottom of the minutes played, that was mostly those veteran players that Dawkins and co. had brought in to, maybe serve as some of the mentors for these younger players. So, yeah, I can see the thinking behind that you are trying to develop players. And develop players, I think, is something they did pretty well. As the season went on, they were very competitive in a lot of games against some really good teams. You saw great things, especially out of Bub Carrington. I love his mental fortitude, especially, what happened to him toward the end of the season. Bub Sr. passes away, which was so devastating, not just to him, but really to the whole basketball community, the DMV, Baltimore, a lot of people that knew him so well through AAU circuits. He goes out there and he balls out in honor of his father for the rest of the year. He ends the season on a high note with a game-winning shot. I think he really impressed me the most. Keyshawn George came on very late in the season, especially developing his three-point game. And then, Alex Sarr, what more can you say about him from going 0 for 15 in a Summer League game to people declaring him a bust over a Summer League game? Come on. That was ridiculous. And then he goes out and he just continues to get better every single week that he was in the NBA. I think there's still work for him to improve himself, stretching the floor a little bit, maybe get a little bit bigger so he can impose himself a little better. But I really love the way he developed his offensive game. Great defender as well. I'm really excited for the future of those core 3 that the Wizards drafted last year.
Yeah,
so, tanking, sure, they're losing a lot of games. That's what it seems like. But For Leonsis to come out and say, they're developing, there's truth to it. So I really do understand the statement. The owner's never going to come out and say, yeah, we were trying to lose every game. The players don't go out there and just try to lose every game. They were trying to get better. They're young. They're inexperienced. Losing is part of it. And there might be more losing next year. We'll get more into that. But I really think the statement does make sense there, actually.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you. And Alex Sarr, the haters, I will never let them forget that they call this man a bust after a couple of summer league games. And then that second half of the season, he really turned it up, was very aggressive. Career high 34 against the Nuggets, and the Jordan point eventually made a game winner in that game. And you talked about how, again, younger guys getting better. I want to talk about Bilal Coulibaly. The day the Wizards traded Kyle Kuzma, the day after he gets his first career triple-double against the Brooklyn Nets. So you can just see the development there. It's clear. But I want to go back to Ted Leonsis, the owner. For me, I understand it. It has some validity in that statement. But what you also have to realize with Ted Leonsis is eventually this Wizards team has to be competitive, because if I'm thinking from a business standpoint, then he's also the owner of the Washington Capitals, and Alex Ovechkin is on one foot out of the door of retirement. I mean, he's getting there. He just broke the record. He's getting old. So eventually the Caps are going to go through a rebuild. And if you're an owner of two major sports teams, not both those teams at the same time cannot be in a rebuild, because financially it's gonna hurt your pockets. So there's probably some point, if you're a Wizards fan, saying we want to see eventually those 25 wins, 30 wins, and eventually making the play-in. But still be patient, but just know down the line that's something you have to consider, right?
Yeah, well, here's something that's really interesting about Leonsis and how he could benefit this Wizards team if the right decision, the right things fall into place for him. Based on how he has handled ownership with this Wizards franchise and even the Capitals, if there's one thing that's true about Ted Leonsis, he is enamored by the idea of a superstar player. Somebody that puts butts in the seats night in, night out. And so be it for 20 years, you get Alex Ovechkin, who becomes the all-time record breaker in goals scored in the NHL. But in the NBA, we have seen similar patterns with him. A massive contract that was given out early on to Gilbert Arenas a long, long time ago. That just seems like way, way distant memory, even though it's about 15 years ago at this point. It's a whole different era of Wizards basketball. That contract turned out to be one of the worst. John Wall gets a massive contract, and deservingly so, after being named to the All-NBA third team in 2017 and nearly willing this Wizards team to the Eastern Conference Finals and jumping on the scorer's table against Boston. And then after that doesn't work out, the max contract goes to Bradley Beal. So, the proof is in the pudding that Leonsis and whoever is in the front office, they are enamored by the idea of a superstar player. I don't know if the Wizards have that superstar player on their roster quite yet, but that is why this development, this process that they're going through right now is so important. Because if Will Dawkins, who I do trust at this point as a Wizards general manager to be a talent evaluator, if he can make the decision that somebody on this roster is the superstar of the Wizards franchise, somebody that is going to dominate for years to come and be a mainstay for Washington basketball, they will make that player the top priority. They will be a Washington Wizard for plenty of years to come. And that's something that you can look forward to if you're a Wizards fan. If you feel like you have that guy on the roster, he's probably going to be staying around for quite some time. They will pay him.
Yeah, especially since you want to see that franchise cornerstone guy. And I think some of the young guys that you have here potentially could be one of those guys, but also maybe down the line, those young guys that are developing really well end up being trade assets that you acquire, that superstar, whether it's, I always say Donovan Mitchell like trade, but it's probably going to be a young guy in there eventually, maybe, because again, DC, it sucks because it is a melting pot, Ben, and every night seeing away team fans shouting MVP, it gets frustrating, but the reality situation is you're going to have to start winning to get the home crowd back here in Washington. I was a fan, and I started watching the Wizards in 2014, 2013, and it was packed, man. Well, John Wall really had the city on his shoulders. But at the end of the day, once you start losing, the fans go away.
DC is a basketball city. It's a football and basketball town. And I know hockey has kind of taken the reins because, look at the success the Capitals have had. You cannot argue with how successful they've been, a Stanley Cup run, and, of course, just being in the mix of things, being in the playoffs every single year almost for the Washington Capitals. But for the Wizards, man, you think back to those years, especially in John Wall's prime, maybe the John Wall and Bradley Beal duo, this town was buzzing for basketball. And even when the times have been tough, you can see how much people care. And I know you as the audience listening right now, you are starving. You're starving for a winner. We want to get back to those moments. We want to be watching our team in the playoffs with a real chance. We want to be excited to go to games and be at the new and redeveloped Capital One Arena. And I just feel like we're getting that much closer. I don't know how close we are to that yet, but you have to have faith in this front office because that's the only way this is going to happen. It's not going to happen overnight. We're getting there.
Yeah, no, couldn't have said it any better than Ben right there. But before we go on to our next segment, I want to talk about the idea of potentially Corey Kispert, him being gone, 1 foot out the window, the emergence of Keyshawn George. But before we do, we'll take a quick break. Welcome back to Locked On Wizards. I'm Abdullah Yubi here with Ben Strober. And last segment of today's episode is Corey Kispert, the kid out of Gonzaga, got that contract extension going into this past season. Ben, your thoughts? I mean, again, like I always mention, I've been mentioning for a while, I think the emergence of Keyshawn George, his size, his ability to play defense, versatility, and being able to be a better shooter than Corey Kispert is a big reason why he's potentially out of the door. But you brought up the fact that him also being a Tommy Shepard guy is a big reason why Will Dawkins really isn't considering him to be a future piece on this championship team that they're trying to build. And we saw that with Denny Avdia. A lot of people were shocked by that, but that wasn't Will Dawkins' guy. So do you think Corey Kispert is out the window? And what do you think his trade value is? Do you think they could package him to trade up into the lottery?
I don't know about that. I'm unsure about Corey Kispert and where he really fits in the timeline for this Wizards team. And, when he got his contract extension last fall, I was a bit surprised at the time, but then I looked at the details. 4 years, $54 million. And I think to myself, holy steel. I mean, that is not a big contract at all. And he's a solid player. He comes off the bench and gives you pretty good minutes. Obviously, somebody that can stretch the floor decently well for this Wizards team. But my issue with him is, one, he's a Shepard guy. So my gut just tells me that Dawkins and co., he's not going to be someone that's a priority to be around on this team. Despite him being a guy that can give you quality minutes, I just don't really see him fitting into what the Wizards are trying to build. I don't really know if him being packaged in a trade to move up in the lottery or in this year's draft is something that's, on the cards, but you see him getting packaged up with potentially somebody else on this Wizards team or other draft picks to try to acquire somebody else or other draft picks in the future. I'm not quite sure. He's obviously still got plenty of time left on his deal. He doesn't become an unrestricted free agent until the 2029-2030 season. So there is time. I think he will be a Wizard for at least the next season. I just don't know what his timeline really is within this organization. And that's kind of what, drives me to this topic right here and why we're even talking about this.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I was a big fan of him coming out of Gonzaga when they took him at the 15th overall pick. And it was a little frustrating, at least this past season. I thought he would step up when it comes to shooting wise. Consistency was kind of a problem. There were games where he would be lighting it up, but then also games where he'd be disappearing from the score sheet. He has gone aggressive. I like how he's been taking to the hole more often compared to his rookie year. But again, liability on defense because there's only so much he could do at his size. And again, going back to Keyshawn George, the guy you get at the 24th overall pick who potentially could be a better shooter than Corey Kispert. Defensively, he's a menace. He's already way ahead of schedule, versatility. And I think he's going to be the biggest reason why Corey Kispert is eventually going to be out of Washington. And I just think at the end of the day, versatility, that's what Will Dawkins is harping on. And that was a big reason how he built OKC. He wanted guys who could offensively be productive, but also defensively guard 1 through 4, 1 through 5. And I just think Corey Kispert, if you put all those tangibles together, it's going to be hard for him to find a roster spot, especially since he's not getting any younger compared to compared to his teammates.
Another thing to bring up with Kispert is we saw his name connected to trade rumors, last summer or even last fall before he signed this extension. There were some articles that had linked him potentially being traded to the Lakers at one point last fall. People thought that was a possibility for him. So I think it shows you that the rumblings are out there that this organization is potentially open to dealing Corey Kispert. And, we've seen the blueprint in the past with these Wizards players getting new contracts, such as Kyle Kuzma, who eventually gets packaged up in a trade. And I feel like we might see something similar right here because Kispert's contract, it's really good. that's not going to be the issue. Like, he's not going to be an asset that you can't trade because his contract sucks, like some of the players we've had here in Washington. Now we've become the team that is, receiving the trades with these players with terrible contracts in order to get some compensation in return. But I think we're going to see the opposite end of the spectrum here with the Wizards, with someone with a really good contract trying to ship him out in Corey Kispert. We'll see.
So that brings up my question. I already think Corey Kispert's out the window, but is there a possibility where they could package pick 18 and Corey to move up, or you don't see that happening at all? Because, again, we saw Will Dawkins last year being aggressive and trading Denny Avdia and eventually landing Bub Carrington.
So are you suggesting they package us to move higher up in the lottery, like back into like the 10 to 12 range, something like that?
Especially if, hypothetically speaking, if Derek Queen,
yes,
I know you're a big UMD guy, go Terps, but if one of them fall down, why not get that big guy to pair up with Alex Sarr?
That segues us perfectly, because at 6, if Trey Johnson is there, I'm running the podium and putting in the pick. I think they need his offensive prowess. They need somebody that can be a superstar offensive player the way Trey Johnson can be. I mean, that guy dominated in the SEC, and he shot almost 40% from beyond the arc. I think that's something you just can't pass up on. But if you get back into the 10 to 12 range and Derek Queen is still there, I mean, I guess I do have my implicit bias coming through right here. I called so many of his games, but he got so much better as the season went on. And so many analysts that I've talked to over at the Fan, I've talked to Tony Massenberg, an NBA champion. I've talked with David Aldridge a couple times about Derek Queen. And they always say the same thing, that they feel like he'll be so successful in the NBA because his game is more European style. That's how the NBA has evolved. It's not about athleticism, which is what the biggest concern with Derek Queen is, that he's not athletic enough. Well, he's got the footwork. He has the touch at the rim that makes up for it. And if he can get his jump shot down kind of the way he did in the latter part of the season for Maryland in March, I mean, he is a really tantalizing prospect, excuse me. If they can get back up with a trade proposed like their Kispert and 18 package to move up at some point in the draft and get someone like Derek Queen, I mean, I'm all in for it. I'd be steamed up.
You know what's crazy, Ben? I talked about it in previous episodes, but I saw on Yahoo they mocked Derek Queen to get available at pick 18. The Wizards taking him. Isn't that crazy?
I think that's insane. I think there's no chance he's there at 18. I mean, that's a godsend. If it is, I would love to take Derek Queen without having to trade anything to get back up, because I don't think the Wizards would take him with the 6 overall pick. I think he falls somewhere between the 8 and 12 range, based on projections and all of the mocks that I've seen. But at 18, I think is ridiculous. I don't know why Yahoo Sports has seen him fall that low. I know his stock has slipped a little bit after his combine. People worried about the athleticism that we touched on. But I think he's too good. I think he's too skilled and has too high of a ceiling of a prospect to fall that far in this draft.
And do you think a guy like Kamen Malawach is too risky to take, especially since we didn't see much of his offensive game in college? I mean, he was playing with Cooper Flag and Con Knipple. I mean, defensively, there's a lot of potential, but offensively, there really wasn't much production.
I would not take him with the 6th pick whatsoever. I know I've seen some people that have suggested that, you might go after a guy like that at the 6th pick if you want to build this defensive identity, but in the same situation that we just discussed, where Derek Queen could be available at 10 to 12 or the 10 to 12 range, and if the Wizards somehow trade back into the lottery at that point, if Queen's gone and you like Malawach, I could totally see it working right there. I think that actually could be a really intriguing thing. Just to pair somebody alongside Alex Sarr, I think is the biggest thing. If you can find somebody to do that in this draft, and I know Danny Wolf is someone that you're really high on, Abdullah, so it's going to be really interesting to see how the Wizards handle that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Danny Wolf. I think he'll be there.
He killed Maryland, man.
He did. I think he'll be available there at pick 18, but we'll just have to see. I mean, let me ask you this one more question before we're out on here. Is there a possibility, Ben, where the Wizards take a big at 16 and stay put at 18 and just go double down on the big man position?
I don't think so, because I think there's too much uncertainty what the future is for Jordan Poole, and I love Jordan Poole. I think he's such a good player, and I think him finally coming over here, and finally getting to shake off some of the rust that came after Draymond Green, punched him in the face at practice. And that was just absurd. And, that kind of sent him into a spiral for the first 6 months that he was here in Washington. But, I mean, just watch the tape. You've seen what he's done in a Golden State Warrior jersey, and he's done the same things here in D.C. He's really good, and, I just kind of get the idea maybe he's a guy that is going to stick around. However, I'm just not sure at this point. So that's why I feel like a guard is probably the pick that Wizards would go at 6. I think it's really just going to depend how the board falls to him.
Trey Johnson. I'm hoping somehow Trey Johnson or if Ace Bailey falls. I mean, it's very, very unlikely, but I'm hoping VJ Edgecombe, Jeremiah Fears, sneaks into the top 5, or even Malawatch for all I care. If Trey Johnson's a Wizard, it's really gonna mean a lot for us Wizards fans. But thank you guys again on listening to another episode of Locked On Wizards. Comment down below what are your thoughts on this whole idea of Will Dawkins having pressure on him, capitalizing on 2025 NBA draft. Also, owner Ted Leon says the team is not tanking, rather they're developing. And do you think Corey Kispert's tenure in Washington is essentially over? And what do you think his trade value will be? And thank you guys for making Locked On Wizards your first listen today. For your second listen, check out the Locked On NBA Big Board Show. NBA draft expert Rafael Barlow reacts to every workout, interview, and rumor leading up to the NBA draft. Find Locked On NBA Big Board on YouTube or wherever you listen to podcasts. I'm Abdullah Ayubi. That's Ben Strober. Okay, I'm pointing it wrong. That's Ben Strober. You're going to definitely see his face for a while. You're going to see my face for a while. And so we're out. Hail to the Wizards. Peace.
Game 2 is here. What do the Pacers need to do better? What lessons can they take from Game 1? What key moments from Game 1 suggest that Game 2 could be better or worse for the Pacers? We're going to break down all of that today on the Locked On Pacers podcast.
You are Locked On Pacers, your daily Indiana Pacers podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
What up, y'all? Happy Sunday. It's Game 2 day, and welcome into another edition of the Locked On Pacers podcast, where we, of course, talk about the Indiana Pacers. As always, my name's Tony East. I cover the team for Forbes, and today, in my hotel room, one more time in Oklahoma City before Pacers Thunder Game 2 on Sunday night at 8. So much to get to looking back at Game 1, blending some thoughts from the second practice day of the finals, heading into Game 2, hitting the big topics that plagued the Pacers, stuff they did well. I want to talk about some stuff that I would have talked about had the Pacers lost Game 1, because I had a lot of notes ready for that podcast until Tyrese Halliburton said, hey, let's do cool things and make that not matter, and so much more. Today, quite the run the Pacers are on, and Game 2, a chance for them to, for the fourth time and final of this playoffs, be up 2-0 in a series. They have never been tied in a series after it started this playoffs. Can they do it again tonight? The key thing will be the thing that everybody's talked about on every podcast since the game ended: turnovers. Look, I don't want to belabor a point that's been made a million times, but I have to make it again. And I'm probably going to make it after Game 2, and I'm going to make it on next month. And you're going to hear this over and over and over and over and over. And it needs to be said a lot. One, because it is a thing that actually matters a great deal for the Pacers, obviously. But two, it needs to match the way the Pacers are talking about it. What I mean by that is something I said leading up to the series. The Thunder beat the Wolves. The Wolves talked about turnovers a lot, and they kept turning it over. The Pacers talked about turnovers a lot. They knew they needed to avoid them. Guess what they did in Game 1? So let's start there, of course. Obi Toppin called the Thunder defense annoying before the series. A lot of guys today talking about just how the pressure and the rim presence of OKC makes it hard to avoid turnovers, right? You're seeing bodies, you're turning to do something else. They're all over you. The passes are harder. The space is smaller. It's tough to do. They have to cut them down. Like, that is the number one key to Game 1. In fact, on my rewatch of the game, I forgot how bad it was in the first half. I knew it was awful. Let me read you through. I don't even know if this is going to work, but I want to count how many notes I took during Game 1. 23 that I kept for a podcast. It's usually more than that, and I delete stupid stuff. 23. Of those 23, 6 of them were turnover related. First one, already 3 turnovers halfway through the first quarter. That pace would have been for 24, which is what the Pacers ended up with. 7 turnovers in 9 minutes. I just forgot how fast, once Siakam came out of the game, that it just boom, after another, because Toppin came in and threw it all over the gym. Turnovers and stupid fouls in that first quarter. there was just a lack of discipline early for the Pacers. So in some ways, you could say, well, easy to clean up. The discipline's there. They've had a day of film. On the other hand, it'd be very easy to say, well, dang, this is just what the Thunder do, even with prep. We'll see where this turns out. But the Thunder took 9 more shots in the first quarter. Then the Pacers got to 15 turnovers like halfway through the second quarter. And I put in my notes, I don't know that I've really thought this through. I need to look through a lot more in more detail of how the Pacers were turning it over, but they would have a lot where they would be in the half court and they'd be dribbling and they would turn while dribbling and they wouldn't move. They would just turn to face something else. You can't do that. Like Alex Caruso or Cason Wallace or anyone's just going to sneak up behind you in 2 steps because they're so tight. They're on a string. Like Ben Shepherd said, they're ready to pounce. They're right there. They're just going to take 2 steps and steal it before you get off the ball. So if you're going to turn, you have to do something. Throw it, move. You just have to move. And so that is the thing that will matter the most in game 2 to me is can they clean up the turnovers? Because, again, per play, they played better. Per play that finished with a shot, I should say. Pacers shot 47.6%. That's 8% better than the Thunder. 15 to 21 in free throws. Pacers easily made up for that with their rebounding and, of course, shot way better. If you eliminate turnovers from the game, which obviously if you eliminate something very significant, the result will be much different. I'm not saying that you can just do that, but like that was the difference for a lot of the game. The Pacers per possession that ended with a shot effectiveness was way better. We'll see if that part holds in game 2. The Thunder's offense is better than I think it showed in game 1, especially when it comes to Chet and J-Dub, but turnovers are a huge thing. So can the Pacers chop that number down in game 2? And especially the ones that Derek mentioned that I've like offhand brought up the last couple of days. The Pacers had 24 turnovers. It's obviously a lot. I don't need to reiterate that point. The Thunder only had 14 steals, and only sounds hilarious there because that's a lot of steals, but that only is irrelevant because of the 24 turnovers. That means 10 of them were not OKC actually taking the ball. It was an offensive foul. It was launching it across the court or into the backcourt, which they did 5 times in the game. So I hate to keep talking about the exact same topic, but the details are important there. Turnovers, huge thing. The Pacers have to cut them down, whether that's playing calm, whether that's playing smarter, whatever it is, they have to clean that up. I know that everybody's talked about it. It needs to be said one more time. It's the number one thing that the Pacers have to change in game 2. The other thing I think from game 1 that I would have talked about a lot had they lost is how many sequences felt significant at the time to me that I wonder how that will hold into game 2 in terms of just game momentum shaking plays that happened, right? These are not in chronological order. I wish they were, but 4-point game, 4:30 to go. Pacers ball, Miles Turner, wide open 3. Miss on the other end, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Tough for most people, easy for his standards. Layup, 5-point swing on a wide open shot, right? They needed that. That's a weird way to talk about swings. That's just a miss into a make, but that was a big sequence, right? If that goes the other way, it's a 1-point game. The Shai 3 to close the third quarter. Huge shot. Pacers running a bit, catching up, making everybody wonder, ooh, could they get back into this? What's this going to look like? At the time, it was a 9-point game, 6-point game after Siakam 3, bang. Shai 3 right before the buzzer. Huge shot. How does the fourth quarter look if that doesn't go in? The missed bunny to McConnell turnover that put the Thunder up 15 sequence was just very painful for the Pacers, who had chipped into it, like I said, late in the third when they got it to 6. The fourth quarter starts with some Thunder dominance. It's 79-92. TJ McConnell gets a steal. Siakam has a shot at the rim. Misses. Ben Matherin's there. Gets the rebound. Misses. It goes out of bounds. I think Mathurin might have missed twice. It goes out of bounds. Pacers are inbounding. McConnell throws it the length of the floor for J-Dub, who dunks it. And that's when it got to 15 and the Pacers took a timeout. Huge stretch there. Another one earlier. Aaron Nesmith, layup stopped at the rim. Masterful block by the Thunder defense. SGA scores on the other end. Beating his own. Beating more Pacers tough defense. Lost my train of thought there. Another huge swing. I literally put that one as huge swing in my notes. That was the first one, I think, chronologically. In the Pacers' favor, the Siakam free throw with a lane violation that he gets another chance at and makes. That one point ends up mattering quite a bit. a lot of this game had many sequences like that were just momentum shifting plays that you wonder one way or the other how that could matter in game 2. Obviously, every game has stuff like that, but it felt like a lot of those were just crushing for the Pacers. If they can kind of stabilize those moments, right, of just making stupid plays that get in their own way, I think they'll feel a lot better in game 2 and not feel like they lose grip of momentum so much, right? They were down, I mean, pick your numbers, but off the top of my head, 8-12, like the whole game, it felt like, because of stuff like that. Every time they had chances to make it closer, something would go wrong or the Thunder would capitalize. And that's not even saying like a big negative on the Pacers. That's a big credit to the Thunder for capitalizing on those moments. But I forgot until the rewatch just how many times it felt like there was just a huge swing of momentum towards OKC. And that's what good teams can do. And that's what home teams can do. And that's what the finals are all about. But I wonder going into game 2, if that number can be limited, including the Siakam free throw, right? That ends up being so huge. So that'll be something to keep an eye on in game 2. Can the Pacers kind of keep momentum together? More notes to run through. Thunder go small equals Pacers go small. That was my note in the first half, and that was my notes in the second half, which is relevant because many thought, including me, the series would be more about the bigs, right? I wondered if Isaiah Hartenstein would start, and he didn't, but I didn't think they would never go double big. 0 minutes of Chad Hartenstein. I thought Rylan Stiles made a great point when he said that Pacers haven't seen that group the whole season, right? Because they didn't play in the regular season to have that option with Chad, period, right? Because he missed every game they played in the regular season. So they haven't gone against that alignment. And I kind of get the hesitancy, like against a spread out team, someone's guarding someone tough. And we saw against the Cavs how much the Pacers can really punish when they get something they like against the big in those matchups. But in game 1, you saw the inverse, right? A very consistent source of Pacers offense, and we'll talk about this later, was Pascal Siakam against smalls. This happens quite a bit throughout the playoffs. And sometimes what teams do is they'll figure out how to scram out of that. And then Miles Turner ends up being the one, as the series progresses, who has success against smalls. So I wonder how much the Thunder can actually decide what to do with that. And this does go back to the
Nothing slows down Sophia Wilson. Because with Xfinity Internet and Xfinity Mobile, she can stream the biggest matches on the road and win the biggest games at home. Get Wi-Fi built for streaming where you need it most with Xfinity.
$100 from Jonathan, Heather, and Patrick Lozon in memory of John and Kenneth Lozon. $100 from Sharon and David Koppler in memory of Don and Ginny Koppler. $100 from the family of Casey Marie Kruer. $100 from Shirley Koopman in memory of Raymond Koopman. $100 from Sherry and Clayton Knotts in memory of Rex and Doris Kelly. $100 from Juanita McCauley in memory of Paul McCauley, Stephen Beck, Richard and Hilda Beck, David Heilig, John Schmidt, Julie Greer, Camilla Gullett, Larry and Virginia Gullett, and Sylvia Booth. $100 from Doris Beekler in memory of Herman Beekler, John Nungester, Jeremy Nungester, Nick Bommersbach, and Grace Bommersbach. $100 from Teresa and Scott Welch in honor of Gavin Rainbolt. $100 from James Thomas in memory of Joe Huber. $100 from Mark and Jenny Huth in memory of Myron and Sue Huth. $100 from Marianne Duffy in memory of Richard Duffy and Elois Best. $100 from Bernetta and Jay Stillman in memory of their great-grandsons. In honor of their great-grandsons. $100 in the memory of Deborah Raudenbush. $100 in the memory of Jennifer Jones, Stephen Beck, Camilla Gullett, and Paul McCauley. $100 in memory of Jenny Sprigler. $100 in memory of Bernadette Fife, $150 from Scott and Jessica Lewis in memory of Cora Lewis, $200 from Timothy and Barbara Freiberger in memory of Bill and Juanita Miller, $300 from Mike and Carmel McCauley in memory of George and Carol Butler and Paul McCauley, $300 from Donald Williams in memory of Vado and Catherine Williams, $500 from Ronnie and Shannon Baumgart in memory of Virginia Baumgart, Carlos and Sue Gilcock, $500 from Joseph and Pamela Kraft in memory of Jean Lilly, $645 from David Lapsey in memory of Sharon Lapsey, $1,000 from Kevin Krupski in honor of Luke and Grace Howell, $2,000 from Barbara Hanka and Darren Striegel in memory of Bill and Edith Hanka, $2,000 from William and Barbara Hanka in memory of Bill and Edith Hanka. So those are all of our in memory of. But like I was saying, our community really comes together, and we have a number of community members out there and groups that help contribute to our total. Yeah. And I really want to thank a lot of them, because without some of these totals, our total wouldn't be as good as it is. So $500 from the Floyd's Knobs Christian Church, $1,500 from the American Legion Post 42, $357.98 from Zesto's New Albany. They keep a bucket sitting on their order counter all the time for us. We had a family of youngins that wanted to do a lemonade stand. Their lemonade stand brought in $84.10. That was from Peyton, Mackenzie, Mallory, and Michaela Lampkin. And then we have a special group that has been supporting us for a long, long time. And that's Stephen Beck and his family. Stephen passed a couple of years ago, but the family has kept his memory alive with continuing his crusade.
A spirit
alive. There we go.
That's many of us have
the Stephen Beck spirit. So the family of Stephen Beck brought in $1,300. Oh, and I missed one in memory of, and I apologize, $100 from the Drescher family in honor of Micah Drescher. So that's what our community can do for us. So I guess without further ado, I think we have our total.
Okay,
so
we've got some pencil math here.
Pencil math.
We've got a little bit of pencil math here. I assume just because
a couple here.
Lots of people squeak in their donations at the last minute. So if you're one of those people today, don't be shy. There's still time, and it all adds up. So what do we get for your total?
For 2025, the Highlander Fire Protection District's total, $65,687.49.
Give yourselves a round of applause for sure.
Good job.
And if the young men want to, they can absolutely dump out the buckets ceremoniously. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Again, we've got Boy Scout Troop 4167 from Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, contributing out here. Brandon, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. We look forward to it every year.
The Highlander Fire Protection District, the last one to come through here out in Corden, Indiana, but not your last opportunity to donate. You can call right now, 582-7511, or toll free if you need to, 1-888-382-7511. WHAScrusade.org. That'll be there for you all year. Or if you want to scan this QR code at the bottom corner of your screen, you can. All the major payment apps, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, you can do that, and the money will make a difference. It will go to a child in your community that needs help. Out here in Corden, Indiana, from the John Jones Auto Group, who's let us party in their parking lot all day. Thank you so much. The 72nd Crusade for Children is happening right now. Back at the studio.
Connie Leonard back here in Corden, Indiana, at the John Jones Auto Group. We thank them very much for letting us be here today. And right now, we've got Joey, who's the captain with Flaherty. Joey Claycomb.
Yes, ma'am.
And thanks for being here, Joey.
I love it. Come here every year.
We love to have you, and thank you for all the work that Flaherty is doing. I want to just shout out to all the Meade County fire departments, because this is like the 5th one that we've had. You guys have been out there just working it. So tell us about your efforts this year.
So we had door-to-door collections for the last 2 weeks, and we've also done some roadblock collections. Members put in a lot of hard work. We got a lot of dedicated members that really look forward to this every year. It is a kind of a friendly competition with our neighboring departments. It's who can do better.
I love it. Now, and tell me who you have with you here.
So I have Chief Rose with us,
Okay.
and I have firefighter Nick Limbach with us as well. Then that's all we have with us today.
All right, and I like what you got going over here, because y'all did a bunch of different things this year, right? This was one of the fundraisers, and you got all the sponsors on the fire truck, which I like the way you're doing this. That's very cool.
So Chief Rose headed up a 9-pin no-tap bowling tournament. It was held at B&B Lanes in Elizabethtown, Kentucky this year. He was the sole leader on that one. He had a lot of help from the members that he has up on his signs over there. Had a lot of great sponsors that really helped make that event successful, and it was a little over $2,100 is what he was able to raise off that, which is a huge help to our efforts this year. We can't thank Chief Rose enough for heading that up for us.
And I love that you put their names right there on the truck. I like your style. All right, now, so you got a list of folks you want to thank?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us.
So every year we get a bunch of checks wrote to us, and they want to do in memories of. I have Joyce Straney has a $50 donation in memory of Bill Straney. Anita Seymour in memory of Michael Straney. Mark and Jean Hubbard in memory of Kevin Hubbard. Carolyn Mims in memory of Gail Wood. For our $100 donations, we have Margaret and Stephen Mayer in memory of Margie and Russo McDonald. Joseph and Norma Bartley in memory of Beverly Dix. Lloyd Marianne Claycomb in memory of John and Barbara Getz, Naomi Claycomb. Susan Limbach in honor of Nick, Caleb, Zach, Elena, Julia, and Clark Allen. Stephen and Deborah Whalen in memory of Joe Greer. Thomas and Ruth Gerkins in honor of their 9 healthy grandkids. Lee Noyes in honor of his fallen brothers and sisters. S.A. Skaggs in memory of David Skaggs. Jeff Sipes in honor of Clark Allen. Teresa Sipes in honor of Clark Allen. Mosquito Truck in honor of Clark Allen. Monica Pack in memory of John and Martha Shercliffe, Benny Pack, and Jacoby Hager. Marlene Black in memory of Vivian and William Booth. And Dennis Pike in memory of Mary Pike. That's all.
All right. And just tell folks at home what kind of community that Flaherty is showing up for you guys. In it's tough times right now for people to give, but they know that 100% of these donations go to the kids, and that makes a big difference, right?
Absolutely. Flaherty is a very close, tight-knit community. They care a great deal about each other. We have been collecting for this charity for as long as I've been alive, and I'm 29 years old. It's something I've looked forward to for every year. We have pretty much a list of ones we can count on every year that are going to bring in donations. It's something they look forward to. We have people that actually have trusts set up that will benefit the Crusade for Children once they pass. And that's something that we see everywhere. We find stories of the Crusade helping members of our fire department, plus members in our community, and we find that this is one that they can really get behind and support, and we really thank our community for doing that for us.
All right. Well, we thank you. So are you going to give us the total now?
So our total this year was $18,815.94.
Woo! Awesome. Great job. $18,000. All right. And one more time, the total once again for the bookkeepers back there at the station.
$18,815.94.
All right, Joey, thank you so much for what you do. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Crusade mean a lot to you, too?
Oh, yeah. Every bit of it.
Yeah? Did you enjoy going out and raising money for Crusade this year?
Yeah. That's Clark Allen, my baby.
Oh, okay. Very good. And now, if you guys would, got some money there you'll toss in, even though we got some of your other money. We hear that change going? Very nice. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your efforts. All right, if you'd like to help out, you sure can. You can donate at 582-7511 or any of these methods that you will see on your screen right now. That's Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, or you can scan that QR code that's on your screen. There's so many ways to give, that's for sure. Thanks for changing a child's life. From Corden right now, I'm Connie Leonard. We're going to throw it back to you.
Thank you, Connie Joe. Appreciate that. We're back in the studio downtown. It's the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. Shay McAllister's over there. I'm Terry Miners. Kelsey Starks is still answering phones over here. She hung in here a long time today. I love it that people hang with us all this time on the Crusade from, really months ahead of time. But the show's been on the air since yesterday. And we're going to, we'll run out in about 25 minutes because the NBA show's coming up tonight. Pre-game's at 7 and the Pacers in Oklahoma City get at it at 8 o'clock tonight. So we're excited about that. But before we can do that, we got to make note of the fact that the creek always rises. What's up, Fern Creek? Nathan Mulvey's with us. You brought a lot of happy faces again today.
We did. It's been a fun year this year.
Yeah.
Really fun year.
Well, Fern Creek's always been a big donor to the WHAS Crusade for Children, so we like parking you guys in here late in the show.
Yeah, it's funny. Somebody was asking me today when the tradition started and when we went on last, and I'm like, it's been a long time.
Yes.
So it's exciting to get to close out the show every year.
All right, who all's talking to us today?
So we've got a couple guys talking, but first I think I've got a couple special mentions, and one of them is going to be in relation to Kevin. So real quick, we did a couple little fundraisers throughout the year just as a district. Highview St. Patrick's Day was $819 earned. We did our second annual motorcycle ride. They did $3,100.
Yep.
The 2024 Kate's Frogtown Hop. Right here's Kate. She did $24,37.79.
Nice going, Kate. Way to go, Kate. You rock.
Well, I try to rock, but I don't know how hard I can rock.
But you rock.
Yeah.
It's a variable level.
And it's all for the kids, It's
Absolutely.
all going to be for the children. I'm all about helping the children.
We appreciate you, darling.
And then we did the Highview Fire Car Festival, which is something we've been doing the last couple of years. So that we did 27, 18, 23. This year, we're thankful that Kevin and his truck were able to raise $7,772. But the cool thing about that is it takes him over a huge milestone. So in Kevin's time collecting, this put Kevin over the $500,000 point for
What about you, Kevin Adams? Over $500,000 collected for the WHAS Crusade for Children. Kevin, what in the world? That is fantastic. Did you ever imagine this?
Well, I've been trying to do it all my life, and I've been going to church a lot. I've been about to wear them people out of it. I've been about to wear them out of it. My church up at St. Gabriel, but the good Lord was good to me, and I just prayed on it, and it all come through.
We knew you'd come through. You always do. You have since 1969. Did I get the year right?
Yeah.
That's right. Way to go, Kevin. We're proud of you, buddy. All right.
And then Kevin does a drawing every year, so I think Don's got...
I split the pot. $492 is going to go to the winner. So that's a lot of pressure for me. So I'm going to ask...
No pressure.
Pick one.
Russ B. We'll be calling Russ B. Do you know who that is, Kevin?
I think so.
Kevin knows everybody. That's the problem.
All right,
so the next one on the trailer is our Crusade.
I've sold so many of them. I'm glad it's one you can read pretty good.
Thanks, Kevin.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'm gonna cut it short, but I just want to thank my brother and everybody that helped me all year to do what I was able to do.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy. All right, we're going to move on to our next reader.
All right, so I'll turn it over for a minute to our Crusade coordinator, Andy Oates.
Andy, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you. How are you?
What's up?
So I've got a couple more special mentions to mention. I've got $100 in Theo Healy. I've got $100 donated by Owen Healy and $1,428 donated by Park United Methodist Church. So we got a couple more special mentions. This is Austin Price. He head up a lot of our door-to-door collections. He's going to read some in honors of.
All right, Austin.
In honor of, this is $25, Steve Driscoll, donated by Nancy Harris. In honor of 6 grandchildren and 7 great-grandchildren by Margaret D. Piddleco. This is $50. Honor of Kevin Adams, donated by All American Windows and More LLC, Lenora Roberts. This is $72 in honor of grandchildren, Carol Rouse. In honor of, this is $100, grandchildren, Teddy and Eloise Nason, by Dale and Susan Nason. Another $100, Mitchell Ankeny, by Mary and Paul Ankeny. $100, Ryan Lovall, donated by Marty Metcalf. $125 in honor of Greg Price, donated by Vicky Foster. $200, Peyton, Jesse, Meadow, and Ivy. Ivy was born premature and is doing okay at age 2 with the help of the Crusade.
Outstanding.
Donated by Craig and Robin Newman. $200, grandson Oakley and Biggle Cody, donated by Linda Geddes.
Yep, I saw her. That's fantastic. You got more?
I got a couple more. $250 in honor of grandchildren Teddy and Eloise Nason, donated by Susan Nason. $400 in honor of Hudson and Ella Price, Parker and Riley Hindman, donated by Michelle Hindman. A $720 Gary Hatfield 80th birthday, and donated by Gary and Evelyn Hatfield. $1,000 Cliff Chesser, donated by Sewell Industry Electronics. So we have in honor of Chief Nathan Mulvey a total of $2,700. So there's a $1,700 retiring Chief Mulvey is anonymous. There's a $500 Chief from Ann and David Mulvey, and then another $500, and it's anonymous.
That's pretty phenomenal. Thank you, Austin.
All right.
Is that everybody you have to thank? Okay.
In honor of and in memory of.
Okay, very good. All right.
Bear with me.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Terry. Okay, we'll start out $20 in memory of Ada Darnell, donated by Robert Nash. $25, Laura Logston, donated by Mary Prexler. Beverly Walker had 4 or 5 people donate $25 each to her. There, Patricia Walker donated, Cheryl Bynum and Judy Gibson. Norma Shipley, in memory of Norma Shipley, Edna Johnson donated to her. The people who have gone on, Cheryl Oates donated $25. John Morton, in memory of John Morton, Nora Ray donated. Baby Girl Smith, Paul L. Smith donated $25. The $30 donations, Edwin Oshlin, the Janice Meyer and Meyer family donated. In memory of Louis Lindell, Sherry Lindell donated. Peggy Gorbat, Charles Mulligan Sr. donated. Marjorie Bowman, Mary Lindell donated. Sergeant Kyle Adams was donated $30 by Sergeant Larry Huffman. $35 donations, Wallace Marjorie Gleaves, donated by Mark T. Gleaves. $50, Stephen Lee Marsh, donated by Phyllis Anderson. The Albritton, Downs, and Skagg families, in memory of them, the folks that have passed on was donated $50 in memory of by Gary and Sandra Albritton. Jim Funk, in his memory, they donated $50. Gary and Evelyn Hatfield. Uncle Joe Franklin and Justin Cox, that was an anonymous donation.
You're doing great for having a 3-year-old dancing right all over your feet, so that's good.
I got 12 grandkids. Donna Stout, in memory of Donna Stout, Joy Straub donated $50. Chad Koppel, in memory of Chad Koppel, Terry and Ken Koppel donated $50. In memory of Jimmy Baker, David and Pamela Boone donated $50. Willow Eve Newman was donated in memory of her by Craig and Robin Newman. In memory of Patrick and Sean and Mike Lyons, Margaret Lyons donated $50. Eunice Snepp, Connie Woods donated $50. Holbert Wood, Christy Adams, Sweezy, Samantha Adams, Joanne Wood donated in her memory. Sarah McGee, in her memory, Patricia Karchner donated. And in memory of Paul, Jerry Coombs donated. $50 donations. The last one, Rick Schroeder. I'm sorry, not the last one. Rick Schroeder. In memory of Rick Schroeder, John Purple donated $50. Linda Bryan, Kenneth and Cheryl Curlis donated. In memory of Margaret Shear, Donald Shear donated. Major Harold Embry, Richard Willis donated. Brian Breeding, Betty Breeding donated. $65, Betty Turner. In memory of Betty Turner was donated by Susan Doolin. $71, Jean France. In her memory was donated by Mark Hagan. $72, Robert and Gregory Glass was donated by Wilma Glass. $75, Mike Schmidt Sr. was donated by Barbara Schmidt. $100 donations, Bonnie Chapman was donated in her memory by Linda Profit. $100, Bernice Chapman, donated by Rebecca Jackson. Roland Jeffries was donated by Carol Rollas. Donald Riggle, her memory, Rebecca Jackson donated $100. Joe Dosker, in his memory, Lucy Dosker donated. Woody and Molly Portman was donated in their memory by James and Linda Portman. Cindy Prestigiacomo was donated by Kevin Prestigiacomo. Ken White Jr., in his memory, was donated by Kenny and Marilyn White. Larry Payne, in his memory, was donated by Michelle and Kevin Faust. Gary Warner, who Fern Creek Fire Department EMS took to the hospital several times before he passed, was donated by Peggy Warner. Macy and Charles Sharber, in their memory, was donated by John and Teresa Burkhart. Mary Raymer, in $100 in their memory, was donated by Rebecca Jackson. And Joan Wire, Debbie and David Chesser donated. Fred Crowder, children and grandchildren, in memory of them, donated by Margaret Crowder. Cliff Chapman, donated by Rebecca Jackson. Roberta France, donated by Rebecca Jackson. Rich Anderson, donated by Deborah Anderson. Janet Hawk, donated by Jerry Bird. Bernice and Bonnie Chapman also got a donation in their memory from Margaret Downs for $100. Ken Mason donated in his memory by Margaret Mason. Camp Taylor Fire Department donated in their memory by Kenneth Becker. Johnny Franklin donated in his memory by Denise Carnes. Bill Krebs donated by David Powell. Lewis Albert Carr, in memory of Lewis Albert Carr, donated by Denise Anderson. And Johnny Muir Franklin, donated by Beverly Johnson. Derek Dodson, donated by Billy Drake. Robin Banks, donated by James Banks. And David Moberly, donated by Jeannie Reckner. The rest of the $100 ones, John Walton, donated by David Garrett. Jim Moore, in memory of Jim Moore, donated by Betty Moore. Glenn Vogades, donated by Cassidy Vogades. John Franklin, donated by Teresa Franklin. Mary Houghton, donated by Paul Curse. Lloyd and Mill Harris, donated by Teresa Harden. Bill Nord, donated by Carolyn Ennis.
We sure miss Bill Nord at the Crusade.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Yeah, he was a super guy. Lewis Lindell, donated by Mary and Sherry Lindell. In memory of Rebecca Burnett, donated by Robert and Camilla Harden. Harold and Fern Creek Lawn Care, donated by Code 3 Lawn Care. Emily McKay, donated by Christopher Weeksler. And Ansel Ward, donated by Stephen Ward. Ansel Ward, another donation from Zelma Ward. And Davy Ward, donated by Stephen Ward. I'm almost done.
You're doing
We're running out of tonsils. Yeah. Davy, I got another in memory of for Davy Ward. He's donated by Zelma Ward. And then Major Kevin Baines, donated by Kenneth Baines Sr. Bill Schmidt, donated by William and Mary Schmidt. Tony Ames, donated by Jennifer and Andrew Dumstorf. Kara Ann, donated by Stephen and Mary Mazzoni. Chief Tinsley Roman, donated by Robert Chambers. Bobby Chambers, donated by Robert Chambers. $100 in memory of Dorothy McKillen, donated by Andy and Brian McKillen. Eddie Collier, donated by Butch. Sherry Brown and Patty Henderson, donated by Mary and Paul Anike. Lori Bevan, donated by Mark Metcalf. $106.91. What are they doing down there?
Well, somebody pulled a handle off one of the money buckets. We had to take it away from him before he hit somebody in the head with it.
I thought maybe I mispronounced somebody's name.
That was all going on while you were doing such an excellent job.
All right, $106.91 in memory of Sarah Robards, and that's Robert and Sandra Robards donated that. Oh, and I missed one. Kyle Adams, $100, donated by All American Window and More. And $125 by Geneva and Jack Bradley and Michael Schmidt, and that was donated by Anna and Eugene Burgess. $150 in memory of Catherine Armstrong, donated by Robert and Carolyn Armstrong. Carol J. Pate, donated by Wendy Ottman, in memory of Dylan Cochran, Camp Taylor Barbershop, Brittany and Charles Myers. Robert Singleton, in memory of, or donated by Michael and Tina Ray. In memory of Jean and Madeline Jenkins, donated by Thelma Jenkins. In memory of Samantha Strange, donated by Michael Harleman. In memory of Wally and Jackie Fredericks, donated by Joyce Boblet. Jerry Epley, daughter Vicky, and son-in-law Don Mostis. In memory of them, donated by Richard Epley. Deborah Diffenworth, donated by William Diffenworth and Deborah Vevers. Curtis Heckle, donated by Terry Heckle. Edith Dottie Clark, donated by Paul Clark. $225, James Meredith, donated by Meredith Brothers Construction. $250, Arnold and Lucy Israel, donated by Robert and Patsy Kellner. $250, Frank and Sally Algar, founding members of Butchell Fire Department, and Ron Algar, former Butchell firefighter, and Rhonda Algar Gordon and Allie Mae Sears, all donated by Terry and Kim Sears. Gerald Mattingly, donated in his honor by Annette Mattingly. Bruce Broker, in memory of Bruce Broker, donated by George Owen Jr. Royce Howard, donated by Jeffrey McGee. Arthur Frank, donated by Joanne Morgan. Bill and Elsie Widman, donated by Donna Gast. $300, Jack Flam, donated by Rose Flam. $300, Kenny Flood Jr. and Trameen Hasty, known as Big Pops, was donated by Dorothy and James Drury Jr. Malcolm Jenkins, donated in his memory by Janice Stampson. $300, Bob Betty and Paul Gassman, donated by Dave and Barbara Raymer. Tony Simmons, donated by Agnes Fells. Lynn Kuchenbrod, Steve Wren, and John Franklin, donated by John Kuchenbrod. Major Ron Hurley, CTFD. Myrtle Hurley, Ladies Auxiliary, CTFD. Marianne Cook, Lorraine Smith, Kite Evans, and Tim Lewis and Gary Prevost, all donated by Ron Hurley Jr. $300, Blanche Smith, donated by Mary Maynard. Now I'm getting to the big money.
It's all big money, brother.
I'm resting right now. Okay. In memory of $500, in memory of their parents, Paul Curse, Philip Brody, Darlene and Kenny Hatcher. $600, Brother Corby, who passed away on 5/22/25. Susan and Ronald Blakely. $1,000, Scott Roloff, Eagle Scout Troop 461 at Highview, donated by Roger Roloff. Angie Rouse, donated by Donald Reese. Camp Taylor firefighter Tommy Thomerson, donated by Airco HVAC Contractors. Charles Wiggleworth, donated by David Wigglesworth. Charles Wigglesworth's another one, donated by Dorothy Wigglesworth. Belinda Richardson, donated by Perry and Stephen Richardson. Joe and Betty Metcalf, donated by Metcalf Property Management. $2,000, Bob Bayer. I'm dry. Hold on. There we go. In memory of Richard Byrne, who was the first chief of Fern Creek Fire Department, $2,000, and that was donated by Mary Byrne. And the last but not least, in memory of Kyle Adams, Fern Creek Fire and EMS, last call 5/21/21. Love, Mom, Dad, Lauren, Aiden, Jackson, Justin, and Ella. That's it.
Good man. Lost. Hey, brother.
Thank you.
Good job.
I don't know about that.
Choose your way through that. Come in here, Shay.
My way through it.
Shay, come in. Well,
all right. So I will try to be quick because I know that we are running closer.
We're
on
good,
time.
Nathan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the beginning of this, I guess the end of last year, I threw out a challenge. Okay, we're good on time. All right. So the end of last year, I threw out a challenge to Pleasure Ridge Park because they historically come out in the top end.
Shay, I think they call that chirping. You're chirping. We're going to do. That's what that is.
So obviously, I knew it would be an uphill battle. PRP does a great job every year for the Crusade, and they always have. The Myman brothers, as you mentioned, are always down here.
The Bowman boys.
Yeah, the Bowman boys. So I wanted to fire everybody back up for Crusade. You know, it seems like after COVID, things kind of died off a little bit. I'm retiring this year, so I wanted it to try to just be fun one last time before I retired and just get the departments engaged and battling back and forth. So I threw out a challenge at the beginning of this year. This week we started, and we just started social media bantering. So I threw out a thing a couple days ago and said, hey, they did this whole Who Are We PRP thing. Great job. But, you know, we accepted the challenge. I knew it would be an uphill battle, and you know, I'm proud to say that we did really, really well. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to end up with pie in the face at the end of the year.
That was the bet, right?
It was the bet. It was actually the bet is that it would be on August 1st. So I retired July 31st.
Okay.
So where's Scott? The new chief is over here. But I'm a stand-up guy. You know, I heard PRP people like, man, can you believe the chief ain't even got the guts to do it himself? So I have a pie standing over here on the side. I'll let Chief Myman, if we don't beat you all, I'll let Chief Myman do this at the end of reading our total.
They came in with a pretty strong total here a little while ago. It started with a 3.
I know. I saw that. I'm just surprised that Chief Bowman could count that high. You know, but that's okay. So while we were standing here, we did get a quick little phone pledge, and I wanted to make sure we mentioned that. So that was from Susan Ernst. In memory of Denny Ernst for a total of $5,000.
That's nice.
So it's a huge,
absolutely.
Little plus. So, you want me to go with the total?
Well,
or do we have some more to go?
No, we're all good.
Okay.
It's just the PRP guys are standing right there, and they're waiting.
I do know that when we get done, Chief Myman said they've got some kind of I'm sure it's not going to be pleasant for me, but some kind of surprise for the district.
Here we go. For the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children from Fern Creek, the grand total is
$208,345.38.
$208,345.38. Woo! The creek rises! The creek rises! That's all good, baby. That's all good.
And go Cards.
And go, indeed. All right, kids, you want to pour something? Pour it.
You're going to need a paddle, Terry.
Yeah, that's right. Pour. There There you go. It's all good. It's all good. All right. Good work. Oh my goodness. We do have a pastry, a very large pastry. Is somebody gonna here comes the PRP guys. Look at our total. Let's read the tote board total together.
Aw, that's sweet.
All right, we got a happy retirement cake, and you're not going to push his face in that, right?
No.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate that. Congratulations. Let's all read the new tote board total together. The WHAS Crusade for Children for 2025. This is amazing, our 72nd year. The grand total is $5,800,100.35. That's not our total. That's not our grand total yet, but that's where we are right now.
That's with Fern Creek.
All right, that's with Fern Creek pushing us to that total.
Terry, we're still
Okay.
waiting for some of our remotes.
That's right.
Bardstown, Shelby County, they're coming in.
Come on in.
Come on forward.
Come on in, guys. Oh, my.
The great Crusade family.
Oh, my. We're bringing in our whole Crusade team.
Hey, kids, go.
All right. We're bringing in the whole squad so that we can have a big closing. And if you're tuning in for the NBA, do not fear. The NBA pregame show is just starting now. We'll go there in just a minute or so. The game itself does not start until 8 p.m.
Terry, I see the pie.
Yeah, so you're all good here. Don't worry about the NBA. That game doesn't start until 8 p.m., an hour from now. So don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. We have to have a proper finish to the WHAS Crusade for Children. As our whole family pushes in, we'll just hold still right here. We're all good. What's up, brother? Good to see you. There you go. All right.
They're talking and going out back, and I'm like,
Okay.
Oh, thank you. All right, Sarah, you're going to have to help me with this.
All right. The crowd grows. That's sad. Are they really going to do that to you? I would hope not, but Nathan Mulvey standing next to a pie plate filled with whipped cream. I don't know if we need to do that, but they've handed him a towel. All right. Here we go. We're watching.
It's what the Crusade's all about. Friendly competition.
All right.
PRP Chief, Fern Creek Chief, side by
Here.
side. Oh.
Right. The WHAS Crusade for Children about ready to wrap up, but we have to have one last little indignity here, and that is to slam whipped cream in the face of the Fern Creek Chief. We're ready. We're ready. Here we go. All right, take a look here. We got the camera on him. Here he goes. Oh! Chief Mulvey takes a pie in the face.
Congratulations, PRP.
All right. Well done. Well done, everybody. Appreciate it. All righty. Are we ready to close out now? We have a final tote board total. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. All right, we'll take this. Here we go. Our grand total for the 72nd WHAS Crusade for Children. Let's read together. $5,890,189.77. Woohoo! That's good stuff. Yeah! $5,890,189.77. Confetti's flying, bubbles are flying. We're all good. Here we go.
All right. God bless America.
We're going to sing God Bless America.
God bless America.
If we can.
God bless America.
Okay. God bless America.
Here we go.
I'm sorry about that. It's too faint. We can't hear anything. We can't hear our disc track.
They're admitting to take this a cappella.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's going to happen, baby. All right. All right, we're ready again? Here we go. Quiet, everyone. America. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, bright with fun. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. Good night from the Crusade for Children. Way to go, everybody! That's all good. Okay. That's all good. Great job.
Get some cake.
Cake, baby. Beautiful. Great job. Nice job. That's a hard read. You did great. You were right on cue. Good work. Hi, darling. Hey, good to see you again.
I've been giving the drinks. You didn't give one.
I couldn't get there today. I've been tied up in here.
You've been working?
Yeah, busting mine.
They made you do that.
I did.
Frazier died. Their mother. And Tommy came and he was actually nice.
Yeah. Oh, good.
It was a miracle. You do a great job.
Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
We appreciate you being part of it. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to set this down before I leave.
You do a wonderful job.
I don't know about that. Emily, that Emily gets it
Is this
done.
Emily?
That's
Hi,
Emily.
sweetheart. You're adorable. Is he your
Yeah, that
buddy?
was great. Hello, Angel. You look great.
Does she look
You
pretty?
taking a picture?
Yeah, you want to take a picture with Emmy?
Yep.
Amelia.
There you go. You going to selfie us? Aren't you going to be in it?
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, let's turn around and do it. You want to hold this? Hold the mic. There you go.
All right, Emmy, ready?
You can tell people what to do.
Oh, I flipped it.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you.
All right, let's go.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, brother. Thanks for helping. Thanks, team. All right. All right. All right. That's all good.
world's most precious resource? Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi is booming.
Booming! Boom!
Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity.
Really kind of frustrating series in Detroit. Some base running, some umpiring. We talk about all of it next.
You are Locked On Cubs, your daily Chicago Cubs podcast. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
You are Locked On Cubs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Alongside Sam Olber, I'm Matt Cozy. Sam and I are lifelong fans, taking our passion into a discussion with you on all things Cubs. Today's episode is presented by Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code LOCKEDONMLB for $20 off your first purchase. We will preview the next series with the Phillies later. Umpire problems and the possibility of going to an automated strike zone. And we start with Cubs-Tigers from the weekend. From a strong pitching on both sides Friday to the offensive bounce back Saturday to the numerous close calls and pivotal plays throughout the series. I did think Cubs-Tigers had a playoff feel throughout all three games. Ultimately a tough series, though, as the Cubs drop it to the Tigers. 3-1 loss Friday, 6-1 win Saturday, 4-0 loss Sunday. Northsiders are still 40-25 on the season, awaiting Cardinals results as we record. Sam, it was a weird one against a really good team.
It was a weird series. Frustrating, I think, is the word. I think the result, losing 2 out of 3, it was probably the most likely result. I think the way it happened was just irritating. As I said after Friday's game on the short, I really thought, and I don't think I've done this really all season, I thought that came down to one play. And it was Quentin Berry and Pete Crow Armstrong, but more Quentin Berry. I'm interested to hear your take on that, by the way. Sure. I just thought you can't, whatever it is, you just can't make it out there with nobody out. And I know Scooble's going to get a lot of credit, and I know Flaherty's going to get a lot of credit, rightfully so. But I actually thought the Cubs handled those guys okay. You know you're not going to score a bunch of runs. You just can't make outs on the bases versus them because those are such slim opportunities. Carpenter makes a fluky catch that I'm not even sure, he had a great route on Friday to Rob Saya. It just felt like, I guess, Matt, really, it just felt like one of those games, but twice in 3 days. That's really what it felt like. Saturday, the Cubs cruised. And then on Sunday, I really don't think Barry was at fault for that Happ send in the 5th. I thought that was probably an appropriate send. Again, Kerry Carpenter's not known to be a great outfielder out there. He makes a perfect throw. I still thought